Hello, everyone. If you are in here, just let me know that you can hear me. Let me know how the audio level is. Make sure everything is cool. The usual stuff we have to get out of the way. Wow, I see a lot of people left comments already wanting to hop right into the discussion. But yeah, usually there's a little bit of a delay getting started. So once I see comments saying that audio is good, that you can see me, then we will go ahead and hop in. So right here at the beginning is usually where I am talking to the people who tune in later and watch this podcast style while they're multitasking. So I just want to say that you are seen, you are heard, audio good, and you can see me. Perfect. Thank you. Um, yeah. So in today's live, I want to talk about two things, and I'm going to start going through your guys' comments here in a second. But the two things I want to talk about, and of course, this is kind of a free format. Ask me anything. So if you have any questions about anything at all, about anything that I've reviewed or any opinions I have on anything, feel free to ask. I already see a couple of people chiming in. But for the most part, I want to discuss does your EDC pistol even matter? Like, does it matter what you choose as being your carry gun? And I would just view you guys today as being my guest. Like, I want to talk to you guys about that because I've reviewed a lot of pistols this year, more than I ever have before. The channel really took off this year and I had a lot of great opportunities. And I certainly have some thoughts on the topic. And I would like to hear your guys' opinions as well, and hopefully just grow as a community. Maybe adopt some healthy defensive mindsets. And the other thing I want to talk about is Quentin Tarantino was on Bill Maher. Not that I particularly like either of those human beings, but I love. I mean, obviously, I'm a fan of many things. That's how I describe myself. Fan of many things. I like movies. I like shows. I like books. I like manga, anime, you name it. I like all kinds of entertainment. And obviously, being a gun dude, I like gun stuff. And there's been a big push towards using fake guns and digital effects in movies. And Tarantino had some thoughts on, I mean, this came up because of the Alec Baldwin case, right? And I certainly have thoughts on using real guns in movies and not, and why I actually think it's important to use real guns and not use fake guns and digital effects, which I think is an unpopular opinion in this space. I think a lot of people take safety so seriously that they think it should be rubber guns with digital muzzle flashes. And I think that has a place. But that's another topic I want to talk about because I think we are losing a massive culture war in this country about the Second Amendment and firearm ownership. And I think a part of that is that gun use is being so neutered in entertainment that it's kind of not becoming the norm anymore. You know, people aren't seeing it on their, normally I was going to say like their TV sets at home, but now their computers and their laptops. Say what you want about YouTube, but they're still allowing us to be here with this insane audience, even though they are, again, neutering us quite a bit, less so than other social media platforms. So those are a couple of things that I just want to talk about in today's live. I don't. Rest of my day is clear, so I am here for the long haul as per the usual. So those of you who are here now, awesome. Feel free to stick around as long as you want. I'm going to try to get to everybody's questions, everybody's comments today. I want this to be kind of an open discussion. As per the usual, obviously there are going to be a lot of comments. Super chats are prioritized. So if you want to just support the channel a little bit, I will go ahead and put your comment up at the top and we will discuss immediately. And of course, the support is also appreciated. Another little piece of housekeeping, my channel finally 2 weeks ago recovered from the attempted canceling from Redditors that happened after SHOT Show this year when they mass reported my channel for me showing a Glock 47 malfunction at Industry Day at the range. Basically, my channel got flagged and absolutely everything I was posting was being immediately demonetized. And I had to essentially earn YouTube's trust again after being mass reported for all kinds of really horrendous, nasty things that aren't even on the channel. So it has finally recovered. I am back to no longer having to fight for monetization. I think hitting 100,000 subscribers helped earn trust back with YouTube. So yeah, this has been a really rough year for the channel, and it's thanks to the support from you guys that the channel still exists. Otherwise, I would have had to. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I don't want to let people win, but I would have had to scale it back big time. So, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and hop into a comment that was left at almost 3 a.m. So this person's right on top of it. KP, comment feels too limited to write what I want, so I'll just summarize by saying I stick to one gun and I train with my EDC. Too many different grip angles, I just don't swap around. Yeah, I think that's important. If I ever have to make a split-second shot, I don't want to be worried about which gun with which zero and grip angle am I carrying today. Just me, whatever works for everybody else is cool too. I think this is the right take. The problem is I like guns too much, and I think too many guns are too cool. So my solution is to just get as good as possible with as many guns as possible, so no matter what I pick up, I shoot it well. But I think that this is, like, I don't want to use normie as an insult, but I think this is like the normie correct take. Like, if you're not a gun enthusiast, but you want to protect yourself, and that is your number one priority, you have a gun for protection, not a gun for, protection and being an enthusiast, then this is the right take. Stick with one gun. Fear the man with one gun, said the FUD. And it was true. Oh, sweet. Right when you got off work. Yeah, 4:30, dude, I'll be around. So whenever you get here, chime in. Oh, Joshua, probably the person on here who knows more than me about everything and says things better than I do. I just stick with two EDC guns, G43X and G19, because they're the same manual of arms, and I have to be spot on with fundamentals to be good with both. They're inexpensive and get the job done. Again, I think this is the right take. I certainly have my thoughts and opinions that I'll share a little bit later that might be in slight disagreement with that, but I think objectively speaking, that is the smartest thing to do. Got a super chat here. Old man Chickens. Oh, there you are. Back in the day, we had macho masculine movies. Hollywood doesn't want that, but betas. Yeah, it doesn't want anything but betas. That could be a reason why you don't see gun movies as much. So, yes, I think two things. One, anti-gun activists, who are activists in many other arenas as well, basically invaded these spaces. It used to be, it was about making a buck, and the way to make the most bucks was to have Arnold on screen mowing down 30 guys with an M60 at a mansion on an island, right? Even same thing with something like Beverly Hills Cop. Great end mansion shootout in a comedy film. Then they stopped caring so much about making money, and they started caring more about spreading an agenda. And unfortunately, a lot of taxpayer funding for ESG incentives make it so think about this, right? If you make a risky movie and it fails, then you are to blame. But if you check every single box making a movie and you accept government funding, if it fails, you can say, one, it's not my fault because this is what we decided on. This is the safe bet in order so we don't get yelled at on Twitter. And two, we got government funding, so we're not going to take as much of a hit. But I think a lot of this is just an obsession with forcing people to conform with personal agendas. And one of those agendas is anti-gun. I don't know if you guys remember, but this was, I don't know. We get to the point, right? You hit a certain age where everything is 5 years ago. Maybe like 5 years ago, probably longer, closer to 8 years ago. I think it was the Brady campaign released an open letter to Hollywood saying, we need to stop this gun culture. So if you show a gun in a movie or a television show, if a civilian has a gun and is using it to protect themselves, they have to fail with it, or they have to get hurt with it, or there has to be some negative consequence. We cannot show a civilian person being good with a gun. That was one of the points on this letter. And after that letter went out, look at movies recently. It's like, what was it? I think there was a recent Scream movie where a convenience store owner had a shotgun and completely epically failed with it. That is what we've been seeing. I know, like, my wife was watching Grey's Anatomy for a while before that went completely downhill. And again, you see that same anti-gun stuff in there. What was that one show with Kiefer Sutherland where he was like the designated survivor or whatever who became president if like everyone got taken out? Again, massive anti-gun agenda in that. And it was all because of that Brady campaign's open letter to Hollywood. So that's a big reason we don't see those gun movies as well. It's just mostly a part of an anti-gun agenda. We do have John Wick still. I'm grateful for that. But again, we're talking fake guns and CGI effects, which we can hop more into later when the conversation naturally takes us there. Also, Joshua, thank you for the congrats on 115,000 subscribers. I mean, thank you. Thank you to all of you guys. I'm just glad that we're building a nice community here that's probably a little different from other gun communities. So I'm happy to have all of you here, no matter what backgrounds you come from. At work. Oh, looking forward to this and the baseball highlights after work. When you are watching this, Repo Donkey, just know that I appreciate you and you're awesome. Yep, again, K1 Tactical Solutions, I think that is the right take. These are people saying the audio is good. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for chiming in. Kenji, good to see you, man. Love it when you drop in. What are your initial thoughts on the new M&P 2.0 carry comp? So my review for this is going to go live likely next week. I have an advertiser or a sponsor for that video lined up specifically. Otherwise, I would release it this weekend because it's done. But they have a specific launch date for the ad, and the channel could certainly use the support right now. So my initial thoughts, without spoiling the review, is that it's a good gun for all the reasons that an M&P is a good gun. Is the comp part of it particularly worth an extra few $100s? Probably not. It's cool, but probably not. If you have any further questions on this gun, feel free to ask. I'll answer. Like I'm going to keep things largely spoiler free. I know you guys will watch the video anyways, but I'll answer your questions about it. Guns? Hey Brett, hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well as well. Glad to hear it. We're right on. Live Free Armory thoughts. So I actually was thinking about getting a Live Free Armory. I really need to talk to them again to see if they're willing to send me one now. I almost bought one at a local shop to review for the channel, but much like the ones I saw at SHOT Show, the fit on them was not good. And I'm like, you know what? If I'm spending my money on this and it's something that I'm going to have, and then if I don't like it, I'm going to have to move. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to pick up a gun, know that there are things wrong with it in the shop, and buy it anyways. I also don't want to farm for views like that, contrary to some popular belief about my channel. I want to avoid a bad review at all costs because it comes with a lot of drama, and I don't need that drama. But you guys know I'm going to tell you the truth. If something happens, I'm going to show you. So I'm going to see if they will send me one, just because I don't want to drop $1,000 on something. I mean, the channel budget's mostly shot for the rest of the year, except for maybe accessories. So yeah, my thoughts on them are the ones that I have held are sloppily fit together, and I'm not confident in them. My opinion, there are better ways to keep yourself safe than having the biggest, most capable gun on you, like avoiding certain areas or not driving a motorcycle. Yeah, I mean, again, this is 100% a correct take, but like, I don't want to get lost in that. We are assuming that you've taken all proper actions, right? That you've been paying attention to your surroundings. You're not doing stupid things in stupid places with stupid people at stupid times, and that you are living a safe and cautious life. Not paranoid, but cautious, reasonably cautious. And the worst happens, and you are forced to use your pistol in self-defense. That is the specific microcosm I am looking at as far as, does your carry gun actually matter? And I'll definitely get into my thoughts on that once I hear some more from you guys. I want to make sure we get through all of you because I love you all so much. Have you seen the Fusion Firearms 2011 that takes Glock mags? Yes, I think the slide stop on it looks really interesting to use as a slide release. It looks extended, which that's a problem that probably 99% of people that shoot 2011s or double stack 1911s have, or even single stack 1911s, is you have to use your support thumb to hit that slide stop to, reload expediently. And that has, I like the look of that. I think the gun looks interesting. I also think it looks ugly, and I don't need that kind of rep on the streets carrying a butt ugly gun. So if it performs well, we will see. Lately there haven't been many good action movies. Oh yeah, yep. This is what we just talked about. Yep, you know how I feel. Why does Reddit hate you so much? I mean, Reddit is the worst, right? Like there are good people on Reddit, but Reddit is just kind of a cesspool for a certain kind of obsessive person, right? Who's constantly looking for things wrong, constantly worried about things being wrong. And it's just kind of a mob mentality, right? So like the one post that really set it off that they ended up having to delete because they were wrong. The title on it was literally like self-proclaimed gun expert, claims limp wristing a Glock is actually malfunction. It was some stupid title like that. And of course, you think about headline bias. Everybody who then hops into that, who had never seen me before, was going into the video with that headline in mind. So it just created this mob stampede mentality. And then apparently there were also a couple of Discord servers that were completely crap talking me. And then they all just dogpiled and nearly destroyed the channel. So good job, pro gun people. What's up? Love the channel. Hey, Chris. I love you. Welcome. Hollywood is the ultimate of hypocrite. If guns are so bad, then stop putting them in movies. Normally, Pistol Pete, I would agree with you, but largely they have stopped putting them in movies, and that is a part of the problem. So yeah, Hollywood does have a double standard because you will still see movies with guns in them, but like I said, it's typically civilians failing with them, or it is, it's cops promoting social justice. Think about Law and Order, right? There just aren't many gun movies being made anymore. Even think about Netflix movies like the like Beverly Hills Cop 4. Like that didn't have as many guns in it as the old ones, and certainly the gun action was not very good because I don't think they want it to be. Hey Anthony, how's it going, man? What do you think about trying to achieve a sub-second draw for concealed carry? I think it's great. I think the faster you can get your draw while getting a good first hit, the faster you are. I mean, being the fastest will never be a bad thing. It will only be a good thing. So sub-second draw, absolutely. I think that is the bar to hit, right? Like that's what we should be chasing. James Yeager, rest in peace, tactical response. Think what you want of him. I certainly had my opinions of him, but he was right about a lot of stuff. And one of the things that he said was make your standard to hit a note card at 25 yards, like note card in the head, 25 yards on demand. That doesn't mean you have to be doing that right now, but that is a standard that you should be working towards. I think you should set the bar high. And I think setting the bar for a sub-second draw from concealment, while unrealistic for most people, is a good bar to be working towards. I think as long as you are, I was going to say a second and a half or under, but I'm going to say under a second and a half, you are going to be in extremely good shape for the majority of defensive shootings. It's once you start going above a second and a half that things start to get really dicey as far as getting your gun out when you need to. So I think as long as you're under a second and a half, you are well prepared. And I think as long as you're under 2 seconds, you're probably good enough. Yeah, you squirt guns in movies, just like the emojis. Dan the Wolfman is here. I'm basically going to a macro 9 in summer and subcompact 40 in winter on the belt. Appendix outside the waistband. Primary and snub, backup gun, weak side pocket. Many very experienced retired LEs and SMEs do this. Again, I'm not here to tell you what to carry or what not to carry. But so that brings up an interesting point, right? Like the backup gun and the weak side pocket. I start to think about in my head, I mean, I've been watching defensive shoots and, reading articles about defensive shoots and watching Masad Ayub since I was a child. Like I took an interest in this stuff when I was like 12 years old and just completely immersed myself. And this is something that I want everyone to consider for this discussion. And it is, what are the odds that having a certain gun over another gun would sway any gunfight that you're aware of? Civilian gunfight specifically. I'm not talking about LE. They have, different, they have a different mission, right? They have different responsibilities. But I'm talking in a civilian gunfight. Let's say a SIG P365 with a 10 round capacity versus a Staccato XC, and you have the, Stendo 20 rounder in there. What gunfight are you aware of? Have you seen? And I'm not challenging you guys. I'm genuinely asking if you have seen any where you believe that having that Staccato XC over that P365 would have swayed the outcome of a gunfight. I'm genuinely curious. And then we could take it a step further after that is 5-shot snubby versus Staccato XC. Would that have swayed any gunfights that you're aware of or defensive encounters? Because what I'm curious about here, Dan, is how many civilians are you aware of that have used a backup gun? And I genuinely want to, again, I'm not challenging this, right? I'm like partially playing devil's advocate because I do agree with you. I don't think you can carry enough guns or enough ammo. It's never a bad thing. It will never hurt you or diminish your performance. It can only benefit you in a lightning strike scenario. But I'm just curious if having a backup gun has impacted the outcome of any defensive gun use that you are aware of. And like, if you can find a source for it, that would be even better. Because like, obviously we can use analogies and, tell stories all day, but those can sometimes kind of get, blown out of proportion as the years go on. As long as you can hit what you're aiming at, pretty much any gun will do the trick. That is a quote from Revy from Black Lagoon. Based on your avatar, I'm not surprised. But that's honestly some of the best gun advice you will hear in any kind of entertainment. Is that line right there? Let's see here. We have another super chat from Nemo Propaganda. Love you, man. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for the great work. Still need to try one of those DPM guide rods. Just not sure which to try it in first. I have a 43X carry, G19 range toy, and G17 home defense. Any opinion? I would probably... It's going to make the biggest difference in your 43X. So I would probably try it in there and then vet your individual 43X with that individual DPM kit and make sure it works. It will make the largest difference in the smaller, snappier gun. If you maybe just want to dip your toe in the water, then go G19, because that also can make quite a bit of a difference, but not nearly as much as the 43X. So my recommendation to you is go with the 43X DPM kit. All right. Where were we? Man, I hate that it like scrolls me back in comments. Hey, always wanted to say, but it's cool as F, son, that you're a fellow nerd who collects Bishojos. Yeah. Careful, you might scare the normies off. And likes Resident Evil and Mass Effect. Fingers crossed Mass Effect 4 will be good. Well, I'm very sorry to tell you Mass Effect 4 is going to be terrible. But yeah, Resident Evil and Mass Effect, two of my favorite franchises ever. Mass Effect 1 through 3, probably the best gaming trilogy of all time, especially after they kind of tuned up Mass Effect 3, especially with the additions of DLC. And Resident Evil, man, like, has there ever been a truly awful one, but let's ignore that. Vast majority, man, they have so many bangers in that franchise. But anyways, I'm glad to have you here. Like, it's seriously, whenever I run into someone like you, it fills my heart, because they're kind of two, I don't want to say opposing hobbies, but there's not really a lot of crossover. So finding someone who also has that same crossover is always nice. Hey, if you ever want to chat about games or anime or movies or anything like that, I'm always around. Everything is either 5 years ago or at least 20. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that was 20 years. I don't think I'm at the point age-wise to be like, that was 20 years ago yet. But right now I'm at the point where everything was 5 years ago. Higher tier Comp 1917s I'm going to review might give me enough info over performance advantage, but with transitions, movement, multiple targets, in reality, not sure if that matters. Yeah, Dan, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And if you don't follow Dan on YouTube, he knows his stuff as far as combatives and actual practical, like, I'm going to say fighting with a gun, right? So fighting, this is the guy. And I actually agree with that. In reality, not sure if it matters. On the timer, on paper, in competition, yeah, I mean, we're talking about shaving off tenths of a second, which makes a huge difference. Does shaving off tenths of a second matter in defense? I would personally like to shave off tenths of a second, but are there any gunfights that you're aware of that it would have changed the outcome? I'd say the exception would be shaving off a tenth of a second on draw. On the draw to the first shot, that might be the one case, but you can do that with any pistol, right? Your draw to first shot is an independent factor. It has nothing to do with the pistol that you're carrying. Usually, sometimes, have an LCP small grip inside the waistband. It can be hard to get a hold of it, but you can still draw and get that first shot out there. I think your EDC choice matters in the sense that it's reliable, which is why I keep my EDC guns stock. I think one of the biggest things that matter is that you train with it. The government hates that. Yes, they do. Yeah, citizen carrier, my dude, I think this is a great take. The only thing with the EDC that I think actually truly matters and makes a difference is reliability. And I want to add something to this. But before I add something, that's why you should buy, a quality brand. So buy a brand that you know that works, know that quality control is trash, so that you need to vet that quality brand anyways. Vet it with as many target rounds as you can, and then vet it with as many of your exact carry rounds as you can as well to make sure it is reliable. The one thing I want to add to this, and this is my hesitation with Glock, right? So I typically recommend Glock for someone who doesn't know anything about guns. They need a gun right now. I say go get a Glock because I know that their quality control is most consistent. So they're not going to get the gun, and something's might go wrong with it in the first couple of magazines. It is the most likely pistol to work out of the box, but Glocks are somewhat notorious for limp wrist malfunctions. And that is a hesitation of mine towards Glock. Is I think that you should also use a pistol that you have vetted is decently reliable when limp wristing. And that includes with your carry ammo. The reason for that is, how many badge cams have you seen with limp wrist malfunctions? I've seen more than I can recount to you right now. It is scary how many limp wrist malfunctions I've seen from police officers. Now, granted, cops aren't necessarily gun people. They don't necessarily train all the time, and most of them have terrible grips. But when you are butt puckered, adrenaline pumping, your life and other people's lives are in the balance, you may not be at the top of your game, and you may mess something up. And the last thing you want is for your gun to choke. So even though you should have a good grip, you should have technique, I think it's good to know what the threshold of limp wrist malfunction is for your pistol, and to carry a pistol that is, somewhat resistant to limp wrist malfunctions. All right, Matthew, what you got? You see anti-gun. I want to be careful about cussing on stream. Again, we're on YouTube. I would stream on Rumble if more than 14 people would show up. You see anti-gun stuff, woke stuff, and all these shows pushing this stuff. It's sickening, man. It's exhausting is what it is. It's like, this is like the only thing. It's like they're beating us over the head with it and jamming it down our throat. And I am not against exploring progressive agendas. I just want to make that clear. I think conversation and I think art is a good way to explore different ideas and opinions and to better understand each other. My example of this is Star Trek, right? Specifically, Star Trek: The Next Generation, I think, was a very progressive show, but it was intelligently progressive. Like, you had the planet where, there really wasn't a gender, but then, Riker found himself attracted to one of the more feminine members there, and it started to make that person feel more feminine as well. It was exploring those themes in an interesting way, and more importantly, it was well written and told a good story. I'm not opposed to this stuff. It's just shoving propaganda down our throats, and more specifically, hijacking properties that we all love and ruining it. Star Wars, great example. Hey, bro, I'm off topic, but do you trust the X macro with one in a chamber as an EDC? Yes. And this is also something that I'm just going to mention quickly. I probably need to make a dedicated video to this about my negative reviews, my negative leaning reviews. I'm just one data point, and I really want you to actually not have TikTok brain rot and listen to what I'm saying in reviews. I'm not talking to you, Sean. It just made me think of this, you asking about it. To answer your question, yes, I trust it. Actually listen to what I'm saying in these negative reviews and don't get emotional, because the X macro is a phenomenal pistol. I did have criticisms of it. Yeah. The one that I had did rust. Yes. SIG puts out bad batches that's either poorly sourced steel, poorly stored steel, or have poor finishes. It's one of the three. I don't know. Nobody knows. The people at SIG probably don't even know, because they certainly don't care, because they won't fix it. I've seen SIGs, P320s, and mostly 365 family members in cases with rust on them already. I even have a picture on my phone from Shields that I literally zoomed in on the case, and there's a P365 with a rusted trigger shoe on it, brand new. Uh, the problem I have with SIG is if you get one of those guns, they will not warranty it. They will say that it is normal and that you need to treat your gun better. They're fully aware that it's a problem. I think that video of mine has over 200,000 views now. SIG knows about me. They hate me. I've been blacklisted by SIG just for sharing that experience. But I do think it's a great gun when you get one that is actually what you pay for. Please help, Nighthawk or Atlas 2011s? Atlas. Not knocking Nighthawk, just Atlas. X macro comp slide, EPS carry on a mischief machine, double XL grip module with mag guts, 14+1, best EDC I've ever carried. How much have you vetted mag guts? Because I see a lot of people talking about mag guts, and on carry guns, I personally do not run any kind of extensions whatsoever. Have you tested it with a significant amount of rounds of hollow points? I'm just curious. I'm not making accusations. I'm just I genuinely want to know how it's gone for you, because I hear a lot of people mention mag guts. Did you get a chance to shoot the new Bodyguard 2.0? No, and I'm kind of not even really interested in it. Or just a stock G19. Yeah. Cannot go wrong with the stock G19. Any plans on reviewing the new CZ P09C? Just bought one since I like the P07 so much. Can't wait to get to the range with it. Will most likely become my new EDC instead of my P10C. Maybe. I would honestly really like to. We'll see if I can get my hands on one. Looks nice though. Have you tried concealment techniques from Filster videos? Are you talking about like actual techniques on like how to hide a gun? I don't really know what you're talking about. I know Filster does good videos on concealment, but clarify things that because I haven't really watched those videos. Once you start creating content on YouTube, that the time that you used to spend consuming YouTube is what you spend creating it. And that's how you make mistakes, like thinking a LTT collaboration with Beretta actually has an LTT trigger bar in it. You stop paying attention because you get so focused on creating that you make a mistake. So yeah, let me know what concealment techniques you are talking about, and I can tell you if I've tried them. What's up, man? Have you tested the new Tier 1 APX holster yet? I have not. It's hard for me to drop $200 on a new holster when I don't need a new holster. However, once they introduce holsters for the TLR7 HLX, because that's my new carry light, I almost held up a gun. Almost did it, but I didn't do it. That's honestly the biggest crime here on YouTube. I wish I could just show you guys my collection live. That would be awesome. Like, dude, check this out. Like, I haven't shown this on the channel, but I can't. But no, I have not tried it. But once they make an HLX holster and I need a new holster, I might get the APX and review it. But I think from what I've seen, it looks just as good as the Axis Elite. Just gives you more options for mounting the magazine. For me, I'm a skinny boy with a narrow waist, and the magazine where it is on the Axis Elite is perfect for concealment. I know canting it out will get you a faster reload. It prints so bad on me because I have my boyish frame. Your thoughts on truck rifles, PDWs? I keep extra Glock mags in my truck and don't see myself using or needing a rifle or PDW as a civilian at a moment's notice. I have mixed feelings on this. My first feeling on it is you are infinitely more likely to have that gun stolen from your car than you are to need it. Like, you needing that is such an astronomical event, because if you need to go back to your car for a gun, you should leave. Even if so if it's any kind of altercation, leave. You're gone. If it's something like an active shooter and you want to play hero, guess what? You get that crap out and you walk in there and then you'll get killed by cops. So I don't know. I personally don't carry one for that reason. However, if you are, a prepper, end of the world could strike while I'm at work and I need to get myself home, I could see why you might want that. Just be aware of the risk of it getting stolen from your car. Have some sort of hidden compartment or, locking case. Like, like you see them on Instagram, right? Like the locking hidden drawers in truck beds and stuff like that. Make sure you have something like that so that it doesn't get stolen. That's just my personal opinion. A Apollo 11 compact review would be great. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. So those Apollo 11s I was looking at my local shop were all full size. If they would have had a compact, I probably would have caved. First, have one on you. Yep, that is the first rule, is have literally any gun on you at all. That's literally it. Have any gun on you at all. And it's one of those things where I look at something like the Beretta Jetfire that I love so much in 25 ACP. Statistically speaking, that will get you out of the vast majority of violent encounters, right? It's only when you get into a gun fight that having something that ineffective could have an outcome, or could change the outcome of the gunfight. For mounting my SCS red dot on my M&P, I've heard many people say that the Holosun screws are bad. Do you know where I could buy aftermarket screws to mount it to my M&P? Battleworks doesn't have them. Chat, if you all know, drop it in there, and when I get down to it, I will share it. Because whenever I've run into an issue like this, I usually have to contact Holosun, see what size the screws are, the manufacturer of the pistol, right, and figure out what size screws they are, and then I have like an Ace Hardware near me that sells gun screws, and I'll just pick them up there. But I know when I was having an issue with the X Macro, QVO Tactical was selling proper screws for that. So that'd be the first place I would look, just because that helped me in the past. What's your opinion on EDC, a Bull Armory SAS TAC 2 versus Hellcat OSP? I have the fear of using the Bull and losing it in an evidence room. So this is something I hear a lot, and I'm just going to ask, what's your life worth to you? Because I would happily give up my Staccato XC that's got like 5K worth of crap on it in exchange for my life. It's one of those things. The only gun that I wouldn't carry is a gun that's irreplaceable. Like, I have a, one of 200 Smith & Wesson Performance Center 357 Magnum. I think it's a 681-4. Like, I would never carry that, because if I had to use it, it'd be gone, right? But the Bull Armory just costs money. It's replaceable. Versus that Performance Center revolver I have, literally irreplaceable. Like, I could not replace it with another one. So that's my personal opinion, is I'm happily willing to trade property for my life. And I would still carry that Performance Center revolver if I thought it had the best chance of defending me. If I thought it was the best tool for the job, I would still gladly give it up and say goodbye to it forever. Have you seen the new flat face trigger for the Beretta by Volker Precision? If so, what are your thoughts? Yeah, I think it looks neat. Unpopular opinion here, I'm a curved trigger guy. It might just be because I wear a medium-sized glove, and I just like the curved trigger reach over a flat trigger reach. But even if the trigger reach is correct, I still prefer a curved trigger, like on 1911s and 2011s, mostly because it guides my finger right into the middle. With a flat trigger, I'm like too spastic. I'll put my finger high and then low, and then I'm just like so fast, I'm like bam. I can't get it exactly in the same place every time, and I want it to be repeatable. I want it to be in the same place every single time without having to try, without having to think about it, and a curved trigger helps me personally the best with that. My carry gun has 0 mods except for replacing factory irons with Trijicon HDs. I think that is never a bad choice. It's never a bad choice to keep your gun stock. Because again, like, let's say Staccato XC versus, let's say, like a Glock 19 with Trijicon HDs. And let's say that Staccato XC has a red dot on it and a weapon light and all that kind of stuff. How many defensive gunfights are you aware of where having that Staccato XC would have changed the outcome of the gunfight versus a Glock 19 with Trijicon HDs on it? Never a bad choice. Have you had issues with light primer strikes with the Johnny Glock's combat trigger? No, actually, I have not. And that's including some hard primered ammo I was shooting. I was having no issues. Hey, Sticks. Staccato C2 with ports versus Bolt TAC Pro 4.25 for EDC. I think it depends on how heavy of a gun you want, because the TAC Pro is a steel frame. EDC would be the aluminum frame option. Staccato C2 is obviously an aluminum frame. You know, I think things to consider. 1, do you care where the gun was made? Staccato was made in the USA. Bull Armory is made in Israel. Do you care about who's making the gun? Number 2, Bull Armory uses MIM parts. Staccato uses forged parts, allegedly. Does that matter to you? And finally, Staccato has a lifetime warranty. Bull Armory has a 1-year warranty, but they have better access to parts on their website so that you can fix stuff yourself. Is that important to you? Because they're both, it's too close to call. Too close to call. Springfield just released a bunch of optic cut 1911 classics. I saw that. Yeah. Yep. All the people who are in with Springfield got them. I should have my P365 Ramjet and Afterburner on 9.5. Man, I'm excited for you. You are going to love it. Again, if you want maximum performance, definitely consider getting that DPM soft edition for the P365, because that's not, you can even see the footage on my review. It makes a difference. You need to check out the new Mark 23 models for Grand Power, namely the Excalibur Match. It's awesome. I did see one at Scottsdale Gun Club and held it and almost got it. But this year was a car year for me. I got a brand new car, so I'm kind of watching the budget a little bit on gun stuff. And like I don't lease a car. I just buy it cash. So, yeah, it looks really nice. I hope to review one either end of this year or next year. I think it looks awesome. I think Grand Power is putting out some really neat looking stuff. The trigger was insane. The reset, wow. If looking for a comp gun for carry, would you go for Glock with Radian or the M&P from the factory? Glock with Radian with the DPM captured soft kit. Absolute laser beam. If you don't want to source parts on your own, like getting the Afterburner, getting the DPM kit, if you don't want to do that, you just want to ready to go from the factory, the carry comp does not perform nearly as well. But like if you want to carry a stock gun, it's not a bad option. That was a very thoughtful answer. Thank you, Brian. I do not remember which question was yours, but I'm glad that you thought the answer was thoughtful. But I appreciate the question, and I'm glad you appreciate the answer. It's one of those things that like I'm going as fast as I can through the comments. So I'm sure you guys left these comments. Oh my God, was it that long ago? Oh my God, guys. Okay, I need to pick up the pace. I don't want to carry two guns. It's a lot of junk to carry. No one's going to make you. Any thoughts on the FN 509 series? Is the striker issue fixed? Would you still upgrade to an Apex? FN 509, I think, is overpriced for what it is. It's the main reason I don't recommend it. Only get it if you want it. Like that's if you're emotional about it and you think it's cool, then get it. I also don't like the trigger on them. So yeah, I'd probably upgrade to an Apex anyways. Can you articulate how you use your vision when shooting? How would you explain it to a new shooter? Yeah, my course is almost done, guys. My how to shoot like a boss course, online course is almost done. I did my beta launch, what was that, last year? And I've just been fine tuning it. I want to give you guys a really great package that is affordable and gives you great, simple information that's not going to take up all of your time. I don't want to bloviate, but short version of this right now is target focused. I don't know if you've heard of the term calling your shots. That's probably making it too complicated. Hard target focus, like completely target focused, and using your target focus to then decide when your next shot is getting touched off. Basically, you want to shoot as fast as you can. I don't know. It's hard to explain quickly on a live without demonstrating it, right? But just if you focus on complete target focus and you're not looking at your front sight, you're not looking at your dot, that will help guide you in the right direction. If you are struggling with it and you're running a dot, you can always occlude the optic. I recommend you looking that up. If you would like to do further research, Ben Steger has articulated it probably the best way that I've heard. So look into his videos on using vision to control recoil. Great info. I completely agree with him. And he's a better shot than I am. Yo, one of my favorite gun tubers. Any idea on when the new drop of Bull Armory Taco Pro 5-inch might be dropping with a bunch of eyeball emojis? No, I have no idea. I'm sorry. I wish I did. Just checking in to say, love the channel. It's sad you don't have more subscribers. Annoying to see lame channels like God Family Guns or GFG average 100K views with clickbait and talking out of his booty. It is what it is. I don't have anything against them. Honestly, it's the game. It's the YouTube game of getting people to click on your video. And obviously, those are pro-gun people. I'm not going to say a bad thing about them. I wish them all the success in the world. I'm happy they're getting that many views. Anything that helps normalize gun ownership, I'm 100% on board. But yeah, more viewers would be cool. I'm working towards it. We are living in a time where we will experience more dangerous situations like Aurora, Colorado, where having that full-size, more accurate gun will probably benefit more. Thinking of getting an LTT 92. First of all, LTT 92, super dope. That is my second favorite gun. And yeah, so that is an interesting case, right? But my question is, would having a full-size LTT Beretta 92 with a dot on it benefit you in that scenario? Would that change the outcome of the decision that you made in that moment? Would having that gun change the outcome versus having like a standard P365? That's what I'm curious about. And so I did a video. I've changed the title a bunch of times because it just wasn't really catching on. I got like 30,000 views and it just froze. But it was basically like, does the size of your gun matter? I changed it to like P365 versus Staccato XC. I think right now it's like, does the gun you carry even matter or something like that? Maybe some absolute Chad can post a link in the chat to that video so you guys can see it. But I compared the two. I shot 3 drills with each gun, one of which was the FBI qualification. The difference between the two, not as much as you would think. So more so, I think, shooting technique and training with the gun that you have is going to change the outcome of a situation, even like that, more than the gun that you carry. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to carry some uber gun that blends the line between competition, performance, and defensive capability. But I think it's something worth considering because there are so many companies trying to get you to buy their product, right? It's like, oh, Walther PDP, M&P 2.0 with performance center models, and the PDP's got like the pro versions and the steel frames, and then you have the Glock 19 that they refuse to change anything, and it's just this constant. I think that's good because everyone's pushing each other to make cooler and better stuff, right? I think that's over the long term, over 20, 30 years, we're going to have cooler guns because of that competition, because of the free market. But does it really make a difference getting a Taurus G2C versus an M&P carry comp or even a Staccato? Capacity is the least important reasons. Belt is for reactions. Pocket is for unknown contacts and counter robbery at close range. Discreetly hand on gun, no brandishing. Prepared parking lots. Confronted. Yeah, so that for a backup gun, right? I think it's good. Let's say you get into some kind of altercation and someone gets a hold of your right arm. Someone who's stronger than you, or a couple of guys have your right arm, and you're getting stabbed. And you're not like me, and you're not double jointed, and you can turn around and draw from appendix with your left hand. Or they'll see you do that and then go for your gun. Having a gun in your pocket to then push into them, or not, obviously not, don't give them your gun, but to then, go to work is a nice option. But again, how many times has that happened? That's the question that I'm asking. Is at what point are you prepared for stuff that has never happened before? And is that a good or a bad thing? I live in AZ. How do I sign up to take one of your EDC training classes? Keep the amazing content going, brother. So I used to teach classes. I used to do a lot of private instruction. I have, since the channel has taken off, and this is a lot of my time now as far as PPU shooting guns goes, I can't like drive out to the range 3 times a day every day. I have scaled back to one-on-one private, essentially marksmanship instruction for pistols, rifles, and I'll even do shotguns, skeet, sporting clays, stuff like that. Referral one-on-one. So if you want to meet me one-on-one and take some lessons, you can DM me on Instagram, and we can set something up. Just don't Chris Kyle me. Definitely one of the best reviewers on YouTube. I am glad that you think so. Just always trying to get better. I feel like my recent videos have been getting better. Every once in a while, one of my old videos will pop up, or somebody will comment on one of my older videos and ask a question, and I'm like, I shot this video like a year ago. I don't remember what I said, and I'll have to go back through it, and it like makes me cringe watching some of my older videos now. So definitely excited for the channel to be improving. Have you tested the FN MRD LE? Nope, not personally. Yep, we talked about that. Access to deadly force with either hand, one discreetly, as if getting a wallet. I think that's another good idea, right? Where, hands up, get me your wallet. You go into your pocket and you can come out with a gun. I think it's a great option. And that is something that has happened. I think that's something worth considering. Something worth thinking about. I don't think that I would recommend everybody has to do this, but It's certainly not going to hurt to have a gun in your left pocket. I just have so much crap in my pockets as is. I like don't even know where I would put it. Desert Eagle is always the answer for CCW. 50 Action Express will get the job done. That's all I'm going to say. I can't think of any exact examples right now, but we're finally getting to the point like 20 minutes ago where people were answering the question I asked 20 minutes ago. I can't think of any exact examples right now, but I've also watched thousands of gunfights and defensive instances, and I've seen many examples of people losing to a lack of firepower, ammo, and accuracy. Link one. I'm genuinely I want an example. I want to see one. And again, I'm not challenging you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to learn together because I all the ones I can think of off the top of my head, it was poor decision making, poor preparation, or they never had a chance. The most common one being a lack of skill, a lack of, and not just marksmanship skill, which that is extremely common, but a lack of skill in de-escalation, creating distance, and not just being stupid. So I would be curious. Now there's one that I can think of probably in Brazil where two guys with revolvers were shooting it out, and they were like, it was like a double door with a column in the middle, and they were like running around, like a couple of circus clowns shooting each other with revolvers, and they both ran dry, and they're both clicking the revolvers at each other, click, 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 when they went empty. And if one of those dudes would have had a semi-auto with more than 6 rounds in it, they would have won that gunfight. But I think they either both ended up walking away or something. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it. But that's the only one in my head that I could think about where it's like, yeah, you know what? If one of those dudes would have had a Glock, they would have won that gunfight hands down. I carry an HK, yes, boomer pistol, but I like having a hammer, P2000 SK. I also like hammer-fired guns. Personal preference, it's not mandatory for me, I just prefer them. But P2000 SK, super dope little gun. Dope means cool, if you're a boomer. I have a buddy that he lip wrists. He lip wrists that Glock all the time. Malfunction City. Yeah, no, really something to think about. I don't know anything about that. Carson, I don't know anything about what you are talking about. I know Carson in real life. He's okay. Yep, turn off the TV. But you telling me I can never watch Predator again? No more Die Hard? I don't think so. What are your thoughts on keeping your EDC pistol after it starts having quality issues? Mine stopped going bang and had to be sent in, and now I'm a bit nervous about it happening again. Corey, if you're still here, let me know what gun, let me know what problem, because it honestly depends. You ready for JoJo Part 7 to be animated? No, because they're probably going to ruin it because animating horses is impossible. So they're either going to cut out a lot of the horse action, or the 3D CGI horses are going to look absolutely terrible. And also, it is the longest one. I don't think they can adapt it as well as they did the other parts. I am really looking forward to the music and the openings, though. I've also seen low round count revolvers and small guns like micros lose to full-size duty pistols in straight-up gunfights. Let me know which ones. I genuinely want to know. I like Glocks but can't stand clicks. That includes... I got you. That includes SIG fans. It's a tool. Carry what works. I have seen bad batches and lemons of almost every brand. Yes. Yeah, fanboyism is a real thing. Carry what works, absolutely. Bad batches and lemons of almost every brand, but it's like, at what frequency is it happening? Glock is a low frequency, not immune, but it's a low frequency. Smith & Wesson, more frequent. SIG, more frequent, which is why I just default to recommending Glock. I mean, the advice I typically give is, someone's like, I need a pistol right now for self-defense. I'm going to say, go to the store, look at a Glock. If you don't feel any particular way about it, just get it. If you absolutely hate it, look at an M&P and get that. Because in order, those are the two that are kind of most likely to work and not have issues from my personal experience, and what I've seen in courses and classes and public ranges and everything. The issues I've seen with Smith & Wesson are usually no biggies. It's like a sight popping out or something. But Glock is most consistent, but I think it's important to vet your particular pistol. Glock obviously has a great reputation for consistent quality control. I had that Glock 47 malfunctioning at SHOT Show and almost got my YouTube channel canceled by Glock fanboys. I carry my X macro with one in the chamber, appendix carry. Yep. So that's someone else who trusts it. Something I talked about. I'm sorry, moving as fast as I can, guys. I hate Rust. Sig won't see any business from me. I also hate Rust. The two enemies of guns are Rust and politicians. Not relevant to the conversation, but I just finished Cowboy Bebop and now I'm sad. Yep, that'll do it. Did you watch the Cowboy Bebop movie? Because that's kind of a good place to end off. You don't end as sad, and it can even be interpreted as taking place after, depending on how you look at it. The state of Star Wars makes me sad. I think it makes us all sad. I don't think many people are happy about it. Just bought a Smith & Wesson Model 66-8, the Combat Magnum. Congratulations and enjoy. Hey, Andrew. CZ should have upgraded the Omega trigger in the new P09. Agreed. I guess it's something that you could probably do. Have you had any issues with light primer strike with Johnny Glock's combat trigger? I've had a few within the first couple hundred rounds. Really? Did you replace like the firing pin spring? Because that's the one thing that I didn't replace. I think I kept that stock. I started with a Filster Enigma and I couldn't get that to work at all for me comfortably and concealing. For some reason, the Tier 1 Axis Elite was perfect for me, full size and TLR1 concealed. Easy, BB. Yeah, I completely agree. There's something magical about the Axis Elite. I go over it in my review and comparing it to the T-Rex Arms sidecar. It's engineered in a way to just hide best and be more durable. So yeah. Get over here. I'm thinking about getting a Beretta 92G LTT with the Jarvis comp, but I'm not sure if it's worth the money. I already have a 226 and a Staccato P, so I'm not sure how it stacks up against those. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not worth the money, but it's really cool. Like if you want something really, really cool, then completely go with that. I would say that the 92G LTT with a Jarvis comp and a DPM system will run better than a Staccato P. I can tell you that. So consider that. Sitting here patiently waiting for a P09. Yeah. Yep. A lot of us are. Steel frame versus aluminum frame 2011 for CCW. It just completely depends on how much carrying a heavy gun bothers you. Something else to consider is an aluminum frame has the potential to shave off 1/10 of a second on the draw because it's lighter weight. So 1/10 of a second, potentially, depending on your skill level, this is my skill level, the aluminum frame will typically, on average, shave off 1/10 of a second from the draw to first shot, bang. But just know it, like I'm not going to say it has a lot of recoil, but it's going to buck a little more than a steel frame. And it also depends on how heavy you want the stuff to be on your belt. So it is a personal decision. Aluminum frame, 5% froggier than a steel frame, 1/10 of a second faster draw. So think about those and how heavy you want your belt to be. Because I will carry a sword on my belt and it won't bother me. Like dangle a chainsaw from my belt and I'm fine. I would carry, I'm not even kidding you, I'd carry a Desert Eagle if the safety was in a better position. SIG's R&D is second to none. That being said, let the buyer beware. I have an XL and truly am impressed with it. Yeah, SIG has a great R&D department. I almost said engineers. Yes, they have great engineers. They don't test their stuff enough before releasing it to the public. And this is something else. Actually, this segues into something else I wanted to talk about. And that is, does it really matter what EDC gun you carry? It seems like all pistols are kind of in the same boat right now, with the exception of some that just have a design flaw. Canic MC9. But the vast majority of modern pistols are going to be reliable and dependable enough for civilian concealed carry. And almost every single gun that comes out, right when it comes out, has problems. Like, that's nothing new. The thing that bothers me is something like the Smith & Wesson Shield Plus. Vast majority of them are just fine. But we're over 3 years post-release, and I got one that had an issue with the 13-round magazine. Literally, if you load it to 13, rack around the chamber and then top off the mag and put it back in, it will malfunction every single time. And Smith & Wesson has been aware of the issue for 2 years. To me, that's something that needs to be considered, right? It's like, if you are going to get a Smith & Wesson Shield Plus, you need to test that. which is why I generally don't recommend that gun to newbies who aren't willing, or I don't believe or trust are actually going to vet it. If somebody needs a mic, and that's something else I want to mention. I mentioned earlier, go get a Glock, go get an M&P. Unless someone's like, I need a micro gun. I need a micro gun that's going to hide away. I'm not going to feel it. Then it's a P365. So, yeah, that's about all I have to say about that. We have another super chat from AA Ron. Favorite gun YouTuber, your videos have definitely gotten better over the 1.5 years I've been watching you. Always looking forward to the next video. Thank you, Aaron. I am glad that you have been enjoying. Seriously, it's sometimes it can be a bit of a grind. God, what a terrible life having to shoot guns every day. No, but hearing that you're enjoying it, it makes me happy. It warms my heart and makes me definitely want to make more content. Thank you for the super chat. Regardless of price and your enthusiasm over the Platypus and Bull Armory TAC Pro, do you prefer either of those guns over your XC? How would you rank them most favorite to least favorite? Yeah, I would not rank either one particularly better than the XC. I think price is something to consider, right? But the Staccato XC, in my opinion, is the 2011 on the market that, like, if you're going to get one and you want to run it for everything and you want to get the best performance, the best recoil impulse, the best reliability, all that kind of stuff, Staccato XC just can't be beat. That being said, the Bull Armory TAC Pro shoots exactly as well as the Staccato XC for almost half the price. And that's something worth considering. That being said, do I think it's better than the XC? No. I think Staccato's lifetime warranty and I think Staccato's allegedly all forged parts edges it out. I mean, the lifetime warranty to me is priceless, but holding the two guns side by side, I prefer so much about the Bull Armory, specifically grip texture, grip design, grip circumference, even the magazines. There's so much I prefer about the Bull Armory. As far as the Platypus goes, man, I cannot wait to see what they do with it. If they can offer a Glock 19 magazine sized variant of that, like, I don't know how you could compete with that. So hopefully they get on that, because that is a gold mine waiting to happen. But yeah, all three of those are my top 3 recommended brands for this kind of like middle zone of premium double stack 1911s, without going higher into like Atlas Gunworks or Nighthawk or even way up to Infinity, right? So those are my 3 recommended brands. You can't go wrong with any of them. XC is still my favorite. What is your current EDC, by the way? Yeah, really tempted me to hold it up and get banned. I'm right now carrying the Bull Armory, the last year's model of the 4.25 TAC, non-ported with the aluminum frame. I am still debating the EDC Pro. I really, really want to carry it, but I right now I'm thinking about doing a compact grip module swap on it, in which case I would want to vet it thoroughly for reliability with the new. Anytime I change something on a gun, I'm like, okay, got to get through 1,000 rounds now before I'll trust it. So that's my hang up, is I'm thinking about doing a compact grip module swap on it. But yeah, currently carrying the Bull Armory. What if you're at the traffic light and the car in front of you doesn't go once it goes green? Fire a warning shot? Yes, but you want to make the warning shot count. You're going to want to aim for, really easy to do, anybody could do this, and nick the person's ear. So through the back windshield and just nick their ear. Anybody can do it. Really easy. Love the video and looks on the Full Metal Alchemist Platypus. Yeah, the Platypus is really awesome. It might even be my gun of the year. Like, if I was going to give rankings, like, what's your gun of the year? Right now it's between the EDC Pro and the Platypus, but that's how much I love it. Easily one of the best guns that I own. I'd give it a 10 out of 10, and I'm excited to see them introduce more features. Responding to Richard, I like steel. Aluminum looks cool, but lacks the slight recoil reduction that comes from the steel's weight or the polymer's flexibility. That is the truth. That is the truth. Specifically, like, speaking about the M&Ps, right? With the metal M&P, you're gaining nothing from that aluminum frame. Polymer or steel, period. Got another super chat. Can you explain what it is that you are looking for when using a DPM spring system? What is optimal recoiling that you are looking for when changing between higher and weaker springs? Okay, so tuning a DPM system is a lot like tuning any recoil spring, first of all, you have to have your technique down, right? But like I always say before buying a DPM system, have your technique down, have it solid, have it repeatable, locked in, because if you are inconsistent, you will not be able to properly tune it, at least tune it optimally. The way I tune a DPM system is by doing whatever rapid fire drills I'm doing for the day and seeing how follow-up shots trend. So if, let's say shooting a build drill, and if I'm going to do that, I will draw a smaller target because I want to see how they're trending on a smaller target, which is why I typically default to a 5x5 drill, just because it's a smaller circle than an A zone. But so like put maybe like a piece of tape on your target, like a little like 1x1 piece of tape, aim at that, and do a build drill. So fire 6 shots. If you don't want to go through as much ammo, shoot doubles or even shoot triples and see where your follow-up shots. So, and I'm talking as fast as you can pull the trigger. Pop, 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 pop. This is why your technique has to be down. Because if your technique is not down and you're not locked into your grip, you could be doing things with your grip that are impacting your follow-up shots, and you won't be able to properly tune it, which is why I say look at how your rounds are trending, which is why I typically recommend build drills for most people. Like I can shoot doubles and tell my technique is locked down. I can always improve. I'm certainly working on improving things. Right now I've got like weird tension in my neck that I need to get rid of, but I'm locked into the point where I can shoot doubles, but shoot a build drill on that little piece of tape. If your follow-up shots as fast as you can pull the trigger are trending high, you need to use a heavier spring. And the heavier spring isn't always the longer spring. They can use different materials for springs. So look at your little pamphlet that came with the DPM system and figure out what spring is heavier than the others. I line them up in order. If your rounds are trending high, it's because you're going bang and the gun is not returning all the way back down to 0, and your follow-up shot is then going high. Usually put a little asterisk next to that. If you go bang and then your follow-up shot is going low, it's because the gun is oversprung. It's too heavy. So it's going up and then it's slamming closed and dipping and you're shooting low. And then you need to go with a lighter weight spring. And you get that to the point where your follow-up shots are all trending towards the center of what you're shooting at. There is an exception, and this is why I take it a step further and I will set up my iPhone in slow-mo mode and watch the gun. This is something that happened with my M&P carry comp. Is my rounds were trending high, but the gun was oversprung. And what was happening, and again, I grip my gun hard, so you could argue that there's too much tension in my arms, which was causing the bounce, but it was oversprung regardless, where it went bang, came up, reduction of muzzle rise because of the comp, and then it was slamming closed so hard that it was then bouncing up. So if you watch it in slow motion, it was like boom, poo-poom, 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 poo-poom. And my follow-up shot was like bang, bang, and was trending high. So that's why I think taking it a step further and watching it in slow motion, like if you have an iPhone, having someone either record it from the side or setting it up yourself can help. But usually you can pull back the slide and be like, ooh, this spring is really heavy and my rounds are trending up. It's probably bouncing. So in conclusion, short answer, if your rounds are trending high, you need a heavier spring. If your rounds are trending low, you need a lighter weight spring. Hopefully that helps. Thank you for the super chat and supporting the channel. Seriously. It's super chats like that keep me coming back for these lives. I love interacting with you guys. But obviously I could be like making a video right now. So definitely appreciate the support. All right. Where were we? Do you remember which firing pin spring that you used in your JG trigger? Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier. I think I'm pretty sure I just stuck with a stock firing pin spring. I didn't mess with that. I do like having a slightly curved trigger versus straight flat triggers. Kenji, you and I are on the same page, my friend. Thoughts on Shadow Systems CR920 XP? I think it's the most compelling gun that they have released. I'd certainly like to try one, but they don't like me because I said something bad about their CR920. I've got about 750 rounds with the Mag Guts springs and my XL mags. Not one hiccup. That is great to hear. Yeah, I mean, I hear a lot of people using Mag Guts. I've been doing this long enough for extensions on magazines to cause me pause because they seem to wear out a little faster than not. I can't tell you how many times an extension has never failed me, and then one day it just decides that it's done. So I typically don't trust extensions for defense, unless it's something that has been proven reliable, like a +2 OEM extension on a Glock magazine, like the 19X mag. That's something that I would trust. Something like, I honestly don't even know if I could hold this up without getting banned. But like for the M&P, I have the the 23 round mag made for the PCC that takes M&P mags. I trust that completely. Same thing with 33 round Glock mags. So I usually only run OEM stuff. Tough question for you. Johnny Glock's Vex shoe that I have presses up just slightly on the firing pin safety plunger. Have you heard about this, and would you consider that safe for EDC? That might be above my pay grade. Johnny is so helpful and so selfless with his time if you can get a hold of him. Message Johnny Glocks on Instagram. If you can't get a hold of him on the phone, he will 100%. If there's any, excuse me. If there is something wrong, he will 100% get you squared away, or he'll be able to tell you that it's fine. And he's going to be completely honest with you and get you completely taken care of. 500 rounds with no malfunctions is my vetting threshold. Used to be mine until the Canik MC9. Now it's 750. Planning on picking up the ultralight when it drops for EDC. Is it all right to carry the Pro, or is the barrel too short for ports? Barrel's not too short for ports. Just watch my EDC Pro video. Watch my comps versus ports for everyday carry video, and just be aware of what you're getting into when carrying ports every single day. That being said, the Pro, I mean, when you have that short of a barrel and you have ports, you're killing so much velocity. Like it honestly doesn't even matter. You're going to be slinging rounds at like 900 feet per second. It is what it is, with or without ports. I honestly don't think it matters. So as long as you're okay with the pros and cons of a ports for a carry gun, get what you want. Kenji responding to Steven about something that let's see here. Oh, probably the shadow systems. I think it's pretty good, but it does have problems in my first 100 rounds. I went to the range earlier today with another 250 with no more problems. Yeah, shadow system says that there is a break-in period. We got Donkey Defense saying, hi, Dad. Donkey Defense, you know damn well that it is Daddy. Thoughts of Glock 49 with Radian? I think it'd be super dope. Those are my thoughts. What model car? Denali HD. Yep, that's exactly it. No, I got a 4Runner. I got a 2024 4Runner. Hey, back to Andrew. Oh man, lots of haze and highs. Would you carry your LTT Beretta 92? My carry is a Beretta 92X RDO with Holosun 507C. Yes, I would and have carried my LTT Beretta 92. One of the, like I said, it's my second favorite gun that I own. Have both of your books sitting on my shelf. Read both. Great job. I am so glad to hear that. I'm still that full-length novel, making it the best it can be. I really want a publishing deal, but give myself another, I don't know, 6 to 9 months, and I'll just self-publish it. But I'm so glad that you enjoyed. If you are watching this and you haven't checked out my books, here, right there, they're awesome. They're short reads, and it certainly beats what's on TV nowadays. So while your wife is reading Shadow Dragon, Tale of Sensual Eruption, you can be reading my books. Ask you a question on a comment a few days ago, the SIG 365 Radiant combo versus Bull Tomahawk. You said SIG. Wondering if you could expand. Will be my first EDC gun. So yeah, the Bull Tomahawk has inline portings. That kills a lot of velocity. It's also very effective. It also sprays more shrapnel than anything else. The 365 with Radian with the DPM soft kit is going to perform just as good as the Bull Tomahawk while being smaller with similar capacity. That's really the main reason for my recommendation of that. And the thing is, like, Radian sent me their comp, Bull sent me that Tomahawk. Like, I don't have an allegiance to one over the other. Just my personal thing, I'd take the 365 with the Radiant over the Bull Tomahawk. I just think that, I much prefer the grip texture on the Bull Tomahawk. It's just, I'm hesitant. I'm not against it, but I'm hesitant to carry that kind of inline porting on a carry gun. Like someone mentioned earlier as a joke, you're at a traffic light and a person in front of you doesn't go. What do you do? Well, let's say you have a road rage incident. You're completely blocked off. You have nowhere to go. Dude gets out with a gun. Like we literally just saw this on the internet the other day, and you need to toast the guy from your driver's seat like this. That is a real life situation that happens, unfortunately, regularly, where ports could mess up your eyes. So the comp zero shrapnel or anything like that. I think that's the make or break for me. All right, we got another super chat from Sheldon again. What's up? Thank you for answering my previous question. Please make video on recoil control. You're a great explainer and go into great detail. I watch all your videos. Thank you, Sheldon. I really appreciate it. And I am working on a course that is going to be so awesome. It's going to be low time commitment, really affordable for everything that you're getting, where I will do a deep dive into everything you need to know to, at the very least, shoot as well as I shoot. And just set a really good base for you to then improve from. I want to give you the tools to improve on your own, to be able to self-correct and self-teach. Any experience with the Beretta 9211 SAO? Only in the shop, and that trigger was real not good. Hey, love the channel. I have a G19 Gen 5, and I want to get a better grip on the gun. What are your thoughts on single versus double undercuts? Is it better to leave the frame stock? If you're dead set on undercuts, double undercut. Go big or go home. I think that it can help. It's not gonna make you shoot better, but it might make your grip more repeatable because you'll have an index point. So yeah, I would go double undercut. Just know that like it's not mandatory. You want to get a better grip on the gun. I don't know, man. Guns are not natural. You know, they're an unnatural tool built for human hands, and they're not going to be perfect. So I would probably just roll with it stock, but I'm not going to say I dislike double undercuts, because every gun that has a double undercut on it, I like it and I praise it. So it's not a make or break. It's a nice to have. I think the optic plate that Langdon Tactical uses is subpar with C&H Precision T-nuts. Interesting. I have my opinions about Langdon Tactical optic cuts and optic plate systems. I think they're the best for the 92, but maybe for other stuff might be better options. But yeah, interesting info. I've got OG Excalibur vid I borrowed live the night before Christmas since it almost killed Santa. I'm going to review 2, maybe 3 Glock clones with comps, wondering if it will blow me away. You know what? Probably not. I don't know if it'll blow you away, but they might be neat. Interesting. I've never practiced my draw with anything other than a bare hand. I can't say curved or flat for other than trying to be precise at the range. Yeah. Some people said they don't like the PDP because of the dead trigger issue in case of a pressing bad guy shot. Doesn't bother me because I'm not LE and don't have to apprehend. Love my PDP. I'm pretty sure Walther fixed that. I think they did a quiet fix and they addressed that issue. So I think it's only older PDPs that have that issue. And that still would bother me. I don't know. Like I want my gun to go off. What's your first favorite pistol? Staccato XC. I know. Sorry. Did you cover if you decided to keep the carrying ported EDC from Bull? Like, yeah, it's like one of my favorite guns. I absolutely love it, and I'm keeping it. I'm waffling on whether or not I'm going to carry it all the time. And like I said, I'm thinking about doing the compact grip module swap, in which case I would want to vet it for reliability. Spent an hour on Platypus site building my dream half-rail reverse titanium commander. It was fun, 1725. I get too much joy first time shooting any 250 to 500 pistol deals to do it. Fun site, though. They really have, you know what? If you have the scratch and you want something awesome, that not only is it really cool, it performs extremely well. I'm telling you, Stealth Arms Platypus is the best in the biz. I think if you shoot the LTT Beretta 92 better than, for example, a P365, then yes, you should carry the LTT Beretta 92. What would constitute you shooting a P365 worse than an LTT Beretta 92? Again, I encourage everyone to watch my video shooting the P365 versus the Staccato XC. If your technique is down, it does not make as much of a difference as you would think. I always find it curious when someone says, I can shoot this gun better than this gun. I think that comes from a place of, it fits your hand better, which, as much as we make fun of that, it's actually kind of true. A gun might have a trigger reach that is perfect for your hand and finger. So without even thinking about it, your finger's going right where it needs to be on the trigger and makes it easy for you to pull it directly to the rear. You can pull a trigger weird, slam the trigger, all this crazy stuff. And if your grip is squared away, you're going to get good hits. But if you're not squared away, that is when making mistakes on the trigger can be amplified. So if you have proper trigger reach where your finger is going right where it needs to be on the trigger and you're making mistakes, yeah, you could shoot one gun better than the other. But it's my personal philosophy that you should be able to shoot all guns well. Not that you should, but I think it's a good skill to have. At the very least, whatever gun you pick, and this is something else I want to talk about on the subject. Like when someone's like, what gun should I pick? Like, there are so many different options out there. I don't even know where to start. Pick one that you like. So pick a quality brand that has a good reputation for reliability and dependability, and get the one that you like the best. And this is something that civilians are kind of spoiled on, is they're spending their hard-earned money. And if they like it, they are going to feel more confident in it. And I think that's important. It's also why people get so emotional when you critique their gun that they chose, is because they get really emotional about it because they do care about it a lot. It's an extension of them. It's a reflection of them, and it reflects an investment. And you don't want to, they don't want to feel like they made a poor investment, or that what they view as being a reflection of themselves is subpar. So I say get a gun that you like that has a good reputation. Now, other than that, it does not matter. If you're not excited about your gun, chances are you're not going to be particularly confident in it, and chances are you're not going to particularly want to train with it. Versus somebody in a professional occupation that requires a good skill set, and they are issued something. At that point, it's a tool. But obviously, enthusiasts like us get spoiled, and if we don't like it, we're probably not going to do what we need to do with them. Some don't like the PDP because of the pressing. Oh yeah, we talked about this. Are you willing to do a staccato versus platypus deep dive? I would. It's hard to make a video that I know is not going to get a lot of views because it's a huge time commitment for me. So like that's honestly been steering the channel, is I'll look at something and be like, do I think this is going to get a lot of views, or is this valuable information that I can share, that I can market in a way that people will a larger audience will also click on? Because basically the staccato versus platypus deep dive boils down to this. Platypus has a full aluminum frame and grip, and the staccato has a polymer grip module. Other than that, they're about the same. Obviously, magazines, staccato magazines versus Glock magazines. So I like a deep dive. I just don't really know if it would be worth it. I think the price point on the platypus alone is impressive. Casual murder reference. Yep, that's how we roll here. I normally do not have a filter, guys. I really have to, like, if you hear me and I talk like this, it's because I'm filtering myself. I normally can just keep going, but I really have to filter myself on the internet. Damn, LOL, I say the same stuff when I go to the range with someone new. What is your opinion on Lucas Botkin making provocative, controversial statements for relevancy? I think that it's a part of the game. Again, I don't hate him for it. Is it off-putting? Yeah, but it's one of those things where maintaining relevancy is important. He does a lot of good for gun ownership. Like, I'm not gonna tear him apart for that. It is what it is. The internet was a mistake. I'm gonna say it's not his fault. He's just doing what he has to do on the internet. Fanny pack for the win. There are some good fanny packs out there, like tight shoots. I kind of don't like the PDP. For me, it feels so much more snappier for me, even compared to the smaller CR920. Assuming you meant PDP, I don't even know what else DPD would mean, so we'll go with it. Yeah, the PDP is snappy, it's chonky, but it has a good return to zero. The return to zero is like, wha-bam! And it's like, it returns fast and right on point, even though it has a sharp recoil impulse. So if you can ride the lightning, you can still shoot it really well. That doesn't necessarily make it fun. The CR920 is essentially a Glock clone, and Glocks have great recoil impulse. So not surprised. Don't mention the Botkins monster or he will show up and kill fun. Yeah. Yes, there you go. Even with the DPM spring, yeah, I still need to do my PDP video, guys. I was in the middle of it, and then I ended up someone offered me a stupid amount for it on site. And I took it, and it kind of threw a wrench in the review. I need to borrow a buddy's to finish it. I still have all my footage. Dude, I had to throw a brass backstrap, DPM system, Harrington arms compensator in order to get that thing shooting as soft and as flat as other competitors on the market. So yeah, it is what it is. Agree completely with the limp wristing. I cannot make my snubby hiccup. Yes, the only thing that can make your snubby hiccup is using it a lot, and then it will hiccup, and you'll have to take it to a gunsmith. The only real drawback to pocket carry is that a seasoned thief will check your pockets for you. Not saying that's 100% going to happen, but I had a guy that had mugged people tell me that himself. Yeah, literally gunning your face and then starts patting your pockets or putting his hand into your pockets. But again, like, to come to Dan's defense a little bit, that's not his only mode of carry. Dude sticks his hand in gun pocket, Dan can come out from appendix and toast him. But that's a really good point. Thanks for bringing that up. You hear how, oh boy, getting fiery on YouTube Live. You hear how blank extremists are knife attacking in Europe all over, particularly France and Germany. Aren't you glad we have firearms? More women need to have firearms because they are so vulnerable. Doesn't matter who's attacking who, but the frequency is shocking, and there are a lot of easy targets over there. Yeah, if women started smoking these dudes that are attacking them, be a whole lot less attacks. Definitely grateful for the Second Amendment here. We need to defend it at all costs. And it's not an exaggeration, all costs. Checking to make sure I understood, you bought an LTT PX4 that didn't have the LTT trigger job. I never thought that would be something I would need to check before purchasing. So yeah, there are two things. There is a true Langdon Tactical PX4 Storm that costs like $1 billion kajillion for a plastic gun. It has a really, really short reset though. Then there is the LTT Beretta collaboration, where it is like inspired by LTT, comes with the LTT sticker, says LTT on the box, it comes with the LTT card. And it is not, they put a lighter hammer spring in it. So the double action pull is really nice, but they did not put the trigger bar in it. So it doesn't have the really short reset. If anything, me realizing my mistake made me realize how ridiculously overpriced the LTT PX4 is, because just adding in the $100 trigger bar into that PX4 that I got would have made it 99% as good. And it would have only cost like $900 out the door, tax, shipping, all that kind of stuff, versus the 2,000 plus, or I guess without the optic cut, maybe like 15 to 1,800 of an actual true LTT. Made me realize how insanely overpriced it is. Not saying it's a bad gun by any means, but I am saying it's overpriced. And I'm not saying that it doesn't, as far as materials, creating like the actual machining of the parts to then plug in and play, I'm not saying that doesn't cost them a lot of money. I'm just saying the price to performance ratio doesn't add up for me, right? Like it's like, I don't know. That maybe I'm totally off base on that, but Paul, I'm assuming Harrell, talks about a gunfight the cops had and they all died trying to reload pretty much. Yeah, probably that was the Miami. Was that the Miami shootout? Where FBI, that's where they started looking at 10mm and stuff. Probably. And again, that's a law enforcement example. I'm still looking for civilian examples. OMG says rabid monkeypox. I'm so glad I have the LTT Beretta all premium Centurion. Yeah, that's nice. I'm here. Hey, Corey, glad you can make it. Shield Plus, pulling the trigger wasn't releasing the striker and needed the sear replaced. That's what I'm talking about with Smith & Wesson. The quality control, usually good. Not always, and more frequently bad than something like Glock. CZP09 with a leather holster will be ultimate comfort future buy. Waiting on Trijicon to make a small RCR, though. That would actually be cool, the small RCR from Trijicon. Hopefully we'll see that in the next 20 years. But yeah, P09 and a leather holster, man, you do you. That sounds like a good setup for you. Corey, how many rounds do you have through? Because now I'm looking at my shield like, don't do it, LOL. Yeah, that's, I know that my shield plus, that having that issue made me a little wary of it. Yep, Sheldon, talk to you in the super chat. What your opinion on the Alpha Foxtrot S15? I know I have a lot of scrolling to do. I'm still behind on chat, but remind me what that is down below. M&P 2.0 has a really bad slide snap that makes it move laterally. When I dry fire, my dot moves even though my trigger press is not affecting the gun. What are your thoughts on this? Yeah, I've noticed that on M&Ps where you will dry fire and it'll just like the slide will move and you'll see the dot move over. Yeah, it happens. Is it the end of the world? No, it's fine. Yeah, it's not going to affect your shooting performance. That's my opinion. Bodyguard 2.0 is a game changer. You are missing out. How is it a game changer? I did watch the Cowboy Bebop movie. It helped ease the pain and was good to see the crew one last time. Great movie. Okay, now that you've seen it, I want you to think about it as if it is a hallucination or a dream that a recovering Spike may have been having. There are some hints in there where, they're all, you have like Jet like over him saying like, Spike, wake up or whatever. And it's totally out of context. Nothing ever happened to him. Think about that. CZP07 with a small application of goon tape and the shield arms +5 for 20 plus is my daily carry. If I ever need to replace my firearm, I'll be replacing it with another PO7, find what works and train. I think that's a great philosophy. Although I personally don't run extensions. Just another point of potential failure if you actually use your stuff. Muddy River Tactical makes HLX compatible holsters. Yeah, I know a lot of people make HLX, well, not a lot, but a few people are making HLX compatible holsters. I want my Axis Elite. I could get a T-Rex Arms one tomorrow, but I'm holding out for the Axis Elite. If I'm going to spend the money, I want to get what I want. Just have to be patient. Have you heard about some M&P 2.0 slides moving ladder? Oh yeah, we talked about this. Yes, I replaced a firing pin spring that it came with. I'm considering switching back to the stock spring if I keep running into the issue. I would just change back to the stock spring now and just see if it does it and then leave it, because I've been running the stock spring and it's been fine. Prodigy 4.25 comp. Okay, I don't know if anyone in chat knows. Are they backboring the barrel with that comp port at the end of it? Because I don't think they do on the Hellcat, and I almost held up the carry comp. I'm looking at it right now. The M&P carry comp does backbore it, and it's one of my favorite things about it. So I'm sure that Prodigy 4.25 comp is fine, but it seems like that style of comp, like, I don't know, I feel like if you're going to comp or you're going to port your gun, get one that's going to make a significant difference. And it seems like that style of comp isn't really moving the needle enough to make it worth it. We need a steel frame M&P competitor. We need steel frame in every single M&P variant. That's my opinion. Top 3 Glock clones, Bull Armory, Tomahawk, Shadow Systems with break-in and vetting for reliability and sending it into Shadow Systems and having them fix it. And maybe the Lone Wolf Dusk. Just off the top of my head, someone's going to say some incredible Glock clone that I just glossed over. I'm going to feel like an idiot. I saw your review recently of both the Bull Armory Tac Pro. I considered getting it as my carry gun largely due to your great review, but was suggested for me to stay away due to drop. I need to make a video on this. Guys. Oh my God. Ben Steger started it, and then Garand Thumb set it on fire. So the thing with 1911 and 2011 drop safety, this is nothing new. It has been like this. There's a Series 70 design, and there's a Series 80s design of a 1911. The Series 80 design has a firing pin block, and it was made because this drop safety failure was recognized at some point. If you drop any 1911 or any 2011 from shoulder height and it lands on the muzzle, the firing pin, the inertia will cause the firing pin to go forward and hit the primer, and it will go off. So they created the Series 80 with a firing pin block, but it made the trigger crappy. So at that point, you're losing one of the main benefits of a 1911 style pistol, which is the incredible trigger. People decided that it was worth the drop safety concern because, one, you have to drop it from shoulder height. Ask yourself how many guns you've dropped from shoulder height in your life. For me, it's 0. I've dropped 0 guns in my life ever. So, number 2, if it goes off, it's going off muzzle down into the ground. Worst case scenario, you might get splattered with spalling, but the bullet is going in the direction that we point guns to be in a safe direction, which is down and at the floor. So, because of that, I do not think it is a concern whatsoever. But the reason I had that reaction is because I cannot tell you how many comments I've answered on the channel with that exact question. So just know that you asked a good question. Like I don't want you to feel shame for your question. It was a very, very good question. I just answered it so much at this point where I just need to make a dedicated video. I got slightly triggered. Not your fault. It's the fault of people chasing views with drama. I use a core belt. I carry midget on my belt. Well, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. CNH sells optic screws. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I feel like an idiot for not saying that. Yeah, CNH has like every screw on the planet. I saw your recent review of the belt. Yep, we talked about that. The drop safety. Aaron, grateful again for your super chat. I want to try the SIG pistol dots, not the Romeo Zero, the actual good ones, but they all cost as much as an aim point. LOL. Get a Holosun on sale. Like Black Friday is coming up in the next couple of months. Wait for Black Friday and get yourself the cheapest Holosun. Oh, you said SIG. Sorry, I read it out loud but did not hear it in my brain. Yeah, you want to try the SIG pistol dots? Not worth it. I stand by what I said. Get the Holosun. Yeah, SIG pistol dots, they're fine. End of story. Period. SIG pistol dots are fine, except for the Romeo Zero, as you said. Carry weight. Wait until you get older, damage your body, and carry for years. 35 ounces loaded is my max. 28 ounces loaded is a lot easier. Yeah, maybe it's my perspective as being young and spry. All right, Keith. Mechanic MC9 has had many thousands of rounds through it and has been fantastic. Sucks they can't seem to repeat that. Get your stuff together, Canic. Yeah. So the thing is, it seems like most MC9s are fine. I think a lot of the reason it seems like that is I think most people just aren't putting many rounds through any of their guns, period. Most people don't shoot their guns. That's just a fact. Most people buy a gun, put a magazine through it, and then literally never shoot it again. But someone like you who has thousands of rounds through it, that is awesome. It's like, especially the comment section on that video, more than any other review I've ever done, I've had people chiming in to this day, buying brand new MC9s that have the same problem. And I wouldn't harp on them so bad if they could fix it. But if you end up with an MC9 that has that problem, they either cannot or will not fix it. That's what sucks to me. But I'm glad your MC9 has been running great. It should be. Like you spend your hard-earned money, it should work as advertised. So I'm glad to hear that. Knowledgeable and entertaining. You can't be talking about me. My favorite gun tubers are the ones who talk about guns, right? What is your favorite gun of all time? Pistol, Staccato XC. I know, not very exciting. I want the Bodyguard 2.0 for when I wear Speedos. Really, I think that you'd probably want to fill yourself up with something bigger. Would you ever be interested in doing a video on the HK Mark 23? I have one cut for an acro you can use for a video if you want. Yeah, I had a Mark 23 for a while, and I ended up getting rid of it just because the grip was just way too big for my hands. It was really cool, and not to mention it's so expensive. Literally sitting in my safe, never using it. Hard to justify keeping. But yeah, if you have Instagram, hit me up, message me on Instagram if you really are interested in loaning one out to the channel. If you don't have Instagram, you can email me. My email is in the description of all of my videos for business inquiries. It's just my channel name at gmail.com. So yeah, if you're serious about it, let me know. We have another super chat from Keith. What's up, Keith? Love this live chats, Brett. Just wanted to chime in. You're my favorite gun tuber. Love your ports versus comps vid and all your bull reviews. Think I'm a bull fanboy now. Don't become a fanboy of anything, Keith. But yeah, bulls are awesome. Really glad you've been enjoying the channel. Thank you for the support. Definitely appreciate it. And I appreciate you have been obviously interacting with your comments a lot. You're a good guy. And yeah, that ports versus comps video, I was so bummed when that got limited visibility and was demonetized. That was going to be a 6-digit view count video, and they did me dirty. So I'm hoping the chapter 2 that I do on it won't be demonetized with limited visibility, and it will direct people, because I don't even care about getting ad revenue on that video. It sucks that you still watch ads and I get nothing. I wanted a lot of people to see it because I think it's really valuable information. So if you're watching this live and you haven't watched my ports versus comps for EDC video, it's probably the most valuable video I have ever made. Definitely check it out. All right, where were we comment wise? I think we were right here. Is this right? Oh no, Carson. Best looking gun tuber. I mean, if you're into the twink look, that's me. Ohio Rizzler, your name is so goofy. Thank you for making me laugh at work. Yeah, it's so funny. I'm reading through these comments. I didn't even see that you are Ohio Rizzler. That is hilarious. The boomers here are just going to be like, what? Yep, we definitely talked about that. I've got some 15 round mags for my Shield Plus, and none of them lock the slide back. I've got two 10 rounders, and they're just fine. Yeah, they have some weird thing going on with followers on the Shield Plus mags, and they're aware of it, and they either don't care or they can't figure it out. What would be a Grail gun you would own if you had the funds for it? So I have two. If I could only pick one, I mean, it's a class 3 item, but it would be a Beretta 93R. That is like my number one Grail gun. But my number one Grail gun that is not an NFA item is a Mateba Unica 6 in 44 Magnum. If you're aware of the Chiappa Rhino, it is that, but it is a semi-automatic revolver. So when you pull the trigger, boom, the frame moves back a little bit and actually cocks the hammer, so you get single action trigger pulls. God. So yeah, those are my Grail guns. What would you recommend to strengthen one's grip lock? Are you talking about like your grip strength, like when gripping a gun? Let's see if I have it. Yep. Captains of Crush. So these are really hard. Low rep. So basically, just I don't know. I'm trying to think of a quick way to describe this. So Captains of Crush, grippers. Why? My God, my brain's breaking. How long have I been going? Not even 2 hours. My brain's breaking already. So with this gripper, a lot of people think you grip like this. It is just low rep. So this is a 1.5. So they have different numbers. There's like, I don't even know what comes before 1 because I started with 1. But it's like 1, 1.5, 2, and each one gets super, super grippy. And the 1.5, my hands are sweaty. So you just want to be able to close it and hold it until failure. So I'm just going to like hold it down here until failure. And so I recommend starting light. Now I have to do the other hand. And you don't want to do too many of these because you'll hurt yourself. But basically hold until failure and do that like 1 or 2 days a week, 3 times on that day, just at like random intervals. So like give yourself an hour to recover from that one and then just walk away from it. If you cannot do one, basically like close it on your leg, like use your weight to close it and then do a negative rep. Let it open up. That is the best way to, I wish I had my number 2. I'm like this close to closing a number 2. Yeah, that is the best way to increase your grip strength. It's hard though. Like don't underestimate that. It's really hard to do. Definitely start light. So every adult male should be able to close a number 1. Should be. But if you look at actual statistics for grip strength nowadays, like 80% of men wouldn't be able to close number 1. I have yet. So whenever I take someone out for instruction, I want to see what we're dealing with as far as grip strength. I have yet to run into a single person, with the exception of my buddy Carson, who I haven't even given one to. He would easily be able to close one. But everyone else I've taken out has not been able to close number 1. And honestly, it's kind of spooky. Hopefully that's helpful to you guys. I had issues with my Shield Plus not lock. If you have more questions about gripping like that, if I didn't explain it well, if you have more questions, just ask and I'll get to it in like, I don't know, 30 minutes when I catch up with comments. I had issues with my Shield Plus not locking back as well, but I think it's more a grip issue than a magazine issue for me. I ground down the bottoms of the followers to fix issues when fully loaded. Yeah, they have follower issues. I heard P99s, PPQs, PDPs are oversprung too. That's why the recoil is high. Thoughts? Yeah, they're oversprung. That's not the only reason for them being snappy though. I know a lot of people say, bore axis doesn't matter, and that's true. It's true. Bore axis doesn't matter as much as you would think, but you get to the point on the Walther PDP where you have this giant chongus of a slide sitting over your hand, and physics gonna do what physics gonna do. That helps a lot. I don't know what helps a lot, but I'm glad whatever it was helped a lot. It's crazy that you can answer these questions off the cuff like this, man. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know where I'm at right now. You were getting a stream of conscious. Stream of conscience. Stream of consciousness. My God, you know what? Let's do our first water break. I try to break records every time. I didn't quite make it to 2 hours. Need some electrolytes. Do you plan on doing an APX versus Axis Elite review? Maybe eventually. I just don't need another holster right now. Once they make a TLR7 HLX holster, I'll probably get, I need like 3 of them. So I'll probably get one of them as an APX to compare. While these manufacturers really get hurt off of slight bad reviews, yeah, yeah, they do. Unfortunately, bad reviews get a lot of views, and that's a lot of bad press. And I think gun manufacturers feel entitled to good reviews, and it's not just YouTube. This mindset, I think, started back with gun magazines, and not like gun magazines, but like gun magazines that you actually read, because that was the only place you could get gun reviews before. And the joke is those gun manufacturers were advertising in the magazines. Who else would advertise in a gun magazine? So if you give a gun company a bad review, they won't give you your ad money, and you no longer have a magazine. So since the beginning of gun reviews, gun companies have felt entitled to good reviews. And then when YouTube came about, all of a sudden, what was once word of mouth, like, oh, don't get that llama or don't get that raven because it's junk, was amplified across the entire world on the internet. So it used to be that you'd walk into a gun store and someone would be like, oh, you know, this Colt is, I don't know, like $300, but you get this llama for $50 and it's the same thing. And you'd get had. And it was only if you had someone who was a major gun enthusiast who was like, oh, yeah, I had a llama and it was a piece of crap, which honestly, like gun enthusiasts, especially towards pistols, were not too prevalent back then. People who were running them hard. So you just didn't really hear that. So when the internet came around and people started doing independent gun reviews, looking out for the consumers, that's the whole reason I started my channel. I was a consumer that got burned too many times, and I got mad. And I'm like, consumers need a voice. So yeah, they get butthurt because it actually does damage them. That it is such a competitive market, and the profit margin is so thin that one bad review, like my X Macro review, just talking about the rusty gun, got over 200,000 views. I mean, a lot of people saw that, and a lot of people didn't buy an X Macro because of it. And I didn't even say I just said SIG needs to do better. I was not like a call to arms, like, oh, SIG is terrible, nobody buy a SIG. I'm just saying, dude, like, actually consider this. And it hurt their bottom line. So yeah, they do get really butthurt. What impresses me are the companies that I will critique, and then they will say, we want to get better. And you have a critical eye. Can we send you stuff and get your feedback? We want to improve. That's what impresses me. That is what completely made me 180 on HoloSun. HoloSun is like, no, show the stuff that goes wrong. We want to improve. We want to make what people want. We want to make something that people can depend on and that is affordable. And it's like, are they still made in China? Absolutely. America needs to do better. Until then, if you want the best thing on your gun to defend your life and your family, like, how do you beat the EPS on a microgun? You don't. The HoloSun 507 comp is more durable than an SRO. Like, if you want a big windowed sight, how do you beat that? It has no overhang either, so it won't induce malfunctions. Oh my God, I feel like I got worked up there. Jeez. I have a Staccato C2 with a Tier 1 Axis Elite. I'm a fit 5'10", okay. You don't need to brag. You're 5'10" and 140. We don't need to hear about your shredded six-pack. God. I'm just kidding, of course. Congrats. I'm having a hard time concealing the pistol with certain outfits. Any shirt companies you recommend, also considering a wedge? So 5'10", 140. I am 5'8", 140. And I can conceal. But you said certain outfits, right? So I guess I would need to know what outfits you're talking about. I can tell you what I do. When I go clothes shopping with the girls, I wear my whatever kit that I plan on carrying every single day. And I will literally try on clothes in the dressing room with that on. And I will pick stuff that conceals well. I think it was Scott Jedlinski, Modern Samurai Project, said that your wardrobe is a part of your everyday carry kit. It is. Like the shirt that you wear, Is it easy to grab? Is it easy to clear? Right? Does it conceal your pistol? It's a part of your everyday carry kit, and I treat it like that. A good holster will go a long ways. So the problem is if you're 5'10 and 140 and you're considering putting a wedge on there, that wedge is probably going to bulge the holster out, and it's probably not going to help you. Do you have max stacks on the wedge? And what did you say what belt you're using? Let me know what belt you're using, because cranking down a belt will likely help. Of course, building out your man boobs so that it drapes, so it more drapes over can also help. But there are some, like, I like athletic shirts. If I'm going to wear a fitted type athletic shirt, I'm going to carry a smaller gun. It is what it is. Like, I'm going to carry my, I almost held it up, guys. I literally am just surrounded by guns. My P365 with the Radian Ramjet in a SIG P365 XL holster. If I'm going to wear a really tight fitting shirt, that's what I'm going to carry. So just something to consider. If you want to carry a bigger gun like a C2, I'm not saying you need to dress around it, but like there are some athletic shirts that the way they are fitted drape properly. So I would say just try stuff on with your kit on. Other than that, I have had good luck with tier 1 concealed shirts, like their actual merch. It is kind of athletically fitted and kind of has some space in the front to conceal. To better answer your question. Hopefully that was helpful. I'm sure that set me back another hour on comments. I watched your recent American Arms Pocket mini revolver video. What do you think about the 22 versus the 22 Magnum? 22 long rifle is going to be easier to hide in your pocket. 22 Magnum is going to guarantee, well, not guarantee, but it's going to be more likely to have better penetration. At the end of the day, they're both 22s, and I don't think it really matters. I would take a 22 Magnum over a 22 long rifle, though. Sensual Eruption, favorite song. Yeah, new band name. I bought both books, and now I need a Yo Homie shirt since I film that drill often. Yeah, definitely need that Yo Homie shirt. Yeah, if you don't know, I recently opened up a merch shop, and I have a Yo Homie is at my briefcase shirt with an HK USP on it. But yeah, thanks for buying the books. Hope you enjoy them. Well, I mean, I know you'll enjoy them. They kick ass. I was so excited to get a high point yeet cannon until I got home and discovered it's not an LTT yeet cannon. That salesman lied to me. Why don't they label these things? I'm telling you, predatory marketing, unreal. And of course, he was kidding. Although if LTT made a high point, I think I'd be on board. I found that isometric upper body exercises helped me with recoil control a lot. Getting stronger anywhere is going to help your shooting. Like, that's never a bad thing. The grip is going to make the biggest difference. Ordered a TSOS B9R carry. I know you like the duty. Any plans on checking out the carry? Also, upgrade trigger weight adjustment on that gun, yay or nay? Depends on what you want to do with it. If you plan on using it defensively, man, I would have someone who knows what they're doing do that trigger weight adjustment. If you plan on having it as a project gun, then I say go for it. Do whatever you want. But the thing is, it's great stock. I honestly wouldn't mess with it. Like if you wanted a better trigger, you spend more on a better double stack 1911. I don't really plan. I like the review on the duty. I think speaks for itself. The carry just has a slightly different recoil impulse. Other than that, it's pretty much the same review. If I were to do it, I would let some time pass. Maybe wait for a new variant even, or a Gen 2. Some of these people cannot speak type properly. I mean, it is what it is. I'm never going to shame anyone unless I will. If someone's idea is harmful, I will shame them for that. But I'll never shame someone for not being able to type properly. If I can figure it out. If you had to go to battle with terrorists on streets, which would you want? Your Beretta LTT or your Staccato? Give me either. I'd take the Staccato, though, between those two. If they were like both on a table, it was like, quick, you have to fight terrorists. Pick one of these. I'd pick the Staccato. Hey, I posted a comment on your Instagram about the Metal Gear Rising song. I was the guy that posted, I'm effing invincible. You can be crueler than that, Jack. Dude. Absolute legend. Raise your hand in here if you've played Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Because Hamilton, if it's just you, my friend, you are an absolute legend. What a great game. What an absolutely great game. That was actually, I think that came out the same year as The Last of Us, and I gave Metal Gear Rising Revengeance my game of the year over The Last of Us. Argue in the comments. But seriously, thanks for dropping in, man. Like whenever I find someone who likes the same nerdy stuff that I like and also likes guns, it is just like it's a breath of fresh air. It warms my heart. If you ever want to chat about that kind of stuff, I'm always around. Can you do a quick explanation on how you connect to a rifle? I've started getting more serious with my AR-15 and have been curious on your technique. Love your channel, by the way. Keep up the honesty. Glad you've been enjoying the channel. The honesty, always going to be here. It's not going anywhere. It is literally the staple of the channel. I always get one of the things that triggers me when someone accuses me of being a shill, like with the Radian Ramjet Afterburner. Like they sent that to you and you liked it, and I'm like, dude, what if they sent it to me and I liked it? Like I not to mention, I was kind of critical on the Radian Ramjet Afterburner for the Glock, and I was kind of critical on the Guardian. Like, I'm not afraid to be critical of Radian. But to answer your question of connecting to a rifle, and put the stock in your shoulder and put your cheek on the stock, and pull it into your body. I don't know. It's shooting a rifle is really easy. Just find some reputable trainer that has a YouTube channel, and like it would just be easier to watch someone who knows what they're doing do it than for me to just kind of explain it here. I'm gonna tell you what, I would answer your question if I could literally grab my AR and show you. It's just kind of hard to articulate, and honestly, your time would be better spent watching someone do it. But the thing is, it's really easy. I think people blow rifle shooting out of proportion. I mean, like short to mid-range rifle is just a no-brainer. It's easy mode as long as you have a solid foundation. Gotta know, I think you shared a list of upgrades you made to the PDP before you, which model and what mods, including which DPM, I assume. Yeah, so the DPM adjustable kit, 100%. I don't remember what spring. It was one of the middle springs. So if you like line up all the springs, it was one of the two in the middle with the compensator. So DPM system, one of the two middle springs with a Harrington Arms compensator, and the lock grips brass backstrap. And I actually got the Walther DPT trigger. And like, because it's the PDP Pro, the SF Pro or whatever, does not have the complete DPT trigger kit in it. I think the trigger return spring, like there's one spring in there that's different. Oh no, I think it's the sear block is slightly different. Anyways, I just swapped that out. Was not necessary. I'm glad I tested it. Not necessary. And I think that was it. So I had an X300 Harrington Arms comp, brass backstrap from Lock Grips, and the DPM adjustable kit with one of the two middle springs. And it was a really nice setup. Like, it was so nice that literally the dude, when it was like, hey, can I shoot your PDP? Shot it and was like, I will give you this much for this right now. And I was like, be stupid to turn that down. Where were we? I think Kenji. I think the other day that Humble Marksman was talking in an interview about comped guns require a better understanding on grip. Otherwise, it would amp your issues. Do you think it's true? Yes. With the exception of it has to be an efficient comp. If it's not an efficient comp, aka like the M&P carry comp or the Hellcat with the comp, like little comps like that, I don't think it really makes a difference. But if you're talking an actual like efficient comp, then yeah, I think that was the podcast that he was on, right? Because I scrubbed through that, and I think I know what you're talking about. But I think that largely that's true. I should have him on a live. What do you guys think? Should I have Humble Marksman on a live? Also, are you still planning to do a continuation of the ports versus comps video from retention? I had a small back and forth with you in the comments citing some stuff Dave Mods and Monsoon talked about. All right, I know that this comment was, like almost 30 minutes ago now, but Hamilton, if you're still here, my dude, let me know what Dave Mods and Monsoon talked about. I remember, I slightly remember talking to you about this. So I know that Dave Mods did the thing where he held up a piece of cardboard and shot it and said, see, it's fine. And what I have to say to that is like, cardboard is not flesh. That's why I do the banana test. And something, I think I mentioned this to you in the comment, always consider the source. Those are two companies whose job it is to sell you ports. So remind me what Dave Mods and Monsoon talked about, because I remember I remember talking with you about this, but I don't remember the exact details. But yes, I am going to do a chapter 2 of the ports versus comps. It will be this year for sure. I'm already gathering footage. On movies, I like verisimilitude. Oh my God. I'm going to need some more electrolytes so that I can pronounce words again. I like movies shot out in the streets with real cars, real guns, and real sexy dames. Hate CGI. Reject current year. Embrace 70s through 90s movies. Absolutely. I will even extend that into the 2000s. There are some good movies. But yeah, I mean, come on. You think about movies like Commando, RoboCop, Die Hard, Predator. I mean, the best of the best, what started it all. I mean, I could really nerd out on you with film history here. That, like, you know, violence in film, shooting violence in film really started with Sam Peckinpah, who was the producer on The Rifleman with Chuck Connors, and then went on to do The Wild Bunch, which completely like glorified violence. And John Woo was really the one who stepped in and elevated the shootouts, where, you know, he's like, and this is what Quentin Tarantino was saying in his interview with Bill Maher. Again, if you're tuning in, I'm not a particular fan of either one of those human beings, but he was like, you know, they were always playing it safe with guns in movies. And then John Woo made a movie where Chow Yun-fat literally puts his gun 2 inches away from the guy and goes, blam, 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 and, you know, squibs are going off. Guns are dangerous. And I think a lot of the excitement of watching a movie like that is knowing that they're real guns going off. I mean, granted, they have blanks in them, right? But they're dangerous. People could get hurt. And when it's digital effects, it ruins that immersion, and it ruins that. You know, it's like everyone liked watching Evel Knievel do those crazy jumps, right? Why? Like, people like watching UFC. Why? They could CGI people getting hit in UFC fights, and really they're missing by an inch. But why would anybody want to watch that? And I feel like that's how I feel about CGI and using fake guns on sets. There have only been a couple of mishaps with real guns on sets, and it was just the fault of negligence. And that's a really good track record when you consider how many thousands of movies have been made with real guns and blanks. So I think that there needs to be harsher punishments whenever negligence like that occurs. But I think it's so important that we get back to real guns. I remember when I was watching Sons of Anarchy when it came out, they switched over to digital effects where someone gets shot and it looks so fake. And it just ruins your immersion. It ruins the dramatic impact. And again, there's a thrill in knowing that the actors themselves could be in danger. It helps sell the immersion. So yeah, I'm 100% on board bracing 70s through 90s movies that actually used real practical effects. And then even going into the 2000s, there were some movies that blended the two. So Collateral is a good example of that, where they were using blanks and real guns, but obviously with the up close shooting, like the Yo Homie, Where's My Briefcase, those were digitally added muzzle flashes. And you couldn't tell. Why? Because they blended it so well that there's a reason they shot it at a distance. And we had seen the gun actually going off earlier in the movie, real gun, real blanks, so that it would sell us on the immersion in that moment. I could literally talk for like 5 hours about that topic of real guns in movies. Oh, what's up, man? Okay, everybody right now, if you're watching this, subscribe to his channel. Because he does great reviews. He's a breath of fresh air in the space. I absolutely love his reviews. Definitely subscribe to him right now. Can't stay for too long. Just wanted to stop by and say keep up the good work, man. Thank you. You keep up I'm sure you're long gone, but you keep up the good work as well if you tune back in and watch some more. Collab with PSR at 200K. If you can convince him, I'm down to collab with anybody. Maybe I need to wait for the course to launch, but is there a good way to determine if trigger reach on a gun is a good fit with and without firing a new pistol? Hold the gun, put your finger on the trigger, is somewhere near the middle of the pad of your finger on the middle of the trigger in the center of the trigger without thinking about it. That's probably your answer. If you're riding the edge or if you're hooking too far, then no. The other thing is sometimes you have to like really, so it's a height thing. So you get a really high grip on the gun and then you need to like bend your trigger finger down. You're pulling it like this. That might not be a good fit. What's the connection between HK, USP and Weebs? I saw someone refer to this pistol as the Uwu SP and it made me jealous of that punchline. That is, I wish I would have come up with that. That's great. No, the USP So first of all, I don't think a lot of people know this, but what is it? The Japanese Defense Force, whatever their not standing military is called, their issued pistol, I think it still might be an HK USP, but it was featured in a lot of anime, like so much anime, specifically Neon Genesis Evangelion. Uh, Misato, Mami Misato was carrying an HK USP, and I think that that's kind of what got it started. But yeah, um, it definitely has become a weeb gun for sure. I'm in trouble with my wife because of you. Better than your wife being in trouble with you because of me. But I got a cool Glock out of the deal. Well, that's a relief. Either way, that'd be a win. I have a Walther PDP match polymer. I got it ported from Floyd's, pure sweetness, but I added a weighted steel backstrap that added 4 ounces to the gun. It's better than the ports. Adding weight to the back of that PDP, whether it's brass or steel, I prefer the brass. Definitely makes a difference on the PDP. I also think it feels better too, so it's a double win. But yeah, Floyd's does great work, and I think they backbore their porting, so no shrapnel. Do you think 10 millimeter will re-enter the chat with all the advancements in recoil reduction methods? So my problem is almost every single like ported or comped 10 millimeter that I'm aware of or have tested has been spotty at best with reliability. So I think it's about making it reliable. I would love, the main thing that's going to hold it back is going to be price of ammo, right? So if you're somebody who shoots and trains very often, I'm out at a slow week for me at the range is 2 days of the week. That's a slow week. And I'm putting so many rounds downrange. If 10 millimeter became my thing, it would like quadruple my ammo cost. Like it would be insane. That's the only thing I think holding it back. And holding people back. I know Smith & Wesson has a performance center that is ported and stuff like that, but I think we're hopefully moving in that direction. Just cost of ammo is going to be the issue. That's why mostly people who don't shoot, and I'm going to say people who don't shoot often, they're going to be like, yes, I do. Not as much as people who shoot a lot who are using 9 millimeter. But yeah, that's why a lot of people who don't shoot a lot carry 10 millimeter. Without a doubt, 10 millimeter is a superior round to 9 millimeter. That is a fact. Whether or not it would sway a gunfight, I have a 9 millimeter versus 10 millimeter video coming up. I'm going to go more in depth with that. I put about 2,000 rounds through my Shield Plus Performance Center before the sear had to be replaced. Responding to Brandon from earlier. That's actually kind of spooky that at 2,000 rounds, it's like, guess what? Your sear's shot. Man, I don't like to hear that. I'm carrying a Dave Mods Custom Apache 320 build. Dude, that's a dope build. That looks so nice. With palm swells. Yes, I know it's a 320, but I trust mine. I've dropped it. Yeah, no, the drop stuff is solved. I've dropped it and hammered it enough times all around to trust it. And I trust Dave. So if you're carrying a P320, anybody who's watching this right now, if you're carrying a 320, check out the SIG Armorer and his Sport Disconnect. Some P320s, if it's on one end of the spectrum of tolerances, like one extreme end, it can have out of battery detonations, and the Sport Disconnect will completely solve that issue. And that's the main issue right now that can happen with the P320. But it seems like the drop stuff is mostly solved. It's still unsettled. Like I personally don't recommend the 320 for like newbies. I'm like, hey, get a 320. You're gonna have to like actually vet the thing, which it sounds like you did. But Dave Mod's Custom Apache is like the dopest looking 320. So seriously, congratulations on that. That's an awesome gun. The way you shoot, you're like John Wick with glasses. Thank you. I don't know about that, but I'm glad it looks cool on camera though. Come to think of it, I also had to replace this here in my M&P Compact last year. Whoa! Okay, I'm gonna have to do a 2,000 round update on my carry comp then. Maybe I should take a break from Smith & Wesson. Yikes. The arms, man. People just don't understand the designs of the 1911s and 2011s. Yeah, and it's true because, I mean, with the COVID in 2020, a lot of newbies came in. And this is, I welcome all of you. The drop thing on 1911s and 2011s had been common knowledge for enthusiasts for a lot of years. So I just think that a lot of people are paranoid about drop safety stuff. And when they hear the 2011 isn't drop safe and it's a $20 million gun, it's just drama that we don't need. it goes off in a safe direction if you drop it from shoulder height. YouTube gun tests are idiotic. I don't care if it's GT or Mac or whatever. They're presenting situations that will never happen, like getting struck by lightning odds. So are they idiotic? Probably. I do still think they're valuable. I think it's good to know what a gun's limits are and what its downfalls are. I don't really have anything wrong with that. They're about as scientifically valid as Letterman doing "Will it float?" It's clown shoes. You're not wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't think it hurts to, know whether or not something will float in this space. At the very least, I think it's entertainment. I think it's good to know what its limits are. Not that you're ever going to need those limits, but I think it can also produce better pistols, right? I think that in the free market, there could be some competition. I mean, that's how we got the Mark 23 and the USP and then, the SIG P226. Everyone's like, all right, we need the most durable gun that's going to run for infinity. And then we got away from that because much like what you're saying now, turns out that's not really needed for a pistol. I mean, yeah. Best belts for EDC, Hunter Constantine belt for comfort, core essentials for stability. On the drop safety issue, if I remember correctly, they repeated the test with the safety left on and it didn't go off. That might, yeah, on the Garand Thumb one, I don't know about Ben Steger though. I'm not sure about Ben Steger. I don't remember what he did. But yeah, Garand Thumb, you might be right. But the thing is that could have just been a coincidence because it might not go off every time, right? So I would want to see them drop it 50 times with the safety on and 50 times with the safety off. That would have been scientific and not just view chasing. Soy Jack, 2011s aren't drop safe and you're still going to carry one? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Brett, yes. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? My wife's pistol came with a Romeo Zero Elite. It blows hard. Yeah, do not recommend it at all. Thoughts on the CR920 XP? I like the comp design. I don't think it's the most efficient for, containing muzzle rise, but it's better than the M&P carry comp in its design. I think Shadow Systems is doing interesting stuff with comps, and I think they're only going to continue to get better. Replying to the Armsmen, you got some nice holsters, homie. I agree on 1911s. My generation doesn't understand them. They're better for carry than they get credit for. I'm going to check out the Armsmen. I didn't realize you made holsters, dude. I'm going to check you out. No homo sapien. It's a micro double stack 1911 3.5 inch threaded barrel optics cut and takes G43X S15 mags, takes stock 43X and the 15 round PSA micro dagger mags. USA made company, is out of Georgia. Now I know exactly. This is that Alpha Foxtrot. Is that what it's called? Yeah. So my thoughts on that is I wouldn't trust it until I put like 1,500 rounds through it. Like I see stuff like that and I don't know. I'm wary of it. I have no personal experience with it, so I probably can't offer too much insight on it, but on paper, I would want to vet it thoroughly, like overly thoroughly. 69 thumbs up. Woohoo. Nice. Love your AR-15s, America. Yeah. Grateful to have them. Right on. Yeah, the Armsmen. I'm going to check you out for holsters. And everyone else is here. Check them out. Keith, haha. That port versus comps vid is unironically important info to know about. Not enough people talk about it. Yes, I know. That's why I was so frustrated when YouTube gave it limited visibility. It's really important info. Speaking of HK Mark 23, I once saw a used one in the local shop for $1,300. I came back the next day and it was gone. I'll never see that gun for that price again. Any crazy near misses like that? Yes, Spaz 12. Spaz 12 with the top folding stock offered a cash deal for $1,100 out the door. I was a broke college student at the time. That's why I didn't do it. And I kicked myself about it every single day. I should have sold stuff. I should have taken out a loan. I should have done something. Damn it. But I've gotten really good about not letting that stuff pass up now. That's how I got some of my nice older Smiths, is I'm taking that right now. I also got a SIG 226 sport stock that was in the German Masterworks shop. So I think it was like a 2003 production. Had that out for the first time yesterday. Got that absolute steal. I couldn't pass it up. Cut a one hole group, like 7 rounds in the head at 30 feet. just the most accurate pistol I own. So I've gotten really good about. I've learned my lesson, but that Spaz 12 will always be the one that got away. The Bodyguard 2.0 is a game changer because it will be carried by individuals who otherwise would carry an airweight revolver or nothing at all. The average shooter will shoot this way better. Okay, I can see that. It's a smaller 380 that you can get a better grip on than something like an LCP. I could see that. I could see that. Shadow 2 Compact or P226 Legion. I'm stuck between which one to get. Shadow 2. Ooh. That's a really tough choice. Have you held both? Whichever one gets you the most excited is the one that you should get. Like, they're both great. Do not get caught up in which one is better. Think about which one gets you more excited. Which one would you want to see in your hands? Which one would you want to show off to buddies? Because that's the one you'll be happier with. If it were me between those two, I'd get a 226 Legion SAO. Grail Gun PSG-1. Oh, man, don't even bring that up. It's like right up there with that Walther. What is that Walther sniper rifle? I forget what the numbers and letters are on that. But, yeah, the PSG-1 and the MP5 SD6. I fired the SD6. It's incredible. Yeah, those darn video game guns, man, that are rarer than anything else on the planet. Complete unobtainium. And if you can find it, it's like $1 million jillion. You can get adjustable grip exercisers like that. It also helps to hold weights at your sides in a pinch grip. Yeah, the weights at your sides in a pinch grip is good. The adjustable grip exercisers usually don't go up that high. I would only get one of those if you have a really weak grip strength to begin with. What optics are you running on your staccatos now? I'm running one optic on all of my pistols. Well, two optics. If it's a full-size pistol, it's the Holosun 507 Comp, period. If it is a micro gun or a slimline gun, it is the Holosun EPS. I still have an SRO on a gun, and I still have the standard EPS on a gun. But those will eventually, I mean, they work. That's why I haven't replaced them, but they'll eventually get replaced by 507 comps, I'm sure, at some point. But yeah, basically Holosun 507 comp, unless you have an absolute need for a closed emitter dot, that would be, you get annoyed by your dot getting filled up with lint, like your window getting filled up with lint, concealed carrying, or you live in a really, really rainy environment and you're planning on getting into gunfights in the rain. Those are the only reasons that you should not go with a 507 comp over a closed emitter. Some people have some trouble concealing the 507 comp because the corner pokes out. I just flat out don't care. 50 times a day. Watching this video with a snubby in my left pocket, and I'm dreaming about an LTT as well still. Yeah, when you have the scratch, it's the Ferris Bueller quote, right? Where if you have the means, I highly recommend picking one up. What optics are you running on your staccatos now? Oh yeah, we talked about that. Smoke bangs in the house. Hey, Brett. I've mentioned issues I've had with CZ P10C in these lives previously. I figured I'd give an update, sent back to CZ, stated nothing was wrong, and that I check my grip. Just jammed twice today. That's frustrating. Yeah, I have other people shoot it, and if it's happening in their hands too, then yeah, it's the gun. That is so frustrating. See, this is the problem when CZ acquired Colt, and then everyone was like, dude, Colt's going to get amazing. Because CZ owns Dan Wesson, now they own Colt. Colt's going to get way better. What actually happened is CZ bought Colt and then put everyone at Colt in charge of CZ. And now stuff like this happens. So sorry to hear that, homie. Got the gun back Tuesday, started jamming between 120 and 150. You know what? It shouldn't do that. You know, people are going to sit here and say, it was dry, you were limperous, it should run. Thinking about trading for an EPS carry. Yeah, if you have a slimline microgun and you need one, go for it. I love how Geisley got involved after Golden Webb's meltdown of a Super Duty. They went up a few points in my book after that. Yeah, I'm not 100% familiar with the drama. I do remember when it happened. But yeah, how a company responds to drama is a make or break for me. It's either going to win them massive points or I'm never going to touch them again. If they blame the grip, yeah, that's what I just said. Have someone else try it. Thoughts on the macro AXG Legion, and would it be worth the upgrade or just do a Radian Ramjet combo? If you're between an AXG Legion and a Radian Ramjet combo, do the Radian Ramjet combo. It'll perform better. That being said, the AXG Legion is pretty cool. Like, you're not going to make a bad choice either way, but the Radian Ramjet combo with a DPM soft kit is going to perform better. Yep, I was going for the P365, but ended up getting a 19C instead. 19C is dope. Watch out, shooting it from retention. Big Dog Shirts. I'm assuming that's a recommendation for concealed carry. It's actually sad how the Chinese-made EPS carry is literally the best option for the RMSC cut. Yeah, it is actually sad, but I can't bash Hollow Sun because they're making the best stuff. It's literally all I run on my stuff. Even my rifle. Like I have one rifle that has an aim point on it still, but the other rifle's got a Hollow Sun with a Hollow Sun magnifier. It works. Never understood that. The feedback should be noted and help the companies improve on their product. A good product should speak for itself. Too many infomercials these days instead of honest reviews. Yeah, and you know what? I don't blame the infomercial channels. Like I don't. It's just the way it is. Like, and this is something I'm going to mention in my M&P carry comp video. I literally say in there, this is an honest review because it did not make the email newsletter from Smith & Wesson for the carry comp. And you look at the videos that are in the newsletter, and one of them is like Honest Outlaw. And it's like, also, another channel that they saw some drama recently about some high-end 1911s, but Beretta 9mm USA. He said, not even a bad thing, just told the truth about light primer strikes on a Smith & Wesson revolver one time, enough to get him completely blacklisted. They were sending him stuff, and like literally he was like, had light primer strikes, sent it to Smith, they fixed it, it was great, blacklisted. That's an oversimplification of what happened, but that's the gist of it. So you have to be aware, like, yeah, when someone's video makes the Smith & Wesson newsletter and Smith is sending them every single new release, there is an intimate relationship there. There are expectations. There is entitlement to a positive review. Thoughts on Springfield Prodigy comp 4 1/4? I think it could be dope. I don't think that comp is going to get much efficiency. Much like the M&P carry comp, I would rather have it on there than not have it on there. But it just depends on how much more it costs. And also I would want to know if they are backboring it, because I've not seen one in person. I haven't been able to look down the barrel. Are they backboring it? If not, you could still get spalling coming out of that. I have 2,000 rounds through my Echelon home defense and Hellcat Pro carry, no problems. Why does Springfield get such a bad rap? So the XD was a joke. That certainly didn't help. Not even Ada Wong running a Springfield XD in Resident Evil 4 could help Springfield. So Springfield 1911s, if you buy a Springfield 1911, there's about an 80% chance you're going to have to send it back. Like out of the box, you're going to have to send it back. The XD, they did silly stuff with the whole grip zone thing. They kind of became a joke. Not even a meme. They became a joke. And then as far as the Echelon and the Hellcat go, I don't know what it is, but everyone I know that has gotten a Hellcat, it's just like a forgettable gun. Like, now, granted, I said no one, like, obviously you love your Hellcat, right? But the people that I know in my life, they'll get a Hellcat and they'll be like, this is great. This is amazing. I love this. A few months will pass and I'll be like, nah. I don't know what it is about the Hellcat that's just kind of mad that it just kind of overlooked. It's reliable. It goes bang. It shoots well. Has a decent grip texture. On paper, it's great. I honestly don't know what it, maybe it's not, it might be the cheesy name. I don't know. The Echelon is also kind of punchy. When you compare it to other competitors like M&Ps, Glocks, that kind of stuff, it's kind of on the punchy side of recoil impulse, but seems to work. I think they're both good guns. I don't think you could go wrong with either one. I'm brainstorming here, trying to answer your question. I don't know. Memes, the DNA of the soul. Yeah, more Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Yeah, Metal Gear Rising. Metal Gear Rising. I love all the Metal Gear Rising fans in here. We need to stream Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. How do you feel about on-body carry at home while awake and up and about? I do. I mean, it's like if you can find a comfortable way to do it, then why not? Home invasions while people are home are a thing that happens, right? It could even be doorbell rings or someone kicks in your door. I mean, like the stuff happens, and it's so much easier if you have something on you. I even think it is acceptable to like throw a 380 in your pocket or a 38 in your pocket, just to have something in your hands if a window breaks and your guns are in the safe. A window breaks and you left your gun on the bathroom counter, right? And then it's like you have to run away, be aware of, it's like, okay, where's my wife? Where are my kids? Where are my pets? So I think it's good to have something on you if you can find a comfortable way to do it. More Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, I hope. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is superior to The Last of Us. Absolutely. Thank you. S tier opinion right there. Not even S tier, God tier opinion. Most informative gun channel, high quality, and your response time is unmatched. Will always be a sub. I really do the best I can to respond to people. As the channel has grown, it has become challenging. The biggest challenge is that YouTube will not always show me comments. So I respond to every comment that I see. If I have not responded to your comment, it's usually one of three things. Either one, you were an absolute that my screen just twitched. Am I still live? I think I'm still live. Because see, I'm live. One, you were either an absolute insulting, complete douche nozzle, and it's clear that you're not trolling and having fun. Like you are literally just being a complete a-hole, and I've hidden you from the channel. Comment away, I'll never see you. There's a really, really rare. I would say I do that maybe once every 3 or 4 months. Someone that bad, like I'm talking an actual harassment case where I will just like, bye. Super rare. Number two, you left a long comment and I'm like responding to all the shorter, faster comments that I can easily answer. And I'm going to need more time on your comment. And I come back to it later. It's a rare case that I might get so many comments that I might mean to come back to it later and I'll just forget. The most common thing, if I have not responded to your comment, is that YouTube never showed it to me. So sorry to all of you. It's become a lot of work as the channel has grown. I'm sure it will even get crazier, but I do my best to get to everybody. Glad you've been enjoying the channel. Did Radiant Weapons share a release date for the Guardian for the 507 comp? Hoping they also share with you for review. I talked to Radiant about this a couple of months ago. They intended on getting it out sooner. I think that there was just a delay for one reason or another, whether it was finishing, they send it out for finishing or whatever. There was some sort of delay. It was supposed to be out already. Trust me, I am right there with you waiting for it. And yes, I think they are planning on sending me 1 or 2 or 3. I don't remember what we talked about. Would you recommend a ramjet afterburner for EDC G19? Yes, as long as you thoroughly vet it. If you are willing to put several hundred rounds through your Glock 19 with your Radiant ramjet afterburner on there to make sure it is 100% reliable, yes, I recommend it. I especially recommend it with a DPM captured soft kit. Turns it into a laser beam. It is the secret sauce to the build. Resident Evil was the first video game that actually scared me. When walking down the hall and dogs jumped through a window to kill me, I think I pooped myself. I think we all pooped ourselves. I remember renting that game from Blockbuster when I was a kid. Yeah, I did not sleep that night. Still holds up to this day, the original. I mean, obviously there was the remake for GameCube that they then re-released that is amazing. 10 out of 10 game. The original still holds up. I replayed all of the Resident Evil games last year, and they all well, some of them like Resident Evil 0 are like, ugh, and Code Veronica can be frustrating, but they all still hold up very well. Would be nice to see him on a live too. Yeah, I'll talk to him. I'll see if I can get him on a live. If he did that podcast with that other dude, I'm sure he'd be willing to. Talk about Humble Marksman for those of you tuning in now. Hi, what's the topic? It's in the title. At this point, it's basically just turned into an AMA, and if I ever get caught up, or if anyone ever brings it up, I expand on the topics in the title. Metal Gear Rising. I sliced up so much random crap in that game. Yeah, those were the days. I still remember when that game came out. Oh my god, I was so stoked. The music in that game. If you're not a gamer or if you've never played Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, just listen to the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance original soundtrack on YouTube tonight. Or next time you're at the gym, it'll get you going. Sending you a pic when I get my TAC Pro back from DSC with DLC finish. Please do. I would like to see it. Thoughts on Flux P365 Raider? I think it's super dope. I think it's a cool idea. I like to see interesting stuff like that happen in the industry. I'd love to test one out. I don't think I would ever get one with my own money, but I think it's a cool idea. For those of you who don't know, it's like they have an appendix carry holster and it's got the either stock or the brace on it, and you pull it out and whoosh, it flies open, and then you have like a little 365 PDW. Pretty cool. Practical effects will always carry weight that virtual effects can only imitate. As far as movies and shows go, absolutely. And I would even argue the same in animation, right? Like actual animation is going to look better than CG. There's a reason they only do virtual effects. It is cheaper. It is faster. You don't have to worry about squibs not going off. You don't have to worry about a gun malfunctioning on set. But that's also what's so rewarding when they do actual practical effects. If you haven't watched it in a while, watch RoboCop tonight and tell me that it's not the coolest shit you've ever seen in your life. I think you mentioned it earlier with the ports. Make sure the guys doing your work know what they are doing and backbore the barrel. Absolutely. Now, the problem is the most efficient ports, that's going to be like a V8 porting on the Bull Armory, for example, or the dime bag that Monsoon Tactical does on M&Ps, or the Lucky 7s they do on everything. You backbore that, you're probably going to lose the rifling, real important part of the barrel. So that's why typically like the backboard stuff is going to be Floyd's Custom. They do all at the end. So if you want the most efficient porting system, you're just going to have to deal with the spalling. It's unfortunate. All right. Well, now that's 2 times you said it, so I have to inquire. I'm no fan, and Bill either. But what's your beef with Tarantino? So I was a huge Tarantino fan, massive Tarantino fan when I was like 15 to like 23. Huge Tarantino fan. Then I started watching the movies that Tarantino had watched that inspired his movies. And I was like, oh. So Tarantino films are basically just a compilation of like the best movies he had watched. And it made me, it kind of, it took the excitement out of his movies for me a little bit. But I think my 2 biggest problems with him are 1, his political leanings, and 2, he's just become an all-around worse filmmaker. So obviously he wrote True Romance, which is my favorite film of all time, that was directed by Tony Scott. Top Gun, everyone, come on. Man on Fire, come on. The remake of Man on Fire with Denzel. And then, he had his hit with Reservoir Dogs, and then he had Pulp Fiction as a follow-up. But he had a producer. God, what's the producer's name? Lawrence. I don't remember. So he had a producer, and he had his editor, Sally Menke. And those 2 kept him in line, kept him, making good films. And unfortunately, his editor, Sally Menke, passed away. She was hiking by herself, and she slipped and fell and hit her head and passed away. So he lost the editor that was the one who told him, Quentin, no, this scene is going on too long. Quentin, no, we have to cut it. Quentin, no, we have to put this in a different spot. Quentin, no, this doesn't work here. Then he and his producer had a bit of a falling out, and his producer left. Now there's nobody to tell him no, which is why movies like Django Unchained, Hateful Eight, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood are just different. They kind of drag on. They're kind of missing the spark and the pacing that his older movies, like freaking Kill Bill Volume 1 is one of my favorite movies of all time. They're missing that because now he has no one left to tell him no. Now he's the top dog. He doesn't even have Harvey Weinstein to tell him no. So he is just completely unchained. And because of that, I think his work suffers. I know this is not a movie channel, but I like talking about it. So if anyone else wants to talk about movies more, let me know. Or video games or anime or shows. Do you see the V3 line coming out with a new Staccato XC? I'd like to see it. I think it makes sense. I think it'd be stupid not to. I totally agree on all points regarding real guns. You can see when it's real. Your mind registers fake cars, guns, stunts, etc. Real movies feel better and keep you invested. Practical effects are best. Yes, and the thing that irritates me is you'll have the modern audience, right? You'll have the group of people who don't appreciate that stuff, the general public, so to speak. They'll sit there and they'll not notice a difference. They won't even know what a good movie is. They will sit down and just watch trash. They don't even register what's happening. And I think that's a shame, because people who appreciate it like us, it's like I said, I'll go back and watch Die Hard, and I'm like, yes, man, yes. My absolute favorites are A Better Tomorrow 2, The Killer, and Hard Boiled, all John Woo films where people are in danger. People almost died on those sets, and that's a part of the thrill. Is this is dangerous, and guns are dangerous, so it helps bring that to life. And as long as certain protocols are followed, you can do it safely while maintaining that practical immersion. Mami Misato, best Ava girl. You're about to start some waifu wars in the comments, but you're right, objectively speaking. Equilibrium, A Long Kiss Goodnight, Boondock Saints, good films. I shot blanks as stuntman on NCIS and Sons of Anarchy Shootout, and I love your work. Carried the S2000 Bullpup, then AA-12 Shoddy on G.I. Joe. Nice. So yeah, those who don't know, Dan the Wolfman has done some great stunt work in that space. Equilibrium is a really, really fun movie with Christian Bale. It's like 1984 meets, I guess, The Matrix. That's where the gun kata is from. It's a fun watch. A Long Kiss Goodnight is a forgotten movie, but a surprisingly good one. Boondock Saints, obviously, cult classic, one of the best ever. There was a firefight. Yeah, NCIS has largely gone digital nowadays. Sons of Anarchy started practical effects, and then in the later seasons, I think they went CGI and digital, and that's when it's like, I remember there was a clear switch where it went from they were using blanks and squibs to they were using digital effects, and it was like watching the production budget drop by like 10 times when that happened. It was a bummer, but really cool that you got to fire blanks on those sets. Cool stuff. Something that a lot of us would be envious of. Sorry, joined late. Was considering moving from X Macro to LTT PX4 Compact AIWB. Sounds like you're not a PX4 fan. Appreciate your insight. I am a PX4 fan. I'm very much a PX4 fan. Just know that changing to an LTT PX4 from an X Macro will likely not sway the outcome of your defensive gunfight. So you'd be switching because you like it. Like that would be the reason you're switching, because you like it. That being said, just because I said that the LTT PX4 is overpriced from the performance to price ratio, spam caller, does not mean that it's a bad gun. It's a phenomenal gun. The PX4, if you watch my review of it, the recoil impulse is insane. The rotating barrel works. It absorbs recoil. And the LTT version has an insanely short reset. You can run that thing really fast, and it's easier to maintain accuracy with those faster splits. It is an awesome gun, super badass. It's likely not going to make a difference in your defensive gunfight. So don't buy it because you think, I need this because I'm more likely to survive my gunfight with it. Get it because you like it. Just know what you're getting into. Norso did my barrel and ports. Yep, salute indeed. Sorry, I've got like a hair. Whatever, I'll live with it. Grant, new subscriber and new gun owner. Do you have any advice for how to advance my shooting skills as a novice? That's a hard one because there's a lot of good information on YouTube and there's a lot of bad information on YouTube. I'm just going to give you a short answer. Check out Ben Steger's channel. Steger spelled like Stoger, S-T-O-E. Yeah, check out Ben Steger's channel. He has a lot of free stuff, and you're gonna avoid a lot of the. So people talk about pistol shooting fundamentals, and that's the typical fundamentals that you will learn if you go to like a shooting range and you get an instructor there. They're setting you up for failure. They're pistol fundamentals from like 30 years ago, and we have a better understanding of how to best shoot pistols nowadays. My advice to you is look for YouTube channels that have world-class shooters teaching. So like Jerry Michalik, Ben Steger, Rob Latham. These guys, go to actual people who are world-class shooters, because there are people like me out there that give really good instruction, that know, what they know and can apply it to a concealed carry role. But in order to weed out the bad actors, go with the people who have the world champion resumes. That will help set you on the right direction. Hunter Constantine recently is another new one who he talked about his grip and stuff like that. I'm a 9mm purist, but did you see that guy in Alaska last week that got attacked by a brown bear and unloaded on it with a 10mm as it tackled him to the ground and killed it? Yeah, I think there were two recent 10 millimeter usages with brown bears. I carry 10 millimeter into woods. I do. Anytime that I am, because like I'll go to like, Wyoming and I'll, hike the backwoods with my wife. I'm rocking 10 millimeter with hardcast. I got Underwood hardcast in it. I don't mess around. And it's like if I'm in a position where, let's say I'm like flying and I only want to pack one gun, I will pack the 10 millimeter, and I literally have rounds for people and rounds for not people. So yeah, I think that 10 millimeter has its application. Would love to see you, Honest Outlaw, and Grantham together at range. Okay, well, I don't think Grantham would ever do that, but I don't think Honest Outlaw would ever do. I give me another. You know what? Get me to 1 million subs, and it will 100% happen. Great chat and content recommendation on a 9mm PCC can. My knowledge of cans is very basic. So in chat, my chat homies, what cans are you running on your 9mm PCCs for Ben here? Give him some good recommendations. Because it's like, I don't know, like my default recommendation for a 9mm can is like an Obsidian. So I don't know if that's good for a PCC. How do you feel about the tier 1 APX versus Elite holster? I've seen you review and love the Elite. Just wondering. Thanks. So I touched on this earlier. A lot of people are asking about this. I might actually just have to suck it up and do a review of the APX. So for I have, narrow hips. I have my twinkish figure, and the APX, exists so you can put the magazine wherever you want. The Axis Elite has the magazine exactly where I want. It's the reason I haven't done an APX review yet, because I don't need to spend $200 on an APX because I don't need one. If I had a wider body, I would definitely cant that mag out for a faster reload, but it just prints too much on me. So my thoughts on the APX are that it is the Axis Elite with infinite adjustment for the magazine. My only hesitation on it is the one clip, right, doesn't have like a base that the screws go into. Like the screws go into the actual clip itself. And I like discrete carry concept clips, DCC clips, and I'm not sure I could replace that clip with a DCC clip. I think that's my main hesitation, is I'm just not sure. Most people don't vet their guns because the amount of rounds that it would take is the price of another gun, if not more, which is why I tell people ditch the optic at first and go for ammo. I think that's decent advice. The reason I don't give that advice is I think it's best for someone to learn on an optic. If you have someone who's new to a gun, teach them on a red dot, because they can take that red dot information and transfer it to irons. But if you start on irons, you're going to end up looking at the sights, and you're going to transfer that to the dot. You're going to be looking at the dot, not at the target. And it's going to make it a harder transition. So that's why I'm hesitant to give out that advice. But most people don't vet their guns because the amount of rounds it would take is the price of another gun. I don't know if I think that a lot of people are like that. I think you're right. But I don't think most people are like that. I think most people buy a gun as a, like a talisman, right? They buy a gun because they think buying the gun is the self-defense act. Like, I have a gun now, and then they're good. They don't need to train. They don't need to practice. So it doesn't even occur to them. Like, they don't even know that people go out and shoot thousands of rounds. They're like, I mean, how many people have you talked to that's like, oh yeah, I grew up shooting guns with my dad. We went out like once a year and we put like a magazine through a Ruger Mark II. So I don't know. Love the vids though, bro. Keep going. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate your comments. Thanks for contributing to the conversation. Any plans on getting any custom work done on your USPC? I saw that LTT offered optic cuts and trigger jobs, but I've heard some mixed reviews about the quality of their work on Reddit. Yes, this is a little bit of a spoiler, so anybody who's watching this live, I have a sweet USP video coming up. I did some custom stuff to a full-size USP. It's amazing. I cannot wait to share it with you guys. I wish I didn't have so much on my plate so that I could get it out to you like tomorrow. But if you're a USP fan, an UWU SP fan, get really excited because the video is going to be amazing. I've also heard about LTT optic cuts. In fact, seen it in person in shop, and the trigger job. It's the reason I went a different direction with it. House hold books. Yeah. EPS or EPS carry. If you're putting it on a micro carry or slimline pistol, EPS carry. If you're putting it on any gun bigger than that, so like subcompact or larger, EPS. Why do you prefer the EPS carry over the K series on slimline guns? Because there's no reason not to go with closed emitter. There's no reason not to. Like on a full-size gun with a 507 comp, it's just a bigger window than something like the 509T. Like that's the reason. With the EPS carry, there's no reason to not. They're same dot, closed emitter. No reason not to. Get all the benefits of a closed emitter. What is your opinion on the Smith 340 M&P, or sorry, the Smith M&P 340 357 mag for daily pocket carry? Ripping 357 mags out of that, extremely unpleasant. I am a recoil junkie. I love shooting 50 Action Express, 500 Magnum, 460 Smith & Wesson. Give me anything. Those little 357 Magnums are the most unpleasant gun that you can put in your hands. Full stop. So my opinion, carry 38s in them, 38 plus Ps in them, and just know its downfalls. You got 5 bangs, and then you're done. Also, if you do not train with it all the time, it's going to be harder to shoot than something like a P365. Half the capacity, harder to shoot. But it's better than a sharp stick. I would carry that over no gun. So if that's the only thing you're willing to carry it. Was there any one movie that kickstarted your love for guns in addition to being raised around guns? GoldenEye, both the movie and N64 game, hooked me for life. That was a huge gateway for me. Totally agreed. I watched GoldenEye as a kid. Probably too young to be watching. Well, what year did GoldenEye come out? Chat, what year did GoldenEye come out? That was probably, what, 94, 96 that GoldenEye came out? The movie. But yeah, GoldenEye definitely had a huge impact on my love for guns. My dad also showed me Predator when I was way too young. That ignited my love for guns. Also watched RoboCop when I was way too young, ignited my love for guns. Yeah, I think the first one that comes to mind, though, is probably GoldenEye. Yeah, I mean, so many good movies. I mean, the thing is, so being a kid in the 90s, I mean, I had some great movies from the 70s and 80s, a backlog to watch. And I mean, it's like, another one would be Terminator and Terminator 2. And Aliens, the sequel Aliens was another one that really got me into guns. So yeah, I mean, I just watching all this stuff, right? And then playing video games too, like you said, GoldenEye. And then as games kept getting better, it just kept getting cooler. How many range sessions and how often would you recommend to maintain a defense readiness? I mean, there's no answer for this. I think it depends on how much you've done already, right? Because somebody in my position that shoots all the time and has been shooting all the time for, God, how long now? I've been like, since I was like 13 years old, I've been at the range all the time, my entire life. I could skip going to the range for a year and be, better than someone who bought a gun off the shelf, right? Like I think it depends on what your skill level is. It's going to depend, but assuming that you're somewhere in the middle, like most people are, most people actually severely overestimate their ability with a pistol. But let's say you're kind of in the average range, then I would say as often as you can. There's no right answer. As often as you can. Ideally, worst case scenario, let's say you have the busiest life ever, 2 times a month. I think 1 time a week at a minimum is best, but like 2 times a month, if you've got like 4 kids and you're working a full-time job and all that kind of stuff, and you don't have any hobbies, you travel a lot for work, then yeah, 2 times a month, just stop in and tune up. The important thing is dry fire practice. Like the more you can dry fire practice, and not just dry fire itself, but like doing reps of drawing from concealment and dry firing, that's going to do more for you than live fire if you can't get out frequently. Honest reviews are needed. There were issues pointed out with Live Free Armory Apollo 11, and they actually fixed a lot of those issues rather quickly. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why it's incredibly important. The Armsman, Holosun is definitely killing it with options. I wonder how and if they've had any effect on Trigicon's market. I know many that have switched over. I was a Trigicon and aim point guy. Aim points on rifles, Trigicons on pistols. I did that for a long time. Now I am Holosun on everything, and I was a holdout. I held out for so long. If I switched, then holy crap, Holosun has to be putting the hurt on not just Trijicon, but every other optics manufacturer on the planet. I've tried the DPM recoil springs and I couldn't tell a difference. Went back to stock springs. I say that in my review before they were ever a sponsor for the channel, my honest review of DPM systems. I was like, you know what? If you are someone who is not completely like obsessed, right? You're completely locked in. You're out at the range all the time. You're shooting thousands of rounds. Yet you likely won't notice difference. It's and then on SIG with PMM comp. Yeah. Again, I'd be curious to watch a video of you shooting, because I'm not knocking you whatsoever, but like I said in my video, this isn't for everyone. It's not something for everyone. If your grip is not locked in, then yeah, the difference between like a 12-pound recoil spring and a 14-pound recoil spring, the recoil impulse is gonna be the same. Making the mother of all reviews here. Brett can't fret over every product, not when you're purging the email lists, right? Exactly. Should there be, I just love stuff I talked about like 20 and 30 minutes ago getting brought up now and like reminds me it's hilarious. Should there be another John Wick movie, or do you think Keanu Reeves is too old? I think that they should keep doing it because I think it's good for gun culture. Glock 19 plus Radian Ramjet plus SRO, or 365 plus Ramjet plus Icarus Precision plus EPS carry. I would go Glock 19, Radian Ramjet, SRO, DPM, Captured Soft Edition, because it's going to shoot better. It has a little more mass to it. Triggers are about the same. I'll always take the bigger gun over the smaller gun. That being said, the 365 Ramjet, Icarus Precision, EPS carry is going to have infinitely more drip. If you want mad drip and you want to be the coolest cat on the planet, and also if you're concerned about carrying a thicker gun because you said it's for EDC, then go with the 365. Just like The Thing, An American Werewolf in London. Dude, The Thing, one of my favorite movies, probably my favorite horror movie of all time. Do you think Holosun will make a closed emitter 507 comp? I would buy it in a heartbeat. I'd be interested in it. I don't know how they wouldn't make it massive, because that window is big, and if you turn it into a cube, it might be too much. They have to find some sort of way to like slant the glass on the back. I don't know. They'd have to get creative with it. I would love to have the benefits of a closed emitter on the 507 comp with the huge window. At some point, some things are just physically impossible though. Hamilton again, my man. Yeah, definitely true about the spalling on the Lucky 7 style ports. I got the V ports on the Apache 320 since I really like the minimal ports. Yeah, that's the thing, is minimal ports still do something. But like something like Lucky 7 just deletes recoil. Hot take. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is, I have a low internet warning here. Connection unstable. It's going to let it kind of flatten out here. Sorry, I'm just going to, I'm sure it's fine on your guys. When this has happened in the past, you guys have been like, no, you're fine, but I'm just going to let this level out. Because it is like, connection is unstable. If you're on Wi-Fi, try plugging into your router or moving closer to it. So here, I'm just going to scroll down. Yeah, no one's saying anything about the connection, so I'm assuming I'm fine. If there's a problem, just let me know. Yeah, people are still dropping comments like everything is okay. I will use this as an opportunity for a water break. Oh, pausing and blurry. I knew it. Yep, just gonna let this. I'm going to ride the. Oh, it's choppy, but the audio is clear. Okay, so as long as the audio is clear, I'll keep talking. Okay, where was I? Revengeance is the most fun Metal Gear game. It is a lot of fun. I think that take would probably get you in a lot of trouble with a lot of Metal Gear fans, but I don't think you can deny that it is an insanely fun game. But Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is literally my top 5 favorite games of all time. So I think that's a lot of fun. Man, this connection is really really stupid. Dennis Hopper and Christopher Walken scene amazing in True Romance. Absolutely. You said it. Tarantino is a Xerox machine. He's only as good as what he's copying. Everyone is a Tarantino fan until you see the spaghetti western, 70s crime dramas, and kung fu movies he steals from. Yeah, then you have stuff like Kill Bill Volume 1 that literally does it better than the originals, right? And like that's commendable. But again, that happened because he had Harvey Weinstein. Sorry, I know. Lawrence Bender was the name of his producer, and Sally Menke, his editor, to rein him in and create something really tight. Top 3 animes. Oh boy, top 3. I'm gonna say Gurren Lagann, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and Cowboy Bebop. But I have a top 10. But those are the top 3 of the top 10. You thought Django dragged? I literally thought it was a masterpiece. LOL. Just great acting and storytelling. Yes, great acting, great storytelling. But when you look at how tight like Kill Bill Volume 1 is, and you compare it to Django, it's more in the vein of a Jackie Brown, right? Django's dope, man. The candy plantation, the Candyland shootout is legendary. No, the acting and the storytelling are phenomenal in that. But I'm not saying Django's a bad movie. I'm saying you could see the early signs of him changing as a filmmaker for what I view as being not as entertaining. No, Django's dope though. Just not my favorite Tarantino film. Quiet Place Day 1 kind of sucked, and Wolverine Deadpool, half of it CG bullshit, kind of sucked, and worked with that director on Real Steel. Oh wow. Equalizer 3 was last great movie. Beekeeper was sort of fun, low bar. Yeah, so Quiet Place Day 1, not as good as Quiet Place, right? Wolverine and Deadpool, I enjoyed, but yeah, the CG was not great. Like CG from the 2000s was better. That's not what we want to see. But yeah, you worked with that guy on Real Steel. That's cool. And Equalizer 3, yeah, the Equalizer films are good. All right, looks like, oh damn. Every time my internet connection is about to stabilize, it goes back down. It's going to go down to comments. Audio, no problems. Yep. All right, cool. As long as you guys can hear me, that's the important part. Plus, like you said, Tarantino is a smug communist when he refused to applaud. Exactly. 100% agreed. Rare, I disagree with you, my man, but I fear you may be missing his mark. Each of his movies have had a clear intention, purpose, or style for a reason. Yeah, but at some point, right, he departed from movies he once liked, like the John Woo movies. Okay, think about, I don't know if you've seen True Romance, right? But think about the best parts of True Romance. The dialogue, the shootout. Think about Reservoir Dogs, the dialogue, the shootout. Think about Pulp Fiction, right? We're talking world-class tight films. I don't want to be misconstrued here. I'm not saying that Django, Hateful Eight, or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood are bad films. I'm saying they're different films. And you can even see it slightly changing in Inglourious Bastards, because that's when I think Sally Menke was lost around there. I totally understand what each one of his different styles is. And I think that's where I'm being misunderstood, right? Because each one, it's a love letter to that style of film, right? I totally understand that. What I'm talking about is, like, if you actually see how much crap was cut out of Pulp Fiction, how much crap was cut out of, like, how tightly Kill Bill Volume 1 was put together, and then you look at his later films where none of that was cut out, it's just not as tight. It's not as put together. Like, I don't think anybody would sit through Hateful Eight and think that it's better than Kill Bill Volume 1. That's all I'm talking about. I do not dislike Django. I do not, man, people get really emotional about this. I do not dislike Django. I do not dislike Inglourious Bastards. I do not dislike Hateful Eight. I do not dislike Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. They're great films. They're not like going to make my, top 20 favorite movies of all time list. I've seen a lot of movies. You're right about the 19C firearm retention. I was on the edge about getting Radiant RAM for it. Gonna pull the trigger. Yep, absolutely. Pulp is his mobster movie. Dogs is his crime. Yep, Kill Bill is classic kung fu. Well, yeah, Bastard. So yeah, I completely agree with you there. Each movie has had a clear intention, purpose, or style. It's just that him as an actual director, writer, filmmaker, it's just getting out of hand. There's no one there to tell him no. I bought the PX4 because so many people think it's the ugly duckling, and I think it's awesome looking, plus it shoots amazing. Yeah, it does kind of have that cyberpunk look to it, and it's also cool being a hipster and unique. Also, how can you not love? Yeah, I like I said, I do like Django and Inglourious Bastards. Um, he's a plagiarist. Watch the movies he's ripping off; they're better. See, I do agree with that. The one thing I will say is I think Kill Bill Volume 1 did a lot of things better than the movies he was copying. And the thing is, I don't think there's anything wrong with him copying those movies and putting it into his own. I have no problems with that. I think that it's actually kind of cool. It looks like the internet connection finally stabled out. Gee whiz. I don't know if that's on YouTube's end or because I mean, I have really good internet. So, but who knows? Could be my internet provider being bad. Went all in and ordered a Hayes Custom Cobra. Have you come across one? I have not, but they look awesome. Ben, hey homie Stegler, has taken my shooting to such new levels in such little time. That guy's goated. Super practical explanations and efficient training methods. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I send people to his channel. It's because he's just really good at articulating without overcomplicating things. He keeps things simple. And out of everybody who teaches people how to shoot, he is the one that I agree with the most on. I've had a lot of validation and things that I've discovered for myself by listening to him, and he says the same thing. And I'm like, okay, so what I'm doing is right. 9 for the hood, 10 for the woods. That's pretty much it. Obsidian 9. Okay, same recommendation that I had for a can for a PCC. Wolfman. It breaks down into a K-size can as well. Yeah, so you have versatility. 19 or 23? 19. For someone that owns his own shooting range and has reportedly shot hundreds of thousands of rounds, aka Lucas Botkin, why do you think he's not shooting at a grandmaster level? Anything that I would say would just be speculation. And I don't really like speculating on people, especially like I don't like friendly fire in our own space. But I think it just boils down to probably because he doesn't want to. I think that's it. For whatever reason that is, whether he thinks he, whether he's happy with his current performance or whether he's not seeking out training from, world-class competitive shooters, for whatever reason, just because he doesn't want to. I think if he wanted to, he could. I'm just scrolling down to make sure because the freaking internet is whacking out again. Just want to make sure you guys can still hear me. If applicable, what dot do you carry into bear country on your 10mm? So I actually was carrying the I had an RMR on it for a long time on my Glock 20, and then I changed over to the RCR, and then I got addicted to the 507 comp, so now I have the 507 comp on there, which is hilarious. Most people buy a gun as a talisman is a great way of putting it. Yeah, and literally most people, like that's not an exaggeration. I would say most majority of people, like everybody who's here right now, you're an enthusiast. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. Do you recommend and most gun owners are not gun enthusiasts. Do you recommend the CR920 XP as an EDC? If not, what would you recommend? I hesitantly recommend it if you are willing to thoroughly vet it for reliability. They are notorious for needing break-in, and they are notorious for needing to be, well, needing to be sent back. They're notorious for needing break-in, and they are more people than I would be comfortable with have had to send them back in. That being said, I think it's a dope gun. Just be aware of that. Glock 17 Gen 5 or a 2011 for carry? Hard question to answer. Like, do you need a 2011? No. Is a 2011 going to sway the outcome of your gunfight? No. Get what you like. Get what excites you. I personally prefer a 2011. I like I grew up shooting 1911s. It is second nature to me. I don't even have to think about it. I just shoot it. I am also that way with the Glock 17, but I just prefer the 2011. So easy answer, just get what you like. What would you recommend as a good holster for a Springfield Armory XDM Elite 4.5 inch with a threaded barrel? It depends where on your body you want to carry. 95 or 96 for GoldenEye. All those movies are classics. Classics never die. Dude, I'm not sure movies are ever going to be that good ever again. SIG or Glock for SHTF depends on the SIG. I would say, you know what? No, I'm going to say 100% Glock because an imbecile could repair a Glock. It's, get a bin of spare parts or pick up someone else's Glock, and you can fix anything on a Glock. So that's why I'm going to go with that. Thanks for the Captain of Crush advice. Just received the 100. How often do you train with your 160 while you work your way up to 190? Honestly, I'm just doing negative reps on the 190 now. I'm just doing negative reps on that because I can the 160 is just too easy. I am on the cusp of closing the 190, so I'm just doing negative reps with it. Holy crap! Is this still happening? You must be new. Yeah, the boy goes on for 6 hours minimum. I don't think I've ever hit 6. I think I've gone over 5. I asked a T1C confirmed APX can take DCC clips. So are there like holes below where the magazine carrier clip is? I don't know. Or do they make a DCC clip that you can, that's like open in the middle? I don't know. I'm just going to scroll down and make sure. Yep, your matrix glitched for a second. Yeah, I know, guys. I just off screen here, I did an internet speed test. I'm totally fine on my end. So this is YouTube. YouTube's like, you're taking up too much bandwidth, gun channel. We're going to throttle you. What's your go-to EDC no matter conditions? EDC, like no matter, like what's your go-to EDC no matter what the condition is, like best case or worst case scenario? I mean, I carry the Bull Armory 4.25 every single day. That's like my go-to. For deep concealment, I carry P365 now with the Radian Ramjet Afterburner on it. And if it was like a crap hits the fan scenario where I'm like leaving the house and never coming back, I'm taking my Glock 19 because I can easily repair it. I saw Dave Chappelle 10 years ago and he performed for like 6 hours. That was wild. Yeah, no, he's a legend. You think Trigicon will make a closed emitter SRO? It'd be super dope if they did. Made it a little more durable while they're at it. Love the older movies, but they need to stop remaking them. They are all pretty much crap. Total Recall was awesome. Remake is complete crap. Agreed 100%. So Total Recall was made by Paul Verhoeven, the same guy who did RoboCop. That's why, and the same guy who did Starship Troopers. That's why it's so awesome. Yeah, OG Total Recall is amazing. The remake is flat out trash. It did make the Chiappa Rhino look cool, though. Older movies are the way to go. Do you clean and lube your gun after every range day or just when you think you need it? Because I hear different things to do. My entire life, I cleaned them and lubed them after every single range day. When I got into my YouTube channel, I realized that was not possible. I went back to just cleaning and lubing them as I needed to. Guess what? Nothing has changed. So there's your answer. Everything's still working, even though I'm not doing it as often. Yep. Pausing and blurry. I wish I wasn't. Okay, so P226 Legion SAO or Zev P226. That Zev looks and feels amazing. Legion SAO, 100%. Agreed, Metal Gear Solid Revengeance is Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Who's not a true fan? Just kidding. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is a fun game. So good. Yep, glad you guys can still hear me. Yeah, I was really hoping this internet would. Yeah, it looks like y'all can still hear me. That's the important part. Just watched Donkey's summary of the Metal Gear Solid story. That's one of his best videos. Yeah, it's wild. The Metal Gear Solid, the lore of the whole franchise is insane. When the air blows through with a brisk attack, the reptile tail ripped from its back. When the sun sets, we will not forget the red sun over paradise. Yeah, the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance soundtrack is so good. Listen, guys, big cool gun with weapon mounted light and red dot sight left at home doesn't matter if you were psychic. You would be rich from lottery. It's EDC every day. ABC, always be carrying. That matters more than showing off. Yeah, but what if you can and do carry that big cool gun with weapon mounted light and red dot sight every single day? Is that not better? Thoughts on the new Fusion Ermox XP Pro, which uses Glock mags? Yeah, someone asked about this earlier. I think it looks interesting. Fusion has an interesting reputation for making both good and bad. So I think we're just going to have to wait and see. Beekeeper was awesome. I love how Jason Statham is using Mad Libs for the plots of his movies now. Yeah. Are you a follower of Christ? You know, talking about religion on the internet, especially on a gun channel, is something that I typically avoid. But let me put it this way. Being a follower of Christ is a wonderful thing. Uh, yep, glitching a little bit. You people are playing all these newfangled games, and I'm over here playing Cobra Triangle on my NES. Does anyone else here know what Cobra Triangle is? Yeah, nothing wrong with the classics. Good fun. Playing Metal Gear and Final Fantasy on PlayStation with no memory card was living life on the edge. What? You are a madman. You are an absolute madman for doing that. That's insane, especially Final Fantasy. What? You could speed run Metal Gear Solid, but Final Fantasy, you're playing with fire. Just a beautiful homage. Have you tried Black Myth Wukong? Not yet. I would love to. Honestly, I'd like to support them for not caving to the Sweet Baby Inc. mob, but at the same time, I know it's not a phenomenal game, so it's a good game, not a phenomenal game. So I'll probably wait for it on sale. I'm also playing through Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth right now, so I have plenty on my plate. I'm also playing Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver with my wife. So, as always, thanks for keeping it real. Love the lives and the channel. Have to drop out to grab dinner with the family. Yeah. Congrats for having a life, my man. You go get it, Smoke Bang. I got the P09C recently. I kind of like it. It's a dope gun. Yes, I watched the Grand Thumb drop test video. Ramjet worth it or threaded barrel with comp? Ramjet. Unless, like, if you're planning on carrying it at all, Ramjet. I used to train kind of hard on the Captains of Crush, but once I figured out that my main issue was keeping my grip pressure consistent, thanks to Ben Steger, I haven't been doing it much. Yeah, so that's the most important thing, right? Like, grip strength is only going to help you, but it's the consistency of the grip pressure that is most important. The second, so let's just say, let's pick a number of grip strength, right? Like, I don't like doing this, but just to explain the concept. Let's say your grip strength is an 80 out of 100. Right? And then let's say there's some bodybuilder whose grip strength is a 100 out of 100. A bodybuilder with a grip strength of 100 out of 100, fluctuating his grip pressure while he's shooting, is going to be a worse shot than the person with an 80 out of 100 that is steady the entire time. No variation in grip pressure, just consistent, and gripping it in a repeatable way. 100%, man. That and learning how to control recoil with visual focus. That's the other thing. That's what Steger has been able to like contextualize and verbalize better than anyone else. He has a really good way of explaining it. After you had the bullet jump from the casing on your Ruger Alaskan 454, have you ever been able to actually trust it again as something you would carry in country? Yes, you just have to test the ammo, right? Like, some ammo just isn't crimped down. I think the really spooky thing that someone was like, oh yeah, just the MagTech ammo, crappy ammo. Of course it's gonna jump crimp. But then you have that one dude that smoked a charging bear with it. This was years ago, and it crimp jumped on him, and he hand loaded his ammo, hand crimped it, was 100% confident in his crimp, and it still jumped crimp. And his wife, I think his wife had to come out on the four-wheeler and hand off a rifle to finish off the bear. So there's a reason I carry a 10 mil now. Ah, you made it to 1. Holy crap. Yeah, because I'm unstoppable. I literally cannot be stopped. Glad you made it, man. Congrats. Do not see The Crow. What, the new one? Yeah, I wasn't gonna. At work, though, so I don't know how long I can be here. Well, I'm glad you were able to hop in for a bit. If you're still here, how long ago was this? Okay, people are going and getting dinner now. So, yeah, it wasn't too long ago. Thank you for making it, man. So glad that you're here. One of these days when my wife's out of town, I'm going to do like a late night live, and that'll be your time to shine. What would you recommend as a good holster? Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yep, depends on where you want to carry on the body. Let me know where you want to carry on the body, and maybe I can help you out. I missed the Metal Gear Solid games. The cutscenes were small movies. The games were small movies. No, Metal Gear Solid is one of the best gaming franchises of all time. I have my opinions and feelings about Phantom Pain, but I mean 1 through 4, 10 out of 10. Just beat 1 through 4. Rising Revengeance is next. I think it's my favorite game series now. Crazy, I missed it all back in the day. Well, I'm so glad that you decided to give it a shot. It is one of the best gaming franchises of all time. I'm so glad you loved it. With Rising Revengeance, just it's not the same style of game. Just be aware of that. Totally different game. Fans of Metal Gear Solid are disappointed going into Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. So separate yourself from Metal Gear Solid and be like, I'm going into a different game that takes place in the same universe. and you will love it for what it is. It's incredible for what it is. I've been playing Trails Through Daybreak. Oh, how's that been? What's your opinion of modified triggers for carry? Been loving the ranger-proof triggers, but still carrying stock triggers for now. I think it's fine as long as, one, you can articulate to an attorney and to a jury of your peers why you put it in your pistol. And number two, that you've completely and thoroughly vetted it for carry. Trying to decide between Bull Ultralight or Staccato CS. Both are great guns. Since you have put many rounds through them, any advice to help me lean towards one over the other? CS. Staccato CS. Modded Resident Evil. Let's play when, bro? Yeah, dude. Let's do fucking. Oh, I said the F word on here. Let's do a. God, the filter's breaking down 3 hours in. Let's do a randomizer and have some fun. Speaking of Metal Gear and Hideo Kojima, Death Stranding 2 coming out next year, bro. So I played through the first Death Stranding. I liked it for what it was. I'm a little hesitant on Death Stranding 2, but I'm hopeful because the trailer or preview or whatever made it look pretty good. Do you think that dead hangs would have a similar effect to the grips? No, but it would help, right? Like those grip train, nothing's going to beat Captains of Crush for strengthening your grip, but it's hard. It's hard work, but dead hangs are only going to help. Might be a good place to start if you can't close a number one. Metal Gear Solid 2 will still be my favorite. I remember getting towards the end when Colonel Campbell gets weird. It did things for me. Yeah, dude, talk about what a crazy twist. I remember how I felt the first time that happened. It was like, oh, what is going on? Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2 is amazing. And it's funny because it was off to a weird start. You start out as Solid Snake, and then you're like, wait, who's this twink that I'm playing as? Like, who is this? But I think it has aged really well, and it is one of the all-time greats. I've been enjoying it. Love the Trails franchise. Yeah, I need to dive into that. Keep up the good work, Brett. Thanks, Murph. Glad you can make it in here for a minute. Girlfriend's home, so I got to go, but congrats on conquering the Reddit Glocktards, and congrats on having the best gun channel on the tube. I don't know if it's the best gun channel, but I'm glad you enjoy it. And yes, if you guys missed out earlier, the channel is finally recovering from the massive attempt to cancel my channel by mass reporting my channel. It has been a rough year, but finally, I have earned YouTube's trust back. So videos are now easier for me to monetize. Not saying it's perfect, not saying that all my videos are monetized, but it's gotten a little easier. Wish they would make a new Resistance Fall of Man game or bring them back with updated graphics. I want them to bring them back with updated graphics because if they remade them right now, they would turn out to be trash because that's just what they do. Just two little requests. One, single stack 1911 review. I'm eyeing Standard Manufacturing and Savage. I have an STP single stack 1911 in hand that I'm going to be reviewing soon. But always refer back to my Dan Wesson 1911 review. Rifle content. Yes, rifle content is something I've been wanting to get into. Just, man, pistols, kind of the niche that I've carved out for myself. So looking to expand soon. Amazon Simulator, yeah. Have a good night, chat. Cheers. See you later, Roaring Steel. When are we watching a Max Derat analysis of Metal Gear Solid series on live together, bro? Yeah, dude, now? My buddy owns Grip Genie. He has a lot of grip training equipment, including the crushers. Yeah, I have a buddy who grew up across the street from a grip strength training gym, and the dude is insane. Makes my grip strength look like a baby's. This dude could, I don't even know, like crush a dumbbell. It's insane. Wonder if my finger hurts after 500 plus rounds with the stock trigger shoe sounds good to an attorney. Yeah. Yep, just know what you're going to say. What's next for your videos? M&P Carry Comp very soon. This live is kind of my video for this week. I mentioned earlier on that I have an advertiser for the Carry Comp video, and they have a go live date on a certain date next week. Otherwise, it would have gone live this weekend. So I'm doing a live for this week. M&P Carry Comp is next, and God, I've been wanting to do revolver videos all year, and people just keep sending me stuff. I have something headed my way that I cannot talk about that is 2011 related, has not even been announced. That's like a new thing for the channel. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I just have infinite content. That's kind of the immediate stuff. While driving, do you keep your gun on you, or do you have a magnet on your console or under your steering wheel? I like it because of quick access in case of carjacking or street attack. My gun is always on me. My gun never leaves my body. I have full control over my gun at all times. It is always on my person. Thought about 507 comp on my full-size EDC, but concerned no shake awake. Thoughts? I haven't had any problems. So you're concerned about no shake awake. Why? Because it's going to drain the battery. Is that your concern? I'm genuinely curious because now you've got me like, oh, but I think the battery life is still 50,000 hours, right? Like even with no shake awake. So I just replace my batteries once a year on my carry guns, at least. The guns that I just take out to the range a lot or carry sometimes, I'll turn them off in my safe. Conserve battery life. Usually have to change those every like 2 or 3 years. But my carry guns that I leave on all the defensive guns that I use all the time, they're always on. I replace them once a year, regardless. Is there any concept or mentality videos you would be interested in working on other than just gun gear reviews? Yeah, it's something I've been meaning to do. Actually, it's something that I'm going to do. So ad revenue has been rough for all of YouTube, not just for GunTube right now. I mean, obviously it makes it like double bad for GunTube because it's like, wow, GunTube sucks already. And now it's bad for like all of YouTube as well. So I want to start doing 2 videos a week, a bigger like review video on the weekend, and then a conceptual video during the week where maybe I'm just sitting right here talking about concepts. Like I have footage for 9mm versus 10mm. I want to do my ports versus comps for EDC chapter 2. So yeah, 100% those videos are on the way. I'm just currently working on my online course right now for people who want to shoot good. Greetings. Any thoughts on comparing the M&P carry comp and Shadow Systems MR920P? A comp to MR920 will perform better than the M&P carry comp as far as reducing muzzle rise. It's a better comp design. What's your opinion on single port like the ARC divisions versus Ramjet? Ramjet's 100% better, no doubt about it. I'm gonna head out and talk to the homies on Discord. Maybe give some love to the kittens too. All right, well, have a good one, man. It was good having you here. Spread the word on every Discord server that you're a part of that I actually don't suck. Just kidding. That would be super cringe, but not really. Have a good one, dude. I leave my dots on all the time. On my 509T, I leave it on the settings right before max brightness. Battery lasts a little over a year, and I carry a weapon mounted light, so no issue at night as well. Yep. What's a safe you recommend? I honestly, probably not the best person to ask. I've had the same safe since I was 16 years old. Literally just took it with me everywhere. I got it. I think it's technically a Liberty safe that is branded Cabela's. But obviously Liberty gave up the code from someone's safe to the FBI, so I don't recommend them anymore. So yeah, chat, if you guys know what the best safe is, let Murph know. Have you seen RE or Remake 4's Silver Ghost? The comp USP looks so good that I'm sad there's no IRL equivalent. I actually was hoping to build one. I wanted to put one of those together. It was just going to cost so much. It was not going to be worth it. But yeah, that would be amazing to put together. There is an airsoft replica that is super dope. I basically wanted to get the airsoft replica and hand it off to a local gunsmith that does highly custom work and have them actually manufacture that USP comp. But alas, it was stupidly more expensive than my Samurai Edge. The Nightwood Gun Center for kids who can't shoot good and want to learn to do other stuff good too. That's exactly it. In fact, I now need to redo my marketing material because that is going to be the new title of it. That's the new name. You will get no residuals. I'm sealing it. What about Ramjet versus regularly ported guns? I just shot my first ported G19 last weekend and it was crazy. Depends on the comp. Depends on the ports. So the Ramjet is a good compensator. It is not a phenomenal compensator. It's good. It's phenomenal for carry because of how short it is. It's a dual port comp side by side, but it is not like a dual port comp. It's not like an island comp like a Staccato XC. but it gets the job done for a carry gun. Ported guns are obviously built for carry because it doesn't add bulk to the gun. But if you watch my Bull Armor EDC review or you watch my ports versus comps for EDC video, you will know that ported guns can spit out razor sharp, blazing hot shrapnel, like jacket, through the ports. So if you shoot the gun from retention, road range incident, someone comes up to your window with a gun, you got to blast them like this, you can get that jacket in your eyeballs and lose your eyes or eyesight. So regularly ported guns are typically going to perform better than something like a ramjet, but there is a trade-off. If you take something like the V8 ports on the Bull Armory EDC, yeah, it's going to blow the ramjet out of the water. But if you take like Glock 19C ports and compare it to a ramjet, they'll perform about the same. You just don't get shrapnel with the ramjet. What's your recommendation for a 9mm carry round that is relatively cheap so I can practice with what I carry? Doesn't exist. Don't even bother. Just pick a training ammo with the same bullet weight as the bullet weight of your carry ammo, and then just live with it. Otherwise, you're going to be running through a dollar shot no matter what. What do you think about okay, we'll say, so let's say you're carrying plus P ammunition. You can carry, I think, oh God, who makes, like Fiocchi usually is on the hotter end. S&B, I think, is also usually on the hotter end. So that will get you close. I think S&B did well for me, 124 S&B. That will be pretty close if you're running plus P ammunition. But the important thing is pick the same bullet weight that you're carrying, and that will get you close enough. What do you think about the Inforce Wild 1 light? I've never really used Inforce lights. I've always been kind of Surefire and Streamlight. This kind of is what it is, so I'm probably not the best person to ask. Good news, if you like the Highlander or the series from the 90s, Henry Cavill is playing him. And Chad Stahelski is directing, like John Wick with swords, he said. I'll believe it when I see it. Everything is trash nowadays. It's like, look at Henry Cavill in The Witcher. Like, Henry Cavill being in it didn't make it good. So it is what it is. Things are kind of winding down to a close here. I caught up with comments. There are only 77 of you left in here. So I'm going to plan on wrapping up in the next 30 minutes. If you guys have a crap ton of comments, if not, I'll kind of just bring it to a close if no one's commenting. So if you have any questions, any comments, or any thoughts or feelings, now is your opportunity to drop them in here. Yeah, I originally wanted to carry the ported G19, but now it's just a range toy because of your video. Yeah, looks like I've got to start trying to find a ramjet or PMM in stock. Yeah, I do recommend the ramjet specifically for carry, and that's mostly just because PMM is red Loctited on a threaded barrel, which is kind of inconvenient. Even if they perform similarly, the dual port PMM comp is more efficient than the ramjet, though. Just a heads up. It just obviously makes the gun way longer. It can be harder to carry. How long do you think it will be before Surefire puts out a new X300 to compete with the HLX? Hopefully sooner rather than later. Streamlight's bringing it. I heard they're working on a TLR1 HLX. What you got, Surefire? Good stuff, man. See you next time. See you, Murph. Thank you, Brett. I learned a lot from you and the others. You're awesome, bro. Yep, much appreciated. Thanks for being here, man. Take care, man. Rules of nature. Yep. Everyone's homework is to listen to the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance soundtrack tonight or the next time you're at the gym. Put it on your gym Spotify playlist. All right, everyone. Give you like I don't know, another 30 to 60 seconds to drop comments. If you drop something compelling, I'll definitely answer it. If not, we will wind this to a close. Thanks for all the info you have in your videos. Wife's got supper ready, so guess it's that time. Yep. Take care, Caleb. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, in conclusion, the topics of the video, this mostly is turned into an AMA. The loose topic of the video, just to, hold on, we got a couple more here. Has anyone guessed your age yet? Not that you would admit to it. I feel like you were close to my age, 38. I am younger than you. I will tell you that. I am baby-faced, but I am younger than you. No one has guessed my age, though. They've guessed on either side of it, but no one has literally nailed it. It's hilarious. I understand your feelings on the MC9, but I would love to see you check out a Mete SF sometime. I've got a few Canics, and the SF has been my carry for a while now, 5K plus with no issues. Yeah, The MC9 is the only Canic I've ever had a problem with. And I see a lot of problems with it. Great accuracy, great weight for a carry gun, and amazing trigger. I completely agree, my dude. I completely agree. Canic typically makes solid stuff. The MC9 is the only one I've had a problem with, although it does look like people have been popping up in my comments with problems with the rivals recently. So I don't know. Yeah. Let's see here. Give you guys another minute to drop anything potentially compelling or to just say deuces. And I'll just kind of, while you guys are dropping anything else in there. So in conclusion, does your carry gun actually matter? Nobody really offered any kind of compelling evidence as to why carrying something like a Staccato XC would change the outcome of a gunfight over something like carrying a standard P365. Don't really know. So I think at the end of the day, carry what you like, carry something that is reliable, and genuinely think about what situations you may find yourself in. Do your research, watch a lot of gunfights, like watch a lot of defensive encounters, and make the decision that you think is best for you. Because honestly, if you carried an unloaded gun, you'd be prepared for like 80% of defensive encounters. So for me, I will take every tiny little micro advantage I can, and I'm going to carry a cool gun that I like because I'm going to train with it more often. And I feel I have confidence in that gun. So don't get caught up in the, you need to buy this, you need to buy that, marketing bonanza that these companies go through. You do not need the M&P Performance Center carry comp over a standard M&P 2.0. It's not going to change the outcome of your gunfight. And we all agreed that movies are better with practical effects. Get rid of CGI. Just want to take a moment to highlight Kenji here. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you. You are a pleasure to have in the chat and to have around the channel. And I am humbled by your support of the channel. It's rough running a GunTube channel when you're a shill, but when you're running an honest channel, it is the most challenging, professional thing I've ever done. So I really appreciate and I'm humbled by your support of the channel. Thank you. I'm really grateful to have you around here. Forgot to ask you CMMGs and forgot to ask you CCMGs and a 300 blackout. Yeah, it's good. So glad I caught the tail end of the live. God bless and take care. Good to see you, man. So glad you could finally catch one. You keep one of these days. There's going to be a late night live, and you're just going to be on fire. What do you recommend as a first EDC? Glock 19 or SIG P365, depending on how big or small of a gun you want. What did you do to address the rust issue with your SIG since you're now carrying it? I got a slide with a DLC finish. Quick answer, if you don't want to do that, treat your gun with Ezox. Read the instructions, treat it properly with Ezox, best rust prevention on the market. What are your thoughts on the M&P Bodyguard 2.0? Someone actually convinced me on this earlier. I think it is, it's a tiny little gun that you can get a good grip on. Hope this helps towards your channel. It helps more than you know, my man. Seriously, Kenji, thank you. Yeah, it was a rough year, getting attacked by other people in the gun community off of Reddit for showing a Glock malfunction at SHOT Show. I fought through a lot of stuff that I didn't talk about on the channel this year. So really appreciate it. Thank you for investing in something that you enjoy, because you can buy a video game, right? And you choose to support this channel, and I'm truly humbled by it, and I'm grateful for you. Depends on where you live. Threat assessment, yeah. Had forgot to type it in the super chat. Oh, that's I honestly the blank super chat was pretty metal. It was pretty metal. Just pretend like you totally meant that. I feel like at close distances the differences are marginal, but at anything over 30 yards, I feel like the biggest, most accurate, best shooting pistol is by far the best option. Yeah. But again, I shot the FBI qual with both a P365 and an XC and got good combat hits at 25 yards. Something to consider. Technique goes further than the gun itself. Much appreciate your time and thoughts. I appreciate you being here and hanging out. P365 XL IWB 4 to 6 o'clock holster recommendations. Look into, oh God, what is it? Black Point. Is it Black Point Tactical? They're the holsters that Jack Carr uses. I like those for 4 to 6 o'clock. I think it's Black Point. Pretty sure it is. If not, look up Jack Carr's EDC video, and that'll have his holster in it. There's no one who's taught me more on YouTube about shooting than you and Ben Steger, two best channels out there. Yeah, and we both have last names that have the darn German OE that isn't pronounced like OE. But no, Steger, you know, a lot of people have a lot of opinions about him, but the dude can shoot, and more importantly, the dude can teach. He's great at articulating complex concepts with simplifying them. Unlike what I just said sentences for coming my mouth out of. Favorite EDC red dot. I'm an outlier here. It's going to be the 507 comp on a full-size gun, and on a micro carry or slim line, it's going to be the EPS carry, which is actually the popular opinion. A Gold Desert Eagle has the intimidation factor, especially if dual wielding. Yes, and 50 Action Express is the most effective pistol cartridge on the market. I got lucky. All my X macro has never rusted, even the mags. I think it's more often than not they don't rust, but it's a little too common that they do, even though it's uncommon. It's, for what you pay, unacceptable, especially since they won't warranty it. Would love to see Ben try to go for a tier 137s coin. Need him to do a live so I can ask him about it. Yes, it's one of those things. Can your competition skills translate to concealed carry? I don't think I've ever seen him draw from concealment. So I would love to see him do that from concealment. I know he could, but I'd be interested to see how adding the challenge of drawing from concealment, because that's a hard drill, my dude. It might take him a few tries, but I would love to see him do it. I want to see what his time is. I think people training in COFs like CQE or shooting on the move, if their local range offers, might be more effective than a particular gun. Yes, agreed. Wanted to get a Shadow Systems. They look great, but been hearing a lot of mixed reviews about them. You're hearing correct. There are mixed reviews about them. Shadow Systems are cool. They look great. They shoot great. Most of them require a break-in period, and too many of them need to be set back. But once they're running, they run. So just be aware you might be in for a little bit of frustration, but they will likely get it up and running. I shot BG 2.0 strong side and weak side only very small. The Bodyguard 2.0 strong side and weak side only very small. While Smith & Wesson may or may not have known it was me, broke news 4 months ago and called them out for not following American with Disabilities Act. Interesting. Yeah, it's the first I had heard of it. Kenji responding to Angel. They do have a bit of a hiccup when new. Otherwise, they are pretty good. I would recommend cleaning off the ton of excess lube from the factory, though. Yeah, it's good advice, Kenji. Steger is blunt and to the point, and many people can't handle that. Yeah, and I mean, I think I think he's abrasive. I think it's fair to call him abrasive, right? And some people just don't have the capacity to handle someone abrasive and separate their abrasiveness from their content, right? I think, not to get political on a gun channel, but I think it's a thing with Trump, right? I think a lot of people look at him and they're just like, I cannot handle how he treats people. And they can't separate that from like actual policy, right? Whether or not you agree with it, there are people that would normally agree with his policy that don't like him because of that reason. I think Steger is the same way. I think people just can't separate the abrasive persona from the content. After having 3 and shooting it out of the box and 1 with a light wipe down of excess lube, the wipe down one is the only one that didn't have hiccups with the Shadow Systems. That's good advice. That's good info. That's what I'm saying. He never even mentions carry. Yeah, that's the other weird thing. Like, does he even carry? Like, he never shows like carry guns. So like, is he carrying his competition guns? I don't know. I'm not sure if he even does it all. Knowing his personality, he's probably like, I've never needed one before, so what's the point? You know what? A lot of people look at me and they would never imagine in a million years that I carry a gun at all, let alone can do pretty well with one. So I wouldn't judge too quickly that he doesn't carry, but it's definitely a question mark and something I'd actually like to hear his insight on. Steven, thank you so much, man. That really appreciate it. It's like I mentioned earlier to Kenji, it's guys like you that keep the channel going. I would have to do like a video every 3 months if it weren't for awesome people like you investing in entertainment that you enjoy and appreciate. So Really, I'm humbled by your support. Really appreciate it. And I'm so glad that you've been enjoying the live, man. Thank you. Yep. Kenji comes in clutch with the Shadow Systems experience. Thoughts on the Prodigy comp? Would you carry? I would carry it after vetting it for reliability. I'd probably replace the ejector with a Wilson combat ejector. But yeah, I would carry it after vetting it for reliability. I don't think the comp is going to be as effective as like a real compensator. Your answers have saved me money, so I'm happy to contribute in hopes that you keep doing these lives. Yeah, it's guys like you and like Kenji that keep me coming back for the lives. I know it's been a while. I've been traveling a lot, and I don't like to announce when I'm traveling because I'm like, I announce to the whole internet that I'm not in my home and I've got all these guns, and I'm like, so if I ever kind of like go dark, I'm probably traveling. This year has been a huge travel year for me. It's one of those things. While I am young and have minimal responsibilities compared to someone who has like 4 kids, I'm just kind of taking advantage of that right now. But yeah, I definitely intend. I would like to do a weekly live, to be honest. Kenji, did you buy the XP? Gabe White, Robert Vogel on grip, and Ernest Langdon drop some good knowledge. Again, world-class shooters, right? Like that's who I recommend. Cut through the crap. Like I said, guys like me and guys like Dan can teach you all the right stuff. But how do you sort through all the trash? That's why I say go with the person. If you're going to watch on YouTube, go with the person with the resume. Obviously, you guys know that I'm squared away. Like when I offer my course, it's going to be absolutely killer. It's going to be such a little time commitment. It's going to be affordable for what you get. It's going to immediately turn you into a better shooter. Like that beta launch I had, just seeing the progress and the students that I had on the beta launch for my course and my program. I mean, it was humbling how well they all did. So, but if you're a newbie and you're new to YouTube, the only way to know someone's going to teach you the right thing is with the resume of, yes, this is a world champion shooter who set a world record, right? Like that's probably someone to listen to. Kenji responded that he was loaded up with every Shadow Systems ever made. What's up, player? Hey, Trevor. Love your guts. I'm assuming that's guts. Profile pic. Would you carry the LTT PX Form GSD with the rail-mounted compensator and the light? It's a lot of crap on the gun. Probably not. Honestly, the PX4 doesn't need the comp. It runs great as is. I would carry the LTT PX4 Storm GSD with an LTT trigger bar in it. Nothing else. Do you do any martial arts? Yes. Well, I did. I no longer do. But I did karate, mostly taekwondo. That was so. Like if you want to get into a kicking competition, I can kick you in the head. Just please don't try to catch it. No, jokes aside, karate, taekwondo, messed around with wrestling a little bit. I'm like I can grapple my way out of someone who doesn't know BJJ. Yeah, martial arts are good. I think especially for a kid growing up, like learning discipline and achievement. I won the strongest kick competition. Last question. Is there anyone else you would recommend aside from Steger? I've been checking out Modern Samurai Project and just want all the good advice I can get to manage recoil better. So Modern Samurai Project, I'm not going to bad talk that at all. I listen to certain people about certain things, right? The thing to listen to Modern Samurai Project about is drawing and shooting from concealment, using a dot. When it comes to the actual like transitioning to targets, shooting, gripping the gun, that kind of stuff, I listen to a guy like Steger. But as far as drawing from concealment with a dot, yeah, Jedlinski's awesome. Listen to him for that. If you want to go a step further, okay, what's his name? Point One Tactics. His name will come to me later, but Point One Tactics is basically Scott Jedlinski, but better. So if you want to go a step, if you want to take a class with someone, take a class with Point One Tactics and get turned into a monster. God, why can't I remember his name? Invite some of a smaller YouTuber on like 1 hour each. I think I show some good movement, realistic CCW 2 or 3 targets, transitions, retreat drills, while other guys only standing statue draws. Yeah, so I'm 100% going to have guests on here. Like I think I said that in my last live. I've been traveling a lot, so trying to organize like, hey, I'm going to be on at this time, getting people on. Just haven't really had the capacity to do that until I have one more big trip coming up. I don't want to say when because I don't want anyone to break into my house. But after that trip, I'm definitely going to start having guests on here. I have a list, and Dan, you're on the list of people that I'd like to feature on the channel. Come on here live. Like you said, only an hour. Obviously, not everyone can go for 4+ hours. Do you carry any first aid kit on your body? I carry a tourniquet. I carry a soft T. And I have further medical in my car. So like chest seals, more tourniquets, like occlusive bandages, that kind of stuff in my car. Do you remember what style of TKD you did or what organization you were a part of? ITF, WTF, etc. I don't. I'd have to go back and look. I haven't touched that stuff since high school. That's a good question though. Like now I want to know. Like I have all the trophies and all the certificates and all the ribbons but I genuinely don't remember because I competed heavily in skeet, sporting clays, and trap. And that really took over my life over Taekwondo. So I was so busy at the time, mostly focusing on competitive shooting that like, I don't know, I feel like Taekwondo is just a blur. I never ended up getting my black belt for Taekwondo, but I don't know. I stopped caring at that point. Guns were cooler. I don't care if you care of it, but I think the bronze barrel has better wear resistance over the black one, and it's slicker as well. Oh, for shadow systems, the bronze barrel you think has better wear resistance over the black one and is slicker as well. Just handling them, that's kind of been my observation as well. PewView has an interesting take on grip. Tried it out and like it. I would listen to a world champion competitive shooter. Puff and Stuff, your lives are some of the best content available. Love listening back at the range. Love listening back at the range. Def need one a week. Yeah, absolutely, man. Puff and Stuff, really appreciate the support of the channel, man. Thank you. It's been really great chatting with you. You brought up a lot of good points. Definitely loved you being a part of the conversation. So yeah, guys like you, Steven, Kenji, Jeremy, Keith, Sheldon, Aaron, Nemo Propaganda, and OG, Old Man Jenkins, you guys are all propelling the channel forward. You're the reason for the growth. You're the reason for the success. And you're the reason that the videos are going to keep getting better and I can keep doing more content. So seriously, thank you to all you guys. Just watch a video of Rob Latham on Funker Tactical. And he said, 1, hold the gun really tight. 2, point the gun at the target. 3, pull the trigger without moving. That's it. And so I want to expand on that because he said, shooting is simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. And that's the thing is those are simple points, but it's not easy to do those things. And that's why I like a guy like Steger, who can break it down, right? And actually articulate the finer points, because Rob Latham doesn't talk about stuff like, using your vision for recoil management. He's doing that stuff, but at the end of the day, hold the gun really tight, point the gun at the target, pull the trigger without moving. You're going to get good hits. The trick is holding the gun really tight and then not having even a slight variance in your grip pressure while you're shooting, right? So it's like, that's a finer point that's not mentioned in that. Point the gun at the target focus, right? Like you're looking at the target and pointing the gun at the target. You're not pointing your eyes at the sights, you're pointing the gun at the target. A finer point he doesn't mention. And then pull the trigger without moving the sights. That is true, but how do you do that? It's simple, but it's not easy. But that is, I literally open up my first session with a one-on-one private instruction with a student. I literally open up and say, Rob Latham said this. And it's the overall concept of shooting a pistol, and it's accurate. I was affiliated with USTA, United States TKD Alliance, and then became ITA International. Then I think now it's known as Tiger Rock. Yeah, that Tiger Rock definitely doesn't ring a bell. If you've ever watched the movie The Foot Fist with Danny McBride, that movie is hilarious. I love that movie. Yeah, I do not. ITA kind of rings a bell. It might be that. I swear that was my TKD school to the T. Yes. Mine wasn't really like that, but there were things in there that I could definitely relate to. GI Jose has a question for Dan the Wolfman. Has the RP63 holding up? I have the Shadow XR 920p and now the CR 920 XP, 10K and 1500 rounds respectively. First batch off assembly line. I'm assuming it went well. Otherwise, you would have said otherwise. Appreciate you letting me ramble in here. These lives are the awesome awesome. Set an alarm when I saw you were doing one, so I didn't miss it. Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, like I really appreciate you setting an alarm and showing up. You were a big part of the conversation today, and I appreciate talking with like-minded people. Probably fired 2 million rounds. Deadly Force is last option, plus retain your pistol. Shameless plug, 4.5 hour combatives and street jiu-jitsu on BJJ Fanatics Labor Day sale. 42, I teach all essentials for black belts, MMA, pro bouncer security. Yeah, Dan knows his stuff when it comes to this. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, definitely check it out. Both went back to Shadow for repair, but now working. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that earlier. Yeah, that's the thing with Shadow, right? Is you get it, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, and then you send it in, and then it probably works. What's your thoughts on dry fire stuff like Mantis and Strike Man? I don't need it. Like it's going to be a tough day for me when Mantis decides to advertise on the channel. Here's the thing: I don't think it's bad. Mantis is not going to hurt you. It's only going to help you. But do you need it? No. It's like saying you need to carry a Staccato XC and that a Glock 19 isn't good enough, right? Knowing what to do in dry fire is going to help you more than the Mantis. The Mantis just gives you mostly objective scientific feedback, which can be good to know, but it's stuff that if you're not dumb, you can tell. But like I said, it will only help you. I just want to make sure your money is well spent. And like I said, it's gonna be a rough day when they decide to advertise on my channel, and I'm just gonna have to explain, hey, if you want to take your dry fire to the next level, if you want scientific feedback, check it out. You don't need it though. Yeah, Kenji's coming clutch with his Shadow Systems info. Same with Todd. 3 more charter stubs. Yeah, Dan just giving us a little update. Glad the RP63 has been solid. Yeah, you're right on 1 million. I mean, 2 million. New shooter. Purchased the TAC 4.25 on your glowing recommendation in hopes of never purchasing another pistol. Very happy with the purchase, though the new EDC Pro is pulling me a bit. Yeah, so if you're new and you think guns are cool, you're never just going to buy one. Give yourself a couple of years, you're going to have a safe full. And you're going to love about 2/3 of them. But keep in mind, you will kiss some frogs along the way. But you did it. You made a good choice on that TAC 4.25. In your opinion, what do you feel would be the best hand-to-hand style that marries with CCW? Easy. CQC. Come on now. Metal Gear Solid. Let's go. I sometimes carry 856, mostly G27 now. Got to get a good holster for the 6906. G27 was my first actual carry gun. Technically, my first carry gun was the Beretta Jetfire. But yeah, G27 was the first real gun I started carrying. You're going to get the itch to get more. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. If you're a new shooter, there's no stopping it. Start setting aside a firearm fund right now. Todd, the time and alpha you give to the community is outstanding. Thanks. Assuming it's like info, but yeah, I mean, I'll take alpha. Come on. I need some injections in my jawline, and then I can be alpha. But Todd, really appreciate it, man. Not only were you generous sharing info and being a part of the conversation, but really appreciate the support of the channel, man. Thank you. Really, it's above and beyond, and it makes doing streams like this so much. Sometimes I feel guilty doing a live because I'm like, I could be making a video, and then I make that video. Maybe it'll be monetized and I can get ad revenue, and I feel guilty doing a live, but it sounds like you guys really appreciate the lives and get a lot of good info out of them. So this is something I'm going to prioritize for you guys. I'm definitely going to start doing more lives. Like I said, I've got another big trip coming up this year, but after that, I should be around, with the exception, probably around the holidays sometime. And I want to make this a regular thing, doing a live and interacting with you guys. Definitely appreciate the support. Todd, you're Chad, my friend. Does anyone have any advice on physical confrontation on a flight or fight situation? I default to flight. I know it's probably better to leave the situation, but I want to be able to stand up for myself. That is a really complicated question, my friend. That is a complicated question that could have a lot of implications, both legal and for your well-being. Yeah, I mean, get out of there if you can. Like, de-escalate. It's my fault. I'm dumb. You're right. And then get out of there. That's the best thing you can do. Yeah, it's not very alpha. But it is pretty Sigma, which is I hear is still good. So yeah, especially when you're carrying a firearm, it's the last thing you want is for things to escalate to lethal. Um, you know what? Some people just don't have the dog in them to handle confrontation or conflict. How do you usually act when there's some kind of like verbal conflict, like in real life, right? Like I think working on that, and a good way to work on that is to shoot competition. I think I might say that. But you want to be able to stand up for yourself. I see. So yeah, I think I need to know what kind of physical. I mean, you're on a gun channel, so immediately I'm thinking like lethal force, right? So I think it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, standing up for yourself can be important. I think it depends on the context, right? Because it's like I, I don't let people push me around, but I'm also not going to let things escalate to the point where heads are going to start getting knocked around on concrete. That's dumb. I think the true alpha and Chad move is to have complete control over your emotions, and that's the best. I see some advice for physical confrontation. If you can't get away, go for the balls. There are no rules in a fight when you are defending yourself. Yeah, the thing is, what if the other dude's carrying a gun? Like, that's my thing. So my advice to you, be the person with complete control over their emotions. You can stand up for yourself without getting nasty, right? Sometimes being calm and being able to articulate what what you need is the true Sigma move to make, as the kids are saying. Not beta at all. But yeah, and I'll also be curious to know how old you are, because this is something that the younger people are nowadays, the earlier they started out with things like the internet, things like iPads and stuff like that. And because of that, physical and verbal and just confrontations in reality can be really challenging and difficult. And I think the advice of like, oh, just toughen up, it isn't helpful, because people that are like that are a victim of the world that we built. So luckily, my dad was like the confrontation master, so I had a great role model. When I was young, I used to cringe, but I was really grateful to have a role model that could, teach me how to not be a sissy. Man, I was leaning towards gun kata from Equilibrium. Yeah, you know what? Someone else mentioned Equilibrium earlier, and now it makes me want to rewatch Equilibrium. It's a fun movie. It might be dumb, but it's fun. This is an expensive and addictive hobby, but man, is it fun. I mean, it is top tier hobby. I know it's like you want every 100. Yeah, exactly. I'm a very, very frugal person. I invest aggressively. If I had more money, I'd probably buy everything, especially, oh my God, PKM, do SVD, yes, and others. Living cheap is hard. I used to have a problem with buying guns. I've gotten a lot better now. I will say this: it helps hitting 100,000 subscribers and having some company send you some stuff. That's pretty neat. With all of SIG's issues, where do you stand on the 320 platform? Safe to carry. I'm going to say 95%, not more than that, 98.9% chance that the P320 you get is safe for carry. I think 320s are great. Like any other pistol, I recommend vetting your particular pistol for reliability. The one recommendation I make to everyone who wants to carry a 320 is to go to the SIG Armorer and get his Sport Disconnect. That will prevent, if you're on the extreme end of a tolerance issue, it's going to prevent an out of battery detonation. So I think 320 is fine. You don't see me carrying one, but I'm not going to be like, don't get that 320. It's bad, because it's not. It's a good gun. Advice for physical competition? Yeah, go for the balls unless he has a gun on him. You've been live for like 4 hours. Amazing. Yeah, this isn't even my record. I was actually getting ready to sign off because it was kind of coming down to an end, and then everyone wanted to start talking again. I'm here for you guys as long as you want to be here. De-escalation is first and foremost, but also there is no better way to be emotionally sound in confrontation than knowing you are the most dangerous person in the room. Train hard, get good. Spoken like a true warrior poet. No, it's decent advice. And I think the thing to take away from that advice is having self-confidence, right? Having self-esteem. And I think people who struggle in physical confrontation or any kind of confrontation in real life, it's a low self-confidence, low self-esteem thing. So building that up, and part of that is having the skills necessary to handle it, whether that be verbal skills to de-escalate, whether that be hand-to-hand skills if things get physical, whether that be if things escalate to lethal force, knowing that you can handle it, that you have the tools on you to handle it, or just knowing that you being in control of your emotions makes you the stronger person. Having that self-confidence and high self-esteem is probably the most important thing to work on. Do you own and train shotgun at all? So that big question, there's lots of shotgun stuff. I used to shoot competitively skeet, sporting clays, and trap very, very heavily. It was my entire life for years. But since then, I don't really train shotgun. My home defense shotgun is an OG 2006 or 2007 production Remington 870 Marine Magnum. Has a light on it. It wouldn't be the first thing I grabbed, but shotguns are super dope. And I think anyone who wants like a Beretta 1301 or a Benelli M4 is probably on a good track to having a pretty kick-ass defensive weapon. Yep, that is good advice. See, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you for the advice. 23. Yep. So first of all, I just want to tell you that if you start working on this now, this is going to get much better when you're older. It's just know that you were probably let down in a lot of ways by society in being able to deal with physical conflict. But now that you're an adult, it's on you to take responsibility for yourself and to better yourself. And just you coming in here and asking the question is you doing that. So I just want to say I'm proud of you for speaking up, for asking the question. And I'm glad that some of us in here were able to offer you some advice. So just know that you are awesome. You are in control of yourself. And I mean, if you're in this community, you definitely have the ability to take care of yourself. Definitely do some of that internal work to gain that self-confidence and build those actual physical skills. So you know that if things go south, you have the confidence to handle yourself, and really make sure you have control over your emotions and that you can be the bigger person to de-escalate and walk away from it, knowing that you probably saved that person's life by doing that. And that's what makes you the better person. So keep on keeping on, my friend. You're just going to keep getting stronger as you keep getting older. Do you prefer full size or compact for EDC? I like both. It depends on the gun. I guess, so compact being like Glock 19 size, full size being Glock 17 size. It depends on the gun, because some full size I can conceal well. Like a full size 2011 minus the mag well, I can conceal well. But like a full size P320, for some reason, I can't hide that thing on my... Well, I mean, I can, but not as well as a 2011. Same thing with maybe like a full size USP with a jet funnel on there. That can be hard to hide. But I like both. I like full size because I can get more leverage with my support hand on the bottom of the grip. But something compact size feels more comfortable in my hands. I only wear a medium-sized glove, so I don't have giant mitts. So do I prefer full size or compact? If I can hide it, full size. Short answer. Only fight if you have to. If you can't get the F out of there, out of Dodge at the time, then you have to do what you have to do to make sure you get home to your family. Absolutely. Next time, let's talk about favorite drills and qualifications. 10-round Bakersfield PD qual is one I'm going to work on. Gabe White standards, FBI, etc. Dan the Wolf Man, impress us all and get that tier 1 concealed 3.7s drill. To this day, it's the hardest one I've done. I'd love to see you do it. It'd be badass. Been digging the SCS lately, have 3 total and liking the green dot. Yeah, so the SCC or the SCS is really cool concept. I like it. I just don't like the window size. I think that's my only issue with it. Now that I'm 53, I'm not as mouthy to guys who say stupid things to me, because you never know who's carrying, so I de-escalate because I carry too. That's the take. That's the take right there. Luckily, I never had a stupid phase where I would get mouthy or mouth off. I grew up watching Bruce Lee movies, so I was very confident and chill. If you went with the LTT PX4, would you go full size or compact? Personally, I would go full size. That's just me. If you have even the slightest doubt, a 1% doubt that you would be able to hide the full size on your body for concealed carry, get the compact. The LTT is a lot of money to spend for you to get it and look down and be like, I can't conceal this. Personally, I like the full size, and I can hide the full size in the tier 1 concealed access elite. What's next on your to get list? Well, the M&P carry comp was the thing on my to get list that I got next. I'm trying to think. I don't really think I have anything on my to get list right now. I think that carry comp was the last thing I was kind of excited about, unless I'm forgetting something. Yeah, I don't know. I like, honestly, my collection is really well rounded. That's why in my last few videos, when I'm like, yeah, this company sent me this, but I have too many guns and I don't need any more, so I can be objective about this. I'm being honest. I mean that. My collection is really well rounded, and I have everything that I want. So I'm like, okay, you can send me this, but like, I'm not gonna be like, I'm not like, oh, I really want that. Gee whiz, I'm getting it for free. I'm like, yeah, okay, you sent this to me. I'm either gonna like it or I'm not, and I'm gonna tell you how I feel about it. So yeah, I don't really have anything on my to get list next. At least nothing that exists yet. Because of my body size, I carry subcompact and micro 9s all year. If it gets too cold, I'll break out the compact. Yeah. That's the thing, is what works for me might not work for you. Everybody's body is unique. Everybody's comfort level is unique. Everybody's, the type of holster that you use, the type of gun that you like is different. I will never tell anyone this is the best way to carry. I think that appendix carry is the fastest draw objectively, but that's about it. I also think it's easier to protect your gun at appendix. Having the full size, I would go compact to Big Jimpin. So there's another opinion for you from GI Jose. If you were starting over and not a fan of the Glock grip feel, what would you go with? Beretta, M&P, Walther Sig, FN, or 2011? All right, well, you've introduced hammer-fired guns into there. So, okay, starting over fresh or starting over with all of the skills and knowledge that I have now? Because when I started, 2011s were not reliable. There was no staccato. It was STI. They had 2011s, and tuning the mag feed lips were terrible, so that wasn't even an option. So if I was starting over right now with what's currently on the market, and we'll just say I'm starting with the knowledge that I had back then, assuming I had the scratch for it, I'd probably get a staccato CS as my first carry gun. Back then, starting fresh, not knowing what I know now, but starting as a newbie, growing up shooting 1911, same experience growing up, I'd get the staccato CS as a carry gun. If you want to stick with striker guns, I would go M&P. The Apex trigger alone for an M&P, with how fast you can split that, I don't think you can beat it for a striker gun. The only reason I still recommend Glock over M&P is just quality control, consistency, and simplicity of being able to service it. Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan, both cinematically, and who would win in a fight? Jackie Chan, for me, to be honest. You know what? Normally that would be a hot take. I think I completely agree with you. In an actual fight, I don't know, but cinematically, Jackie Chan. Bruce Lee would win. He was actually in Street Fights. Jackie Chan is all Hollywood. Yeah, Jackie Chan more of a stuntman, right? I would probably bet on Bruce Lee in a street fight, no rules. But I think Jackie Chan is a living legend when it comes to the cinematic. Thoughts on Alien Romulus? Didn't see it. Don't care. Movies suck nowadays. Always a spare mag for EDC. For me, yeah. I don't really recommend that for everybody. It's one of those things, if you can carry it, great. Carrying one makes me feel warm and fuzzy, and it evens out my belt line and appendix. Starting fresh in today's market, then yeah. I would, assuming I had the scratch, I'd go staccato CS. If I did not have the scratch, if I was broke, I'd get an M&P 2.0 compact with the 4-inch barrel. I'd put an Apex trigger in it. Brett, do you have to change your holster for the macro since you upgraded to Radian Ramjet? I have Alien Gear holster for my macro. No, it should be fine. If you have a macro and you put the 3.1-inch slide on it with the Ramjet, it should fit your X macro holster. The only time you would need to change is if you were running a standard P365 and you put the Ramjet afterburner on it, then you would need an XL holster. An XL holster, he said, with a manly bellow. I'm not allowed to carry at work, so I pocket carry. I was going to say, so I pocket carry a Smith & Wesson 43C 22 long rifle. Not awesome, but better than a poke in the eye. Do you carry anything? When I was in college, I carried on campus every single day. They could eat my shorts. again, anytime you hear me pause, I'm filtering myself. I had to go to like the editing lab at like 8 p.m. and then I would get back. I'd have to walk back at like 3 a.m. I'm not doing that at night. Are you kidding? Ruger LCP in my pocket. Come and take it. Bruce Lee, because if you read John Little's book, you would understand. Yeah, yep. I got to try the new Staccato C, and they have it sprung very well. First gun in a while that doesn't need a comp or port. Staccato C is super dope. I would love to have one. Maybe someday I will have 3 million subscribers. I will have had all of my freedom stripped from me, and I will sell my soul to Leviathan Group, and then Staccato will send me a C. Why is there such a gap between Apex triggers in M&Ps compared to the Glock? You looked so disappointed in that LTT Glock. Yeah. And it just, for whatever reason, boils down to the design of the trigger system, right? Like the sear block and all that kind of stuff. For some reason, Apex is just able to make the best trigger on the planet. The setup that I do in my Apex triggers on my M&Ps is factory trigger return spring, and then the Apex Duty sear spring. And it's just the best striker fire trigger on the market. People are like, it's like, okay, out of the box, the Walther PDP probably has the best trigger. M&P Apex trigger beats that even. You cannot split a striker fire gun faster than an M&P with that Apex setup. With Glock, it's like putting lipstick on a pig. You can only do so much, and the person who does the most is Johnny Glocks. It's nowhere even close. It's one of those things. Johnny Glocks has a great Glock trigger, literally trash compared to an M&P Apex trigger. It is what it is. Love Johnny Glocks. My favorite Glock trigger. If I'm going to be running a Glock, it's going to have that trigger in it. M&P Apex blows it out of the water. And just the nature, it's just the nature of the design. Do you ever carry anything in 45? I did carry 45 for a while. So I started out carrying, when I was very underage, a Beretta Jetfire. And then also when I was underage and I could hide stuff on my body better, I carried the Glock 27 in 40 Smith & Wesson, because back then, oh man, it makes sense. It's the perfect middle ground between the 45 and the 9mm. And but I grew up shooting 1911s and 45 almost exclusively. Like there was a time that just for fun, I shot USPSA single stack when I was a teenager. And I was running 45 ACP. I was running a Kimber TLE2. And then I went back to carrying 45 after 40. And then obviously 9mm defensive ammo caught up, performs exactly as well as 40 and exactly as well as most 45. Some 45 performs a little better. But so yeah, I no longer carry in 45 unless it's a special occasion. I'll toss my Dan Wesson 1911 in a shoulder holster. But if I'm carrying anything bigger than 9, it's usually 10mm or 50 Action Express. Don't forget about Donnie Yen. Ip Man is legit. Yeah, Donnie Yen's a talented dude. A gun that has yet to exist that you would want. That's a good question. You know what? I've actually gone over this before, and it would be like it would be like a combination of all of the guns, right? So it'd be like the trigger of like an M&P Apex. It would be the reliability and simplicity in design of the Glock. It would be the like grip angle and recoil impulse of a 1911 or 2011. And like the list goes on, right? Like the durability of a USP, like adding in all of the slide of a CZ Shadow 2. Like it just literally combine all of the best parts of the best guns together to make a gun. And like that would be one that I would want. But like I'm sure I could sit down and come up with like 10 guns that I would want right now. Where it's like this gun with a compensator, this gun with this. But yeah, just right off the bat, like a Franken gun with all the best stuff from the best guns would be great. Any experience with the Shadow 2 compact yet? Shot it at SHOT Show. It's I don't know, it's fine. So it doesn't, much like a 2011 that is not drop safe, it does not have a firing pin block, which is weird because like the SPO1 has a firing pin block. So like, you know, the Shadow 2 compact is literally made for carry and it's not drop safe. But the reason the Shadow 2 compact not having a firing pin block is worse than a 2011, 2011 or 1911, goes off muzzle down from shoulder height, round goes into the ground, which everybody considers to be a safe direction. Worst case scenario, you get splattered by spalling. Shadow 2 compact, you drop that, it lands on the hammer at half cock. Hammer goes forward, hits the firing pin, and goes off up, like pointing up, pointing off to the side, pointing over here. That's why I'm not a big fan of that. It's also really lightweight. Because of that, it can be kind of on the snappy side. I think it could do with a DPM system. It's fine. I will just say that. Like, it's a good, it shoots well for what it is. I could ramble about, I could nitpick it all day. Yeah. Yeah, Brett, because in today's world, too many crazy people and anything can happen. People have gotten attacked and killed at work. It's true, and it's spooky. So that's why assume everybody is armed. And yes, it's up to you to de-escalate and to make distance. There's a video of a reporter asking Jackie Chan who would win in a fight. Jackie said, hands down, Bruce Lee. Guy's humble too. He was a big Bruce Lee fan and was an extra in Enter the Dragon. Yep. I carry at work. They never said I can't, and they haven't noticed it on me, so no harm, no foul. Go. I'm going to need to like blur out your name. Sell my soul to Leviathan Group. LOL, there's a reason I trusted your review. Yeah. I actually made a friend with somebody in the industry. It would have been later last year. We got to meet them and hang out with them at SHOT Show. They gave me the best advice moving forward with the channel. They were like, your channel's going to grow. You're going to go somewhere. And they told me exactly how to navigate that. They trick a lot of people into handcuffs. And I'm just really grateful to have been given a heads up about that. Kimber TLE2, everyone wanted after SWAT movie with Sam Jackson. Why do you think I had one, my dude? That's the exact reason. Da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na. Based on a television show called SWAT, for those of you who are 23 in here. Can't carry at work. I'm an NP in the hospital, and it would be so easy to conceal under my white coat, but don't want to get fired. You know what? That's between you and your chosen God. That's none of my business. Only you know your situation. So only you know the risks. So I trust you're making the best decision. What would be your dream machine gun? A Beretta 93R. Centurion. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. That's not even a joke. Have you tried tactical pontoon Glock triggers? I have felt buddies. They are decent. Johnny Glock's still my favorite. Tactical pontoon's pretty good. Better than Overwatch Precision. Not knocking Overwatch Precision. I like their trigger shoes. What is your take on Sig Romero? George A. Romero. So Sig Romeo X enclosed. Is it worth the upgrade from the open version? Dude, I'd get a Holosun. Like I'm not even messing around. Like if you're looking at SIG sights to go on your SIG gun, to go in your SIG holster with your SIG belt, and you've got your SIG challenge coin, then I'm not going to be able to help you out. Like there's no SIG optic that I would recommend over a Holosun optic. So get it because you're excited about it. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to be particularly better than other things on the market. Get it because you like it. And in that case, my opinion doesn't matter. Speaking of guns that don't exist, I wish Smith would bring back their steel hammer-fired guns in a Gen 4 optic cut with a rail straight fire. I would wish that too if I trusted they would do it right. Sad times. Have you gotten your hand on the new P09 that's optics cut? I have not. It looks super cool though. Jackie Chan still trained heavily, and not to mention was slightly 1 inch, I think, taller and was significantly bigger in size. Well, based on how many chicks he was with, I would say so. A lot of Bruce Lee's accounts on his street fights were biased. Man, we're getting into a Jackie Chan versus Bruce Lee thing here. I mean, we will never know. I don't know. My gut is telling me that it would be close, but Bruce Lee would probably win a street fight. But Jackie Chan, I mean, you can't argue that he was the better stuntman and the better athlete and acrobat. I mean, the things that dude did and the punishment his body took was insane. Heard mixed things about the LCR and J-frame, difficult to shoot, hurt your hand, low capacity, etc. Those are all true. You heard correct. M41A1. Dope. Anyone else want the AK-50 Herrera made? Thing is sick, dude. I think everybody would love one of those. Any chance of a review on the new Hellcat Pro Comp? A chance, yes. Don't expect one in the next couple of weeks, but if whenever the channel budget gets a little tight, I look for used at my local because I have a hookup. So if one of those comes in used, yeah, I'm always looking for stuff like that. So fingers crossed one pops up. Dan's Window Tinting. Thank you for all you do for the 2A community. We appreciate you. Well, Dan's Window Tinting. Really appreciate it. If anybody needs window tinting, please check out Dan's Window Tinting. No, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. And thank you for what you do for the 2A community. You showing up like this speaks volumes. I know there's been some hate on Lucas Botkin in here, but he did say something that was correct recently. And that is whenever you have somebody in a position like a YouTuber, like a gun tuber or something, you're basically electing that person to be a voice in the community. It's essentially an election. So not everybody, has the time to show up on camera or to speak. Not everybody likes public speaking. So you showing up and showing your support to those who do have the time and the capacity to do that, that's you doing a lot for the 2A community. So I appreciate the appreciation, but it is mutual. Thank you so much for the support of the channel. Really appreciate it. I will make sure it goes to good use. You're going to keep getting great videos. They're going to keep getting better. This channel it's growing fast and great things are ahead. So thank you, Dan. Much appreciated. Grant Gilmore, heard so many mixed things about snub revolvers. Still seem like a great carry option for what they are. Do you find them to be particularly hard to shoot or hurt your hand? So I've been shooting guns for so long, I feel like nothing hurts my hand anymore. And in another 20 years, everything will hurt my hand. I'm going to pay for it. But I think that a general consensus would be, yes, they are hard to shoot, and yes, they do hurt your hand. The fact that you even have to ask the question, the answer is yes. Are they a great carry option? They've been a great carry option for decades. I mean, people still carry them to this day. You have, 5 shots. You don't have to worry about the gun going out of battery, all that kind of stuff. They are not immune to malfunctions with long-term use, but if you don't use it often, it's going to work. But just know that having good marksmanship with it, making sure your bullets go where they want to go. If your target is at any kind of distance, someone starts shooting at you at 10 yards, you're going to immediately, you could probably run, right? But let's say you had no choice. You had to fight. You would regret having that option. So what I say, when you are prepared for a more challenging situation with a gun that, that holds a little more, that has a little less recoil, is a little easier to shoot, you are still prepared for those situations where something like a snubby would be useful. That being said, if you're like, I'm not carrying a full-size gun, I'm not carrying a compact gun, I'm not carrying a subcompact gun, and I don't really feel confident with a micro semi-auto, yes, carry a snubby over nothing. Absolutely. Makes a great backup gun as well. But just know, yes, harder to shoot. Yes, probably hurty your hand. You did hear correct. Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 2 or LCP Max? Man, neither. I don't know. The newer 380 stuff, I don't know. I would probably go towards a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 2 just because I've seen problems with the LCP Max. 93R is a classic, but it isn't a 7.62x54 LMG. Yeah, man. That's the dream. The thing is, so obviously I'm a handgun guy. I love handguns. I love that I could get a custom appendix carry holster for a 93R and just EDC it. That's why. So yes, while a 7.62x54 LMG is the right answer, I like being able to take the 93R with me everywhere. Just like the armorer on RoboCop, literally it was his personal firearm that he kept in the door of his car. And then he was like, this Desert Eagle isn't really working out for RoboCop. Let me just grab my 93R from the car and we'll retrofit it. I accidentally sprayed lens cleaner on my Holosun on the emitter and glass. Makes that star blur. Any tips how to get rid of it? So what I do is I have foamy tipped Q-tips and I will blow it out with compressed air first. Then I will spray some of that glass cleaner just on the actual foamy tip of the Q-tip, and then just wipe back and forth, like on the emitter, and wipe on the actual inside of the lens and the outside of the lens. I will then take a clean, dry, foamy Q-tip and then dry it. I'll like streak clean it dry. So I would just try that. Hopefully that would work. You can get them on Amazon with little foamy tips. Okay, need to get some work done. Cool. I got paid to watch you live for a bit, though. Take care. I'm so glad you're able to make it, man. You've been saying you wanted to make it for a while, so finally we're able to get here. Grateful to have you here. Sorry that you have to work, but you gotta do what you gotta do. What happened with the Dan Wesson DWX? Have you shot one? They should have released with an optic cut from the beginning. Yeah, it was dead on arrival with no optic cut. I have shot the DWX. It is nice. I do not like the DWX compact, but the full-size DWX is nice. CZ Custom is local to me. They ported it, had like a 0.8 pound trigger pull. It was insane. They optic cut it, obviously. That was awesome. But yeah, DWX, I don't know. It's like, why not just get a Shadow 2, or why not just get Shadow 2, or why not get a 2011? I don't know. It's a good gun though. It just seems like it just didn't really catch on. BTW, I stay in here because I'm afraid I'll miss a Q&A I needed to hear, LOL. Just know this recording will go live. You can always, don't let me keep you here. I'm just here as long as people want to chat, or until I die. But yeah, just know that you can always come back and pick up where you left off. Wait, wasn't the question about cinematically? I think Jackie would win in there, but in the real world, Bruce Lee would probably win. Yeah, he mentioned both. But I agree with your take, Kenji. I think you're on. Have you done competition shooting? If not, do you have any plans to do Yeah, when I was younger, I just shot USPSA for like a year. Just honest, wasn't taking it very seriously. I had like an Uncle Mike's like Kydex holster and belt. I was back when I was poor. I just shot single stack. It was a good experience, made me a better shooter. But obviously I am now infinitely a better shooter than I was back then. I think competition is important. I just don't really enjoy it because I shot competitively skeet, trap, and sporting clays for a massive chunk of my life at a very high level. And the competition it wasn't fun for me anymore. And then that's when I tried out USPSA, and it was fun for a while. But at the end of the day, I'm just like, I was all competitioned out. So yes, I would like to get back into it. I just need to kind of get over myself of the competition burnout. Yep. I was faithful to my XC until I got the Erebus, and it's unreal how they're just on different planets. Yeah. So the Atlas Erebus is wild. It is otherworldly, right? The XC, the reason it still gets all the praise that it does is because it's like duty reliable with all ammo. That's the reason. I run a Glock 43X with PMM microcomp and antimatter wing. There's literally zero recoil. I use it in my local matches, nothing official, and get high rankings. I've grown extremely confident in my EDC, and that's what's important. You having confidence in your EDC is incredibly important. It means you're in a good place, but be careful. It could also mean that you're getting comfortable. Remember, we can always get better. We can always have faster splits, always have a faster draw to first shot, which is the most important part. We can always shoot tighter groups at longer distances. So that is awesome. Glad you have a setup that you vetted for reliability, that you run like a boss. Don't let that stop you. Let's go. Single or two-stage for an AR trigger upgrade? I think it depends on what you want to do with the AR. It's like, do you want to shoot it precision at distance, or is it more of a combat setup? For the size, go P365 and 9. I mean, that's always my default recommendation as well. Looking for a new gun, Glock 19 G5, Glock 19X, CR920 XP Walther Compact, Smith & Wesson Comp Metal, or 365 Macro Grip and Ramjet. So you said you're looking for a new gun. I don't know what you have already or what the purpose of this gun is. Is this a new carry gun? How much experience do you have? Are you still kind of new? These are important things to know. You're welcome, Fire Eyes. I appreciate you. Sorry if this was asked before, just catching the live session now. Did you try using the X Macro Comp slide on the tiny P365 frame and compare it to the Radian Ramjet? So I did that back when I did my X Macro review, which, by the way, Claire, it's good to see you. Hello. We talk in the comments frequently. Always appreciate you contributing to the conversation. I'm glad you can make it to the live. Welcome. So I did that when I did my X macro review. I put the macro frame on the P365 slide. Does it work? Yes. Does the ramjet work a little better? Yes. So, um, like I said in my review, the X macro shoots great out of the box, right? And then the comped slide shoots a little softer than that, and then the Radian ramjet afterburner shoots a little softer than that. Same kind of thing applies to the P365, the small P365 frame. So you have like the normal slide, right? And that performs the way that it does. The X macro comped slide performs a little better than that. And then the Radian ramjet afterburner performs a little better than that. So it just depends, how much do you want to spend and how much of a performance increase do you want? Because if you really want to get nerdy and into it, that's when I recommend the DPM Systems soft kit for the P365 with the Radian ramjet afterburner, because then you're getting hands down the best thing. It makes it incredibly soft shooting. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. Hopefully that was helpful. I've been going for like 4.5 hours, so I don't know how coherent I am right now, but I'm doing my best. A little bit of everything there. Go Walther compact. Got a Walther stand in here trying to push it on, but everybody needs to get a Walther. No, I'm just kidding. I got to go to. Can't wait for your next video and more. See you later, Fire Eyes. Good to see you. Me as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Love the channel. Take care. Take care, Ryan. Glad to have you here. Ben, I recently subbed to your channel because you have an amazing channel with real reviews. Please do more live vids. Yeah, it seems like this is going really well. So expect more live vids. Like I mentioned earlier on, this year is a huge travel year for me, which is the reason I haven't done more lives. But once my traveling is all out of the way, I would like to eventually do a weekly live with you guys. I mean, obviously a weekly live wouldn't go for 5 hours, but like a weekly 90-minute live, I think would be awesome to have. Spaz 12 or AA 12? Oh man, Spaz 12 for drip, but I got to give it to the AA 12 for performance. Bro, I can't believe you are still going. Yeah, you must be new around here. I've done a live or two in my day, and they always go long. Oh, and I have a feeling some of us in America might have to do battle against people because of wide open things. Most gun YouTubers are saying to start carrying. If you're a gun owner, scared. Yeah, I mean, I think you should be carrying anyways, but I mean, what is that? In Aurora, Colorado, that Venezuelan gang just took over like an entire apartment complex. I mean, it's starting, my friends. It is starting. And the thing is, it's not just border states like mine anymore. Now they're in the middle of the country. So now here's the thing. I don't want to my friends that are on the left will hear me say that and get immediately triggered. Not saying immigrants are bad people. Let's get that out of the way right now. What I'm saying is there are bad people coming over, and it is a serious problem, and it's starting. So it's important to be armed. That is, however, on the topic of the video, does your EDC pistol actually matter what you carry? It might soon. It might soon. Because what happens when you must defend yourself against a Venezuelan gang, right? And all you have is the pistol on you. Maybe something to consider for the topic of the video. What optic mounting system do you like for handguns the most? The Bull Armory BAO system. I think that's like the future of systems. So normally I would like direct milling. So something like the Echelon or the, like I know on some 320 models, they were doing this where literally direct mill, they have all the holes you could possibly need direct in the gun. I think that's great, but a plate system like the Bull Armory BAO optic system future-proofs the gun. So if some new optic comes out, they can always make a new plate and you can put it on that gun. You're not stuck, oh, I only have the old holes on this. That's my only reasoning. Otherwise, I would prefer a direct mill with all the holes in it. Finally starting to get into USPSA of a higher level. It's not even that, dude. It's not even comparing yourself to other people who are at a higher level. It is comparing yourself next week from the previous week. And also, it's going to show you holes in your technique. It is a great training tool. Just be careful with the comparison game. Not saying it's a bad thing. You know, you can see obviously where you're at and it can motivate you to get better, but just be careful with the comparison game because it can be discouraging and it's an unfair comparison. I'm getting my first carry gun and don't know what I can conceal with my frame. I want to get a 43X, but not sure if the grip will be too big. Do you think getting a P365X macro and get multiple grips? I think, well, Jake from State Farm, I think that's the safe bet, right? Like if you want to play it, if you're brand new and you want to play it safe, you get a P365 family member and then just get an XL and X macro grip module and standard grip module, right? Like that way you can fit the gun to you. I don't think that's a bad idea if you have the scratch to get all that stuff, if you don't mind. I know some people are budget conscious. So the 43X is normally considered to be a concealed carry pistol. The grip's still kind of long, so that would give me pause, and getting something like a P365 is going to give you the flexibility to learn what's best for you without having to fill out multiple background checks and having to like sell guns, right? So I think that's actually a good idea. What are your thoughts on the staccato drop safe videos? Is anybody still here that was here like 3 hours ago? No, I answer this question a lot. Short version, because I've answered this like 3 or 4 times in the live now. And I've answered this question about 30 times in comments on videos to the point where I should just do a video. Here are my thoughts. Number 1, the gun has to be dropped from shoulder height. How often do you drop guns from shoulder height? Number 2, it has to be dropped muzzle down to go off, which means the gun is going off in a direction that we all consider to be a safe direction. It's like point your gun in a safe direction, where? Into the ground. So you have to drop it from shoulder height, and it goes off into the ground. Worst case scenario, you get splattered with spalling, but the bullet is going into the ground. So it's a non-issue for me. It's a necessary evil that comes with having an incredible trigger. Have you seen the 2800 tag on the new 226 Reserve collection? Is it just SIG being SIG and continuing to suffer from big name syndrome, or could it be worth it? Not worth it, but it's a flex. So just know that that's a flex gun. I think it's really dope, really cool. I'd love to have one. It's a flex gun. Don't think you're getting 2800 of performance out of that. Carry an all-around use, and I'm an average shooter. I go to the range about 4 times a month. Hold on, I gotta scroll back up and see what the original question was. Looking for a new gun, Glock 19, Glock 19X, CR 920 XP, Walther Compact, Smith & Wesson Comp Metal, or 365 X Macro, and Ramjet. Carry an all-around use, and I'm an average shooter. I go to the range about 4 times a month. Okay, so what guns do you already have? Let me ask you that question. I know this is like gonna be like a 3-parter, but yeah, let me know what guns you already have. Like, do you already have a carry gun, or is this gonna be your first carry gun? Come on. There we go. Is there a noticeable difference between a Glock 45 with a Radian Ramjet or a stock 17? Yes, there is a noticeable difference. If you toss a DPM captured soft system in the Glock 45 with the Radian Ramjet, it is night and day. Literally, one is a laser beam and the other one feels like a 10mm in comparison. Are you still planning to carry the ported Bull Armory EDC Pro? I'm not sure, because on that gun, I might want to experiment with slapping the compact grip module on there with the 16-round capacity. And I don't want to carry a gun that I'm experimenting with until I have finished it and have fully vetted it for reliability. So I basically have to start over my vetting process. So that's why I'm unsure. I'm debating whether or not I want to do that. And if I do it, I want it to be on the EDC Pro, because I think it would be super cool. New sub and really enjoy your content. I found you after getting my beloved staccato. Really enjoy your content, and thank you. Well, welcome to the channel. Glad to have you here. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. That's awesome. And welcome to the staccato family. Now, there's some pride of ownership with staccatos, so absolutely enjoy. Which staccato did you get, if you're still here? I'm curious. Spaz 12 can actually buy, and it's collectible, and yes, I have. Okay, well, okay. If we're following the rules of reality, then yeah, Spaz 12. But AA 12, come on. Truck gun. Nice. Like you said, you weren't an FN fan because of value, but can you speak on the previous striker issues? Oh man, that was close. I almost caused myself to start coughing for 12 minutes. Is that problem solved, or is it something to still lose sleep over and just replace it? As far as I'm aware, and from what I've seen, that issue is solved. I wouldn't worry about it. FYI, I'm a fairly new subscriber, and your channel has quickly become one of my favorites. Appreciate the content and honesty. Well, thank you. I'm glad to have you here. Thanks for contributing to the conversation, and I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. I'm trying every day to make each video a little better than the last, and I'm doing my best. So I'm glad it's coming across well. Why are we still talking about the drop videos? It was never meant to be drop safe. Series 70, Series 80, old news. Yeah, I know. But the thing is, like, you have to realize some people just don't know. There are people who are new. And I know that, like, whenever I'm new to something, I always appreciate it when people are patient with me. So I'm never going to hold it against someone asking me, but I'm definitely going to look into the camera every time somebody asks me. What do you use for cleaning your pistols? I use M Pro 7 gun cleaner, and I use Lucas gun oil extreme duty for lubrication. If I have a pistol that I think might rust, like if I'm like, yeah, I'm going to carry this gun hiking in the desert when it's 110 degrees and sweat all over it, I'll treat it with Ezox, and that will keep it rust free for a very long time. But yeah, M Pro 7 and Lucas gun oil. Any favorite CZ pickups? I do like the Shadow 2. It's one of my favorite guns. In fact, it's technically my third favorite gun. Shadow 2 is super dope. I am excited about the new ones, though, the PO7 and PO9 updates. 43X would be easier for you to replace on your own because it's simpler versus a 365 where it's more complex. Yeah, but it's not like the 365 is super complex, right? I guess like if you start tearing it down, well, no. Like, yeah, like the extractor and stuff, if you start tearing that down, it's a little more complex on the 365. I don't know. But yeah, 43X is obviously easy mode and simple mode, but I think the 365 is probably the more versatile option. At least that's my thought process. I don't even touch my 365 internals, let my gunsmith do it. Okay. Now I'm gonna agree with you here, right? The actual FCU. The FCU itself is way more complicated than a Glock. Like if you want to make any internal adjustments to your pistol, get a Glock, hands down. Like I look at the 365 FCU and I'm like, yeah, I don't think I want to touch this. Claire again, thank you for answering my question. Wanted to add that I love it that you included your wife's opinion about the size of the grip for some of your handgun reviews. Every gun tuber has XL size apparently. Also buy his book. Thank you, Claire. Really appreciate the support of the channel. I'm glad you were able to make it for a live. That's super awesome. You always ask like the best questions on the videos, and I always appreciate your comments and look forward to them. So I really appreciate the support of the channel. And yeah, it seems like most gun tubers are running like XL gloves. I have a medium size hand, like wear a medium size glove, so nothing crazy. And yeah, it's whenever a gun, I think that, you know, somebody with a smaller hand size might be interested in it, I always have her shoot it and get her opinion as well. I might start including her on the channel a little more eventually. I'm just kind of a little protective of her, so I'm like, I don't know if I want to toss her up on the internet in a male dominated space like this, because I can read comments, you know, crap talking me all day, but I read a comment crap talking my wife, and that would just ruin my day. So yeah, and Bias, thank you for the review on the book. Yes, if you have not read my book, take her review to heart. But thank you, Claire. Really appreciate your contributions to the channel, comments, and your support right now. Really appreciate it, and so glad seeing you here in the live. So glad to see you here in the live. Man, creeping up on 5 hours, and I'm starting to lose my voice. Carry Hellcat Pro. Oh, so you currently carry a Hellcat Pro and SIG P365 AXG Legion, and home gun is Echelon. Side note, I want to order a Platypus, but wonder how I should build it. Well, out of everything that you mentioned, the Platypus is just the right answer. Just get the Platypus. Like, out of everything you mentioned, the Platypus is the thing that I think you would enjoy the most. So that's my answer. Good night, boys. I'm getting old. Yeah, see you, GI Jose. Will my Gen 3 Glock 19 slide rust if I sent it out to get milled for an optic, as in the optic plate cut? Thanks and God bless. If you did not get it refinished, it can happen. So at a bare minimum, if you're like super cheap, I would treat that spot with Ezox rust prevention. You can also get cold blue, so you can cold blue it yourself. They have like little bottles of the stuff. But the best thing to do is to get the whole slide refinished. Sorry. This guy's chair is the real MVP, right? I'm pretty light. Just watch your Shield Plus video and you didn't yell at me about it. You're a real one. Arm RCC on Glock 19 with Surefire XC2 for maximum concealability. Okay, let's no. I probably wouldn't do that. I would go EPS. Man, for like first of all, if you want maximum concealability, the Glock 19 probably is not the direction to go in, right? Like if you're going to carry a Glock 19 anyways, then you might as well go with the TLR7 HLX, and you might as well toss like a bigger optic on there as well. So for maximum concealability, get like a P365 with an EPS carry and a TLR7 sub. If you want to run a Glock 19, then commit to the Glock 19 and get a TLR7 HLX and like a 507 comp or something, and just run it like it's meant to be run. Yeah, a lot of weirdos in the gun internet community. Dude, a lot of weirdos just in the internet in general. The gun community is a special place, but yeah, last thing I need is people saying nasty things about my beautiful wife. So my goal is to be building a community here, and obviously everybody in the live has been absolutely amazing. You guys are all the best. You guys are the reasons I keep the channel going. But you know, you get a view that takes off and gets like 300,000 views and it's being shown to normies. I just want to make sure I approach it in a respectful way for her. Where do you purchase your reading glasses? Need a quality pair. Well, I don't have reading glasses. I have normal human person glasses that see everything, including reading. And my sister is an optometrist, so I go. She has a practice, so I go there and buy glasses from her wholesale. I got the Staccato P and put an RMR on it and a Surefire. Have owned many 1911s, including high-end custom builds, but now I'm totally sold on 2011s. Yeah, that's so the Staccato P is like, unfortunately, like people start there and then all of a sudden they're buying like a million double stack 1911s. It's like the gateway drug, right? Everyone wants the duty rated 2011, and they're like, oh my god, there's even more. But that is an awesome setup. Congratulations, welcome to the Staccato in 2011 family. It will not be your last one. Yeah, I was a 1911 guy for a long time, and then 2011s became reliable enough for self-defense, and I was on board. Any collabs with gun companies, or would that affect your honesty? So I don't think that would affect my honesty at all. Okay, so collabs like, this is the Nightwood Guns edition of this gun, right? I would only work with a company that I would trust anyways. I would not sell my soul and collaborate with something that I personally didn't believe in. So I don't think it would affect my honesty. Like if you see me with like a, I don't know, like a Taurus collab or something, like a Sky collab, a High Point collab would be funny. But if you like one of those, then, and I'm not jokey about it, I'm not making fun of it, then you'll know. But I would only collab with a company that I actually endorsed. Howdy, Skrilla Gorilla. Good to see you. Apex Triggers on the way for the Shield Plus. Rock and roll indeed, my friend. That's going to be awesome. Any plans to review a Haze custom or a Venom custom? No plans, but I would like to. I have a suggestion. Change your outro song from time to time. If 3 people that are in chat right now agree with this, I will do it. But I am attached to my outro song. But I can be overridden. You can veto it if you can get 3 other people on board. I ditched my 365 XL for the Hellcat Pro Comp and was happy I did, but when I saw your video with the 365 Ramjet, wow, I'm tempted to go back to SIG. And you should be. Had the 507 comp on my Bull Armory and love it, except the bright white letters. Both sides kind of stand out. Thanks to aluminum black, it helped blend it better. I know a lot of people that are doing that. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm too busy to do that. Like if I have energy to black out Hollow Sun on my red dot, I'm probably just going to play a video game. I don't know. What's your optic recommendation for a closed emitter? I have a Glock 19 and noticed you recommended the EPS carry for the 43X, but not the EPS on the 19. So I do have an EPS on my 19 right now. I wish I had a 507 comp on there, and it boils down to window size. I think EPS is great. The 509T has a bigger window. Granted, it is bulkier and harder to conceal, but I just prefer bigger windows. And I think people who put an unbelievable amount of rounds down range, those are the people who you'll typically see carry with bigger windows. And the EPS is fine. EPS will get the job done. Having a 507 comp on my gun is not going to sway my gunfight into a win in my favor over an EPS. It's just a performance preference. But yeah, the EPS is, I currently have that on my Glock 19. I have it on the Radian Guardian. I apparently have like the only Radian Guardian mount for an EPS that was ever made. I got like a sample from Radian, and I get probably 1 comment a week of someone wanting to buy it off of me. I love my CS with the EPS carry so much. Had to make some outfit changes to be able to conceal successfully. Yeah, so first of all, great setup. That CS with the EPS carry. I saw that Staccato is now making, a magazine that holds 1 less, that has a smaller base pad on it to make it a little easier to conceal. I wonder if you're running that too. I think it's like a 15 rounder instead of the 16 rounder. But yeah, the Staccato CS with that EPS carry is such a great compact 2011 setup. I'm sure you were absolutely thrilled with that. But yeah, dressing around it can be challenging for sure, especially, when you're a smaller person. Yeah, 3 cowboy hats. What's up? Canic MC9 Nightwood Guns Edition. Oh my god. You know what? You win. You win. What happens if I click this star? I don't know what happens. I just clicked a star on your comment on my end. I don't know if it did anything. Maybe it just marks it for me, but I just know that I gave you a star for that comment. That's hilarious. I ended up with one of the Watchtower Apache Pew Views, and I own an XC, and I have to say they shoot almost identical with the exception of the grip texture. And I would fully expect that. They're basically the same gun. No, don't change the music. Okay, now it's going to take 4 people to override it. Do you think you'll do a video on your SCAR? Would be dope. 100% planning on it. People keep sending me handguns. Like when I thought I was all done, I'm like, okay, the other companies I talked to at SHOT Show don't want to deal with an honest channel. They're ghosting me. Well, I think after 6 months of failed sales, they changed their minds. And now I've in the past like 3 months, I've had 5 companies send me guns, and I've had to review those. So yes, the SCAR is definitely on my list once I get all caught up. I would love to do a video on my SCAR. I wanted to do a video so bad I did a short of the SCAR. Oh my god, I just went to dinner and came back. You're still online? Yes, I have a problem with lives. I love it too, man. I'm attached to it. Like I said, now it's going to take 4 people to override the outro music. Is it just me, or was the RMR HD made for the G19? Was that Honest Outlaw that had a malfunction induced by the RMR HD, or was that with the SRO? Because to me, like the overhang, I don't know if it's overhanging enough on the Glock 19. That being said, the RMR HD is my favorite red dot. If it had no overhang, I would have it on all of my guns. But everything about the RMR HD, I absolutely love. I give it like a 9.5 out of 10, 0.5 subtracted for the overhang. Before I went away, I asked you about the P365 Radian versus Bull Tomahawk. You said you don't recommend ports for EDC. They also make one without ports. You've seen it. So now, granted, I want you to listen to what I'm saying. It's not that I'm not recommending ports for EDC. I'm just saying be aware of what can happen with ports in an EDC role. I'm not saying don't carry a ported gun. Like a lot of people think I say it. A lot of people also think that I say that the X macro is trash and that every single Shield Plus will malfunction with a 13-round magazine. No, listen to the actual words coming out of my mouth. That is all. End of story, period. That being said, yes, they make the Bull hatchet, right, without ports. That's great. I would still take the P365 with the Radian. Hear me out. Holosun EPS XL comp. You nailed it. That's the one. Future best red dot ever made. Yes, you use the 15-round mag. Yep, that's the way to go. Like when they released that, I was like, okay, now the CS is one of the greatest options on the market. So yeah, that's cool. Are you going to review the SIG Romeo X enclosed? Would be good to compare to the EPS. I don't know. I have no plans to, not saying it's impossible. SIG would have to send me one, and SIG doesn't like me after I said their X macro rusts. Just got the Radian Afterburner to replace my X macro comp after watching the vid. PS, love the JoJo. Fellow JoJo fan in the house, makes you one of the best people on the planet. Good job. But yeah, the Radiant Afterburner, dude, you're going to be thrilled with it. Again, like my video, I recommend if you want to get maximum performance, that DPM soft kit makes it shoot even softer. It's noticeably softer without, but the DPM soft kit levels it out even more. Wait, so Radiant doesn't make the EPS Guardian anymore? No wonder it's never back in stock. So here's the thing. They technically do still make it. It's not discontinued. They just have not had a batch come out since that like very, very, very first batch of samples. I'm like still waiting on the 507 comp Guardian. So I think that right now they're tooled up and going all in on the afterburners and ramjets. I think that's their number one priority. And I think the Guardians kind of took a back seat because they were met with quite a bit of criticism since they ramped up and made all of these for the RMR. And the RMR is like the last dot on the planet that needs a guard on the end of it, right? So They are still making it. As far as I know, they're going to continue making it. But as of right now, I have like one of the few samples that they actually made. I just don't understand why the HD and SRO even have the overhang style. It seems like only a con. It was for battery placement. They wanted, so the RMR before the battery went in the bottom, they wanted the battery to go in on the top. And that was the reason. That's why I like HoloSun. Battery goes into the side, no overhang. First off, wanted to say I'm a big fan of the channel. Excellent work. I do have a question. What's your favorite defensive ammo for ported handguns if I choose to carry one? So it's not going to matter. Like there's not some special defensive round for ported guns. All ported guns will have a chance of spitting out a little bit of jacket that could remove your eyesight, no matter what round you're using. The only thing I haven't tested is a full copper bullet. That's like the one thing left on my testing to test. So I'm just going to default to my carry ammo I recommend for everybody, and that is Federal HST 124 plus P. With second place, if you don't want a little more recoil, if you want to keep it softer shooting, Federal HST 124 standard pressure. With third place going to Spear Gold Dot 124 plus P, and then Spear Gold Dot 124 standard pressure. So yeah, same. What's been the best revolver you found for the money? Wheel guns are cool, but have gotten so expensive. There is no good revolver for the money. There is no good revolver for the money. The sooner you accept that, the more you will enjoy whatever revolver you get. I will say, my recommendation for a revolver, get a Smith & Wesson of your choice and send it to Nelson Ford at the Gunsmith Inc. and get an action job. You want the best bang for the buck? That's what I recommend. TJ, thoughts for a platypus for a first full-size EDC? Are you used to carrying 1911s or 2011s? And what do you currently carry? Those would be my follow-up questions. It's a two-parter. Speaking of JoJo, I don't know if you saw, but they're releasing the Gunsmith Cat manga omnibus in English now. What? Well, you just blew my mind, because I have... Oh, wrong way. So I have the Gunsmith Cat's original run omnibuses right here. So if they are re-releasing the Gunsmith Cat manga omnibus, like, you know, obviously like the real one, or, you know, like, I know the first run had quite a bit of censorship. The one that I have now, I don't think has any, but like, I really am protective of those. I'm like, I read them very carefully. So if I could get a new production Gunsmith Cat manga that I don't have to baby, I could actually read it and not feel bad. That would be awesome. You just blew my mind. And once I'm off this live, I'm going to start Googling, I need more info. That is awesome. Thank you for sharing that. How do you feel about the C&H pistol optics? For those listening, I'm just kind of quickly shaking my head. No. Definitely copying that omnibus. Absolutely. What do you think of the Rhino 200DS and all the different models? So I really like the Chiappa Rhino. I reviewed it a while ago, back when my channel was not as polished. But so the 200DS, right, is really small. It's one of those things where I'd rather just carry a P365, and I'd rather get a Rhino for fun. And if I'm going to get a Rhino for fun, I'd probably want one with a longer barrel. But the one thing, I do have a warning: if you get a Chiappa Rhino, do not lubricate the internals, because it gets all gummed up and will ruin the trigger. But yeah, the Chiappa Rhino I think is super dope. If you have any interest in one, absolutely get it. When they first came out, the triggers were trash. But all these years later, the triggers are actually pretty good. If you haven't seen my older, not so polished review of the Rhino, definitely check it out, because I have good info in there. Sounds good. Thank you. I also am interested in the copper rounds. I plan to test some of the Underwood Extreme Defenders in the 90 grain plus P variant. We'll see. Hard to trust something other than HST Spear. That's exactly where I'm at. We're on the same page. Is Staccato going to make a P-sized big brother to the CS and C? I want one. So do you mean one P-sized big brother to the CS? And so you mean like that takes that magazine that's a bigger gun? I think what we all want is an XC that takes the magazines for the CS and the C. I think that's what everybody really wants. Keep the outro and the hand motion, makes me smile. Dude, that's something that Redditors mock me over. They mock me over the Nightwood out with the hand motion. Oh my God, they will not let it. They are obsessed with hating that. OMG, I'm so jealous of the original omnibus. Yeah, it's in really good condition too. I was definitely super excited to run across that. And the original run of Gunsmith Cats is so good. What's the follow up? Burst. The ending of that, I just pretend like it doesn't exist. I like where the original run leaves off. I know you did EDC the XC and tried, but couldn't get comfortable with it. That's not true. Wait, are you saying that that happened to you? Because that wasn't true with me. Is there a holster or belt you can recommend? I was using a cheap We. Oh yeah, no. If you had a cheap We the People holster for that, no wonder it didn't work. I EDC the XC for about a year, and the only reason I switched is because switching to an aluminum frame 2011 sped up my draw to first shot by 1/10 of a second, and that's like the most important part of a gunfight. And I still shot it almost as well. The XC I will carry when I'm shooting my bull armory. Like when my bull armory is dirty as hell, the XC I carry that again. So it's still a carry gun. But the tier 1 concealed Axis Elite is 100% the way to go. Like that's going to be, if that's not comfortable, nothing will be comfortable. I have it pre-ordered on Amazon. Okay, well, I'm going to have it pre-ordered on Amazon whenever I hop off of this live. Holy crap. Seriously, thanks for letting me know. I just ordered a Staccato XC and it's your fault, LOL. Sorry. Were you one of the people who asked me what like my favorite gun was? And I said Staccato XC. I'm sorry. You're going to be really happy with it at least. 5-inch slide, full size grip with the new mags. But yeah, an XC would be, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. But yeah, an XC would be dope too. Yeah. I mean, they'll probably trickle release them to get double dip purchases. In my experience, the more the Redditors hate about you, the better person you are overall. That's probably true. And like some of you guys are on Reddit. So it's like, I'll actually, like I need to be careful using words. I don't want to get flagged, but I will move gun accessories and parts that I no longer need, that I either didn't work out on the channel, never got around to. Like DPM will send me kits and stuff like that. And like I'll move those on Reddit. And there are so many of you on Reddit that are super awesome. And it's like, it's really cool interacting with you guys. But then like I'll pop up in a sub, and it's gotten better recently since my channel has been polished up, and I haven't had a negative review in a while. I'm dreading the day that a gun breaks on me again. It seems like people have been more positive, but yeah, there are some subs I'd pop up and people just got vicious. They just hate me. And it's like, you know, obviously I couldn't care less, but it makes me want to look at myself and be like, okay, like what, like how are, like, this seems, I mean, granted, 3 people in a thread is not a lot, but like 3 people all hating you at once that you found on accident online, just clicking around is kind of weird. But it makes me want to like look at myself and be like, okay, like, am I actually hateable? I don't know. Get the tier 1 Axis Elite, makes my P comfortable and it truly works. The only thing I got a more discreet magwell. Yep, that's pro tip right there. I just took magwell off of mine. Sonny, your mom is asking me why you are not coming over for dinner tonight. I tried to tell her you had a live stream, but she doesn't know what that is. Oi, there goes the Chardonnay. Surfing on Mars, always appreciate you, man. Always here for the laughs. Tenecore is super awesome too if you don't need the sidecar style. Yes, I do like I'm actually, every day I've been running a Tenecore ever since the TLR7 HLX came out, because it was like at the time, it was the one 2011 holster that they were making for a TLR7 HLX. So I reached out to Tenecore and they sent me one. That's the holster I've been carrying since the TLR7 HLX came out. So I do give 2 thumbs up to Tenecore. It can take some getting used to with the built-in wedge. Like that can be kind of uncomfortable at first, but once you find the sweet spot, you're good to go. Reddit is the best and worst of everything, though I can't stop logging on. Yeah, obviously I use Reddit to move the stuff that I don't need anymore. And I'll also go on there just to kind of get an idea of what the general consensus of stuff is. So it's like if there's a gun that I can't review, or a gun that I'm interested in, right? I will go on there to see what everybody's complaining about. And like every once I'll be scrolling and I'll see someone ask a question that no one knows the answer to, and I'll answer it. And I'm like, no, why am I participating in this madness? But yeah, there is a lot of good information on Reddit. Like I didn't just get it, but a few months ago, I got a new CRTV to play retro games, specifically light gun games like Time Crisis, House of the Dead, that kind of stuff on. And it's like I had a little problem with it. And I was able to go on the CRT subreddit, and they were like super helpful over there. So like you said, the best and the worst of everything is on Reddit. Reddit can be fun, but people can be opinionated. I found out the hard way. Man, they'll jump down your throat. And it's not so much that they're opinionated, it's they have the veil of anonymity, right? So they'll just be they won't necessarily be polite about it, right? Yeah, Reddit can be useful. There are a lot of good people on there, but man, it seems like it attracts a lot of people that are struggling in their brain place and in their personal lives as well. Do you do anything with bare arms? You mean like bare arms firearms in Scottsdale? Because those are my homies. That is my home shop. It is the really, unless there's some like really off the wall thing at another shop, they're like the only shop I use. And they're great. They help me out with transfers. Like whenever they'll help me out with something, I'll always give them a shout out in a video. Get as many people as I can to stop in there, because I have been going in there since I was a child, like probably 7 years old. So I've been going in there literally my whole life. If you are not talking about bare arms firearms in Scottsdale, then I am embarrassed. I think it's the sunk cost fallacy with their opinion on gun and gear, and they can't take other takes on their choices. I think that's one of the things. I think that's one of the biggest reasons for sure. And the thing is, it's not just Reddit, right? Like I see that in comments all the time. I can't tell you how many people got butthurt about the X macro. And it's like, I think I literally say in the video, I'm not saying that every X macro is going to rust. I'm just saying that if you get one that does, they're not going to warranty it. And the thing is, literally had a staccato, or not staccato, oh my God, where we at 5 hours, that's when my brain starts to break. I literally had a SIG P365 XL slide that it was my hiking gun. Like whenever I was hiking in the desert, sweating all over it, never cleaned it, never treated it with any kind of solve like cleaner or anything like that, rust free. X macro, carry it for a day and sweat on it, and little pecks of rust start to form. And it's like, okay, this is either poorly sourced steel, poorly stored steel, or it's a bad finish. It's the the only explanation of how I could sweat on an XL slide and then sweat on the same exact slide over here, but it's rusting like crazy. I said, this doesn't happen with everyone, but SIG should warranty this. And people literally were like, you are lying about this. You are, you're saying that the X macro is the worst gun ever made. I'm like, no, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay. It is more likely for you to get an X macro that doesn't rust than for you to get one that does. But if you get one that does, it's a lot of money to be SOL, because SIG's not going to stand behind their product. They're going to claim that you mistreated the gun or that it is normal. I mean, that's the thing. They won't even claim that you're mistreating it anymore, because I still get comments on that video, people who had the same thing happen that I had. They'll literally just tell you that it's normal. Nope, that's normal. That's normal. It's a metal gun. It's going to rust. Okay. I think that's a fair criticism, and people literally will shred me for that. What sights did you go with for your Glock 19 and EPS setup? I have the Radian Guardian optic mounting plate on there, and that came with the backup irons. So that's what I have. Bare Arms in Scottsdale walk around video next. They'd probably let me do that. The problem would be on YouTube's end of things. That could actually get me. So 100% the video would be demonetized. Might actually get me a strike for attempting to sell bang bangs on YouTube. So probably not. I would have to do that on Rumble, in which case I would like message you that it was happening and you would be the only person to show up. Since your sis is an optometrist, do you have her order you ANSI iPro? If so, what brand do you like? Okay, so for iPro, I run Pit Vipers with an RX insert. I'm trying to remember, God, what's the name of the company that does the RX insert? But like on Pit Viper's website, you can literally, they're like, are you a nerd? And you can click on that, and then there's a discount for an RX insert, and it's like a nose piece with 2 little glasses lenses on there that you just plug into the Pit Vipers. And that's what I run for iPro. Just because I don't know, because I feel like it. But I will say my shades, I do have her do those. So I have her, so I'll like buy my sunglass frames in there, like Carreras or whatever. And then she like cuts the lenses in there. She has the whole setup. and she'll match the tint, the original tint of the glasses. So I have like 2 pairs of sunglasses that are prescription that she did for me, and they're polycarb, so they can be used for eye pro. So yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do for eye pro. I rock the pitties with the RX insert. Your ability to shoot most handguns flat is impressive. You should do a video on grip techniques, etc. You're short on the 5-inch. Deleting recoil pushed me over the edge to buy the TAC Pro 4.25. Yeah. So I'm hoping, because I have a lot of travel coming up, but I'm hoping by next month my course will be live. Because I honestly don't know how much long. Like I'm doing really, I've polished up the channel really well, but I'm kind of getting stuck on the channel, so I need a new revenue stream, and I haven't had enough time. I've been working on the channel so much to do as much instruction as I've been wanting to. So creating a course where I can share my instruction on a global level for an affordable price without a major time commitment is a huge motivation of mine. So I'm hoping that course will be out next month, if not the month after. And that's going to go over everything you need to know to shoot a gun super flat and shoot it well. Will you be heading to SHOT Show next year? I'm planning on it, yes. I have a hotel room and I have plane tickets. So as of now, yeah, I'm planning on it. 12-hour live? Definitely not. Never say never, though, right? It's one of those things where if I had like a gaming channel, I'm pretty sure I'm one of those people that could stream for like 3 days straight. All right. Anybody else got anything else? Anybody else got anything else or anything else of the sort? This has been a great live. The arms bent still on. Good stuff. Yeah. Yep. Seems like things are kind of winding down though, unless some, like I was almost out of here and then everyone's like, dude, I have like the best stuff to talk about right now. I'm like, all right, I'm here for it. RE3 stream when? OG RE3 or remake RE3? Because I'm down for either, to be honest. Yeah, so part of me wishes that there were more gun people who were into games, because there are game people who are into guns, but gun people being into games doesn't seem to be really common. Otherwise, I would 100% stream games. That would be amazing. You are the Energizer Bunny of YouTube live streams and what I want to be when I grow up. Just keeps going and going and going and going. Prepared for the collapse? Always. Gaming channel when? Okay, that's been on my list for a long time, but after growing this channel that is not... Gun channels are a somewhat competitive niche or niche, depending on whether or not you're a snob. But the gaming niche is like so oversaturated. So I think about what it has taken to grow this channel to 100,000 plus subs and growing. And I'm thinking about starting from scratch in an oversaturated niche. And I'm like, I want to so bad, guys. I just don't know. I don't know if I have the time to do it, because I would have to sacrifice my personal gaming time to share it with other people. And I don't know. Just want to say you have good content. Well, I appreciate it. I think you have a good name. That's what I think. Has the YouTube terms of service changed for the better after the offense of having a gun sponsor or showing off large capacity magazines? That means it's changed for the worse, like all around. Like it only keeps getting worse. Yeah, I mean, it always sucks. So if you show a magazine that holds more than 29 rounds, you're done. My Staccato XC video was demonetized with limited visibility because I had, what's the Staccato mag? Is it a 26 rounder? The Stendo. I got flagged because of the Stendo in the gun. And then the manual reviewer like maintained the demonetization limited visibility, even though it was a 26 round mag, because they thought it was a 30 round mag. Like I fired, like count the shots, dude. So that's awful. And then the gun sponsor thing, man, I have to talk in hymns and spells. Like I have to cast a spell every time I'm mentioning anything even remotely gun related sponsor wise. It is terrible. But I do have a couple of sponsorships coming up from non-gun related stuff.
And I know it's annoying to have it in the video, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, you either have my channel with this in the video or you don't have my channel at all. I'm really sorry. It's just the reality. Yes, GOG is working on a good PC port at the moment. Yeah, so GOG, they did RE1 and I think RE2 just came out on GOG, because I have like a PS3 with all the classics on it, and then I have a Steam Deck where I emulate everything. But it's cool. I love how GOG is doing game preservation. I just play. If anybody's a gamer in here, they're going to judge me. I just played through Alpha Protocol on GOG because they had kind of like a patched up version of it, and I hadn't played it since release. Are you still using the HC belt? I went back to my core belt with heavier setups, tried the Agonic 2, but too much hassle when using the urinal. You literally just said my experience in your chat. So yeah, I use the Hunter Constantine belt for comfort. Most days I'm running the core belt because I'm running a heavier setup. And the Agonic seems like too much hassle at the urinal. So you answered your question with your question. Oh, I love games. Yeah, I know. The problem is there's like 10 of you here. There's like 10 of you on the channel who love games. That's the problem. Because if I could take this audience of 115,000 and take 50,000 of you over to a gaming channel, I'd be 100% in. Unfortunately, that is not the case. There might, at most, there are dozens of you. I let my XC go, no regrets, but I did keep my 5-inch TAC Pro. Yeah, and that's the thing is, at some point, it's like, is it worth that much money to you? And for some people, the answer is no. Some people, the answer is yes. That 5-inch TAC Pro, though, for being almost half the price and shooting just as well, hard to not move in that direction. Thank you for doing the live. Enjoy your night, brother. Enjoy your night. I'm assuming also, brother. Snake Doc. Man, a C would really change that. I'll raise my hand as a gun guy into games. All right, we have what, 4 now that have said something. I love it. I love it when people make Resident Evil clone firearms. Yes, my Samurai Edge video is the intro I did for that. I absolutely love. And my Samurai Edge short has so many views. It's crazy. But yeah, I would love to make more Resident Evil clone firearms. The problem is that it costs so much for literally 0 performance. It's like all cosmetic. So I dropped like 2 G's into my Samurai Edge, and at the end of the day, it's a normal Beretta, you know? But there are so many more I would like. I don't know if there's another YouTuber that will live stream and make sure they read every comment. Respect. Honestly, I'm just trying to like do what I would like to see other people do. Be the change you want to see. What y'all been playing? I have been playing Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth. I'm a huge Yakuza franchise fanboy, like huge. And I'm playing Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver with my wife at the moment. We're almost done. We just got our 16th badge and have to beat the Elite Four for the 2nd time, and then grind and beat Red. But yeah, what else has everyone else been playing? Yes, gaming channel is everywhere. I know, that's the problem. It's a hard niche to break into. Funny thing, my wife saw me watching one of your videos and she stated, you watching an 18-year-old kid talk about guns? Her reaction was pretty funny. You look like a high school kid. Yeah, I know. It is what it is. You know, what I always tell people is, man, when I'm 50 years old, I'm going to look good. But yeah, I've always been baby-faced. I remember when I was like, oh man, I must have been like 26 years old. I got carded by an 18-year-old girl working at GameStop for an M-rated game that you have to be 17 to buy. So apparently at 26, I looked 17, or I looked 6. At 26, I looked 16 to an 18-year-old girl. And I didn't stop getting carded for R-rated movies until, I was probably like 27. LOL. Looking for a first EDC, what do you recommend? I've been looking at Hellcat, CR920XP, X Macro, and PDP Compact. I would recommend something in the P365 family. So I just know that the X Macro grip length is long. It's long. So look at like the XL and the standard, because you can put different base pads in that for pinky extensions. You honestly can't go wrong with something in the 365 family. I know so many people that have gotten a Hellcat and have been like, nah. and they'll end up getting something else. Not crap talking the Hellcat. Hellcat's a good gun. CR920, if you're looking for your first EDC, it can have problems out of the box. You might need to break in. You might need to send it in. It can be a hassle. And the PDP Compact can be kind of chonky if you're looking for your first EDC. So look at the 365 family, standard, X, XL, and X macro. And worst case scenario, if you're like, this X macro grip is too long, you can buy a new grip module and swap it out very easily. I was going to say, LOL, how old are you, young man? Oh, I'm very avoidant about my age. Although I've now given away what ages I have been in the past, which is narrowing it down. Do you have any contingencies if YouTube would ever ban firearms related content entirely? I would talk about something entirely different. That's when I'd be like, okay, well, since I no longer have to maintain this channel, I will probably do a pop culture channel of some sort. I don't know what kind, but clearly I know how to build and maintain a YouTube channel now. I've had to completely learn, trial and error, make a lot of mistakes, and make a lot of people on Reddit hate me. But I'm doing a good job now. I'm looking forward to learning more and growing more, because I'm always learning new stuff, making mistakes sometimes. Probably talk about something different. As far as a contingency goes, about half my videos are uploaded to Rumble before YouTube made Rumble stop auto scraping. But I have like all of my videos on an external drive, and I would just upload them all to Rumble. So yeah, I'd probably keep my gun stuff alive on Rumble, but it certainly wouldn't be a lot of work since there's not a lot of people over there. Maybe if YouTube completely banned all gun content, then people would actually go over to Rumble, but I suspect it wouldn't be very many. I suspect it would be people like you. There are 80 people in this live right now, because most people have lives and they're asleep right now. But this is 80 people who and not even all of you would go over to Rumble, right? So I figure if all gun content was banned, all the people watching gun content on YouTube, 10% of them might move over to Rumble, and that would be it. Because a big part of YouTube GunTube is reaching the people who are not enthusiasts, right? Where it's like, here's a person who bought a 365 for carry and will carry it on the weekends when they go out, right? Like reaching those people who are most people. Or it's like, oh, I feel like I need a gun because it just now occurred to me what reality is like, even though I went through 40 years of life, being completely oblivious and blind and sheltered and, growing up in good neighborhood, like gated neighborhoods. And then one bad thing happened to me one time. That's the vast majority of people on GunTube. And they're not going to go over to Rumble. So we basically only the hardcore GunTube, and not even gun enthusiasts, GunTube enthusiasts would go over to Rumble. End of story. I love video games. Okay, well, we're up to like 5 or 6 now. My favorite game I picked up on GOG is Stranglehold. I also picked up Stranglehold on GOG. I played that on 360 back when it originally came out and wanted to play it again. You ever use the PS1 link for gaming? I used to play Wipeout XL, linked up, had to have 2 of everything though. Yeah, that's the only pain. But yes, I have linked consoles together many times. I have the CR920 and it's a great EDC, but I had to get an aftermarket trigger and spring because it breaks so hard. Yeah, it snaps super hard. Yeah, same thing about the 48 and the 43X. The whole gun just feels off, similar to his 48, 43X review about the stock trigger. Yeah, it's something about the trigger design on those slimline Glocks and Glock clones where the trigger just, it's like you're pulling it and it's heavy, but when it breaks, it snaps so hard it moves the whole gun. Yeah. Yeah, so let's all acknowledge your correction. You are grammatically correct. Most marathon live ever. Man, you ain't seen nothing yet. I would do a long range day with all your choices to True Comic, who was talking about this. That is good advice. The only problem is sometimes it can be challenging to get all those guns together on a range day, unless you're really, really lucky and have an awesome range nearby that just has every gun ever made for rent. But that is the best advice if you can. I too let go of my XC, no regrets. It was fun while it lasted. It seems like I've been seeing more and more people say that, and I think there's been enough competition released that the XC is no longer the only game in town, and it is really expensive. It's a lot of money to just be sitting in your safe. So I definitely get it. You ever going to make an SG09R? I was inspired by your Samurai Edge video to try and make my own SG09R. I've looked into it. I'd really, really like to, but like the money that I have that I'm putting into the channel, that video would get less views than the Samurai Edge video. which already didn't do as great as I would have liked. So one day when I'm a famous author and I'm literally rolling in millions of dollars, I will literally just pay someone to make it for me. But I would definitely like to have one. I've been more of a gamer. I've been more of a gamer that recently got into guns since the vid. Absolutely. That's so many people, right? Like, that's why I don't give people a hard time when they're like, oh, 2011's not drop safe. It's because there are a lot of people that came in from that, and I welcome everybody. Yeah, I think games are a great gateway to firearm ownership. And it's one of those things where once you've owned firearms and you realize, what that means for your own freedom, your freedom of choice, your freedom to say no to people, right? Whether that be a government entity saying you have to do this, you are in control of your own destiny. If you want to go out on your terms, you can. It's not like they can just come in and grab you and you have no recourse. You literally have something to fight back with. Saying no to someone who's like, give me your money, give me your loved one. It gives you the power to say no. And once you have that power, which we're like the only country left that allows firearm ownership for self-defense for civilians without many restrictions. Once you have that power, it's a power that you don't want to give up. And that is why I think it's really important for, gun movies like John Wick to, even though I don't like the CGI gun effects, I think it's important for stuff like that to exist. I think even though I hate the new Call of Duty games, they're trash compared to OG Modern Warfare 2, I think it's important that they exist because it's a gateway into responsible gun ownership. And once someone owns a gun, it kind of red pills them, right? And I'm not even saying towards one political party or not. I'm just saying towards the reality of what we have in this country and that it's worth fighting to keep. Replaying Cyberpunk. I played Cyberpunk on launch. I got Phantom Liberty, but I still need to replay it. Cyberpunk Edge Runners, I literally watch that like 3 times a year, though. It's one of my favorite things ever. Speaking of games, ever check out any esports? I'm a big COD League guy. The Saudis just put on the first ever esports World Cup this year. That was pretty insane. You know what? No. I honestly, I don't have enough time to do everything. And that is one of those things that I would like to have more time to be able to pay attention to. I definitely wish I would have been younger when esports became a thing. I was very, very good. And that would have been a great opportunity. I could have gotten I got a scholarship. I got academic scholarships, but I could have gotten a scholarship to play video games. But you know what? Props to the Saudis for doing real work in the video game industry right now. What else we got? Appreciate this. Yeah. Try to shoot everything. That would be most helpful for you. Chester has solid videos as well. I am learning more about the anime and games, but just Clash Royale these days. Optic 2024 COD Champs. Shout out Greenwall. Man, that was just a bundle of words to me. Oh gosh, Pokemon Silver Gold. Whitney's Miltank. How about just Whitney in general? No. Yeah, Whitney's Miltank is a wall. It is an absolute wall. It's one of those things where I'm like, all right, well, I guess every time I play Gold and Silver, I'm just going to have him a choke and just be ready to go. I'm 32 and still get carded for everything. All right, so you're surviving. I dropped off, but you're surviving. Glad to hear it. I have 3 CR920s. They all break different. My original has a rolling break that I really like. The WP one, Warrior Poet one, has a hard break, and XP has a medium break. I've noticed the same thing handling shadow systems in shops, is they do seem to be inconsistent, and I just think it's the nature of the beast with a Glock design. I will say though, Claire, I do still get carded. I do not drink alcohol, but like once a year I might go on a cruise with my wife, and I might get a drink. So I still get carded for that, or I'll like get her a drink and have a sip or something like that. So I do still get carded for alcohol, but I honestly just basically don't drink at all. P365 series with thin grips, harder to draw quickly from AIWB. Even the long X macro compared to double stack thicker grips. I think it depends on your hands. It's certainly harder. Like, can you train it? Yeah, but I've been carrying full size for a long time. And when I was shooting that Radiant Ramjet Afterburner video, I had to do a few reps with the standard P365 grip frame. God, I say grip frame. It's like a Something is coded wrong in my head, so I have to. On my last video, I had to come up with a bunch of definitions for what grip frame meant. But yes, a different grip module. The smaller grip module, I had to do a few reps to get a hold of that tiny, tiny, tiny grip from Appendix versus I'm used to that full size 2011 grip. Oh dang, I did not know CR920 had so many variations with the trigger. I know his CR920 had a good trigger. Yeah, it did. As a shadow system person, I'd rather recommend the SIG over the CR. Yeah, I think that speaks volumes. My original striker is different than my War Poet and XP striker. Interesting. P365 Icarus metal grip module, TLR7 sub, EPS carry, Radiant Ramjet, sweet setup. I mean, does it get any better than that? If you want a slim gun, that's about it. I only like the CR920 because I could have access to Glock 43, 43X, and 48 aftermarket fixes. I think that's a solid point as well, right? Like at the end of the day, a Shadow Systems is a Glock, and a Glock is the easiest thing. I mean, you could do everything down to a gunsmithing level on that, like Legos. Versus, like you crack open a VP9 or even something like an M&P. I just did the Apex trigger swap, and I'm like, that's a little more involved than changing out something on a Glock. So I think that's a fair point. Where are you from, man? I am in Arizona. I'm in the Phoenix area, North Phoenix, Scottsdale area. CR920P has been an awesome shooter for me. I loved it as my summer EDC. I'm glad that it's running well for you. That's awesome. The CR920 XP is pretty sweet too. A trigger swap and good to go. That's a decent setup, but again, you run into potential break-in issues with a CR9 or with a Shadow Systems. I have the Mischief Machines Commander for the 365 and X. I really like those grips. Yeah, I have not tried those yet, but Kenji, if it's coming from you, it's got to be good. I might give it a shot. Your preferred ammo grain weight for training. I carry 124s, so I prefer to train with 124s. But Buffalo Creek is a sponsor of the channel, and they sent me 115s. So that's what I've been shooting mostly, because why wouldn't you shoot free sponsor ammo? Buffalo Creek is awesome, by the way. If you want to buy training ammo in bulk, Buffalo Creek, and enter Nightwood 5, you get a great deal on bulk ammo. I only conceal my CR920 when I'm wearing tighter clothing. Yeah, that's usually when I'll dip out to my P365. One of those configurations is where I'm wearing tight clothing. I'm sure you and I wear the same exact outfits, so I know exactly what you're talking about. Bro, you're a savage. 5-hour marathon. This is nothing. I could keep going. I am starting to get my tum-tum's getting some hungers though. Next time I'm gonna have to bring a snack in here. I did that last time, but at least I remembered water this time. I wish we can boost the Samurai Edge video. It was that video that got me to watch this awesome channel. Thank you. Oh my God. It makes me so happy whenever someone is like, I loved your Samurai Edge video, because I had so much fun with that. It got a little wordier than I wanted it to in the actual, like, here's what I did to this gun. But the intro deserved so much more. The intro is legendary. Yeah, I wish there was a way that we could boost it. I think like the only way to boost it would be posting it in like relevant subreddits or something like that, right? Or it's like, post it in like the Resident Evil subreddit, probably get banned or something, but or like post it in Facebook groups. I think I posted mine in the Samurai Edge Facebook group. But yeah, I will tell you what, most of my videos that do insanely well, like I can see where traffic is coming from. Someone will post it on Reddit. Someone will post it on Facebook, like in a Facebook group. And then it's like, okay, well, I guess this video has 100,000 views now. That's awesome. So seriously, if you guys like are in Facebook groups that are relevant, like posting a video, yeah, like I'll get hate where it's like, oh my God, who's this young looking fairy boy? But it sends a lot of traffic towards the channel. And same with Reddit. Like even that's the whole reason I got attacked and almost lost the channel, was because someone posted something bad about me on Reddit, that I showed a Glock malfunction at SHOT Show, and apparently that makes me a bad person. Even though Johnny Q literally had the Glock 47 that they'd replaced, the one that was malfunctioning for us, they replaced that with a new one, and then Johnny Q went up, and that one malfunctioned in his hands, and he posted it. And the second I posted that everywhere saying it's not just me, everyone deleted their comments, deleted the Reddit post, and everyone just started backpedaling immediately, but the damage was already done to the channel. They mass reported me for nasty stuff. But I digress. I'm totally over it though. It doesn't bother me at all. Hellcat carry a few years now. Completely agree on the eventual meh. It's great, but the grip and the heavier spring isn't it. Yeah, that's the thing. is it seems like 10% of people who get the Hellcat love it and they'll always love it. It's amazing. Seems like 90% of people eventually the meh hits them. You ever shoot a Volquartsen Scorpion 22 long rifle? So smooth and accurate. I have not. Love the channel, Nightwood. Thank you for being welcoming of everyone. We need more of that in the community. I mean, it helps, right? I mean, and the thing is, so like there are a lot of people who make certain assumptions about me and about my political views and stuff, and like a lot of times they're wrong. Like someone will be really confident, like he's super liberal or he's super conservative or this guy must be libertarian, and it's like, can't we just be individuals? But yeah, I mean, as long as we talk about guns and as long as you don't hate this country, we'll probably get along. like I love America and I love this country, and I act accordingly, and I'm accepting of everyone who is not a crazy person trying to harm others. Like that's about it. I miss the days in this country because luckily I was blessed enough to be alive during the greatest decade of all time, the 90s in America, where like we could disagree and have conversations and have debates and still be friends. And now it's like, you voted for this person, you're unalived to me now. In fact, not only that, I'm going to ruin your whole life. I'm going to get you fired from your job, and I'm going to take away your YouTube channel and end you forever. It's really sad. So I think conversations and I think debates keep us sane and keep us grounded. And I don't know, that's just a philosophy that I like to live by, because I certainly know that some of my views are probably wrong, or I'm probably not looking at it through a certain perspective. And I wish that other people would grant others that same courtesy. Not giving away my age, but EverQuest was my first online game addiction. Luckily, I never even tried EverQuest. It's one of those things like crack, like not even once. I never got into EverQuest, but there was a kid in my class that was just completely overtaken by EverQuest. Like his grades suffered. It was rough. Platypus or TAC-5, not pro? That's a really difficult question. I think, so they're both great. Some things I would like you to consider. Platypus, made in America. Platypus, all tool steel forged parts, but all aluminum frame and grip. And it's an ecosystem of Glock magazines. The 5-inch TAC, not pro, polymer grip module on a steel frame. It's going to shoot a little better. The polymer helps absorb some recoil. The weight of the steel helps keep it down a little bit. You're in the ecosystem of Bull Armory magazines. Bull Armory does use metal injection molded parts, not for like critical parts, but parts that they can get away with it, like safeties, firing pin stops, slide stops, stuff like that. And it's made in Israel. They're both phenomenal guns. You cannot make a bad decision. If you want cool colors, that'll obviously sway you in a direction as well. If you want something for serious use, I think the grip texture on the Bull Armory is way better. You cannot make a bad choice. Honestly, I would say, you know what? I personally would go with the Bull Armory, but at the same time, the Platypus is great. I'm sorry. Hopefully my 2 columns will help you decide which girl to take to prom. I love living in the USA. I don't think I could afford firearms in Thailand, LOL. A Glock 19 is like 1,200 over there. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, it's cool that gun ownership is still possible in Thailand, but I mean, obviously it's not ideal. There are still restrictions, and there are self-defense restrictions and stuff like that. And the price alone is a deterrent. Oh my God, EverQuest, forgot about that. I'm completely undecided on my next compact. I've narrowed it down to the M&P Carry Comp, Walther PDP, Springfield Echelon, or Hellcat Pro Comp. Which one would you pick? I would pick the M&P Carry Comp. Spoiler alert for my review, 13-pound recoil spring. I'm working with DPM on a kit right now, but in the meantime, 13-pound recoil spring until DPM makes a kit, and Apex trigger. So M&P Carry Comp, 13-pound recoil spring, Apex trigger. That's what I would do. Also be aware, if you want to toss a full-size optic on there, You get no co-witness sites. You'll have to buy them separately and install them. But that's the way that I would go for a compact. The M&P carry comp is super dope. It's just not, none of those are perfect. I have problems with all of those guns, but the M&P carry comp is my favorite of those choices, just for the fact that you can put an Apex trigger in it and have the best striker fire trigger on the market. I stopped getting carded at 35. Now I'm 46 and it's catching up. Oh no, no, don't say that. I don't want to lose hope. I want to look young forever. I don't know about the Hellcat and M&P, but just me, I prefer my friend's Echelon over the PDP, even though I own the PDP. The Echelon, I like a lot of things about it. I think it could benefit from a DPM system. It's kind of punchy. But yeah, the Echelon is a decent choice. The hype came as quickly. The hype went as quickly as it came. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about the Echelon. I'm leaning in that direction too. Not a bad choice. I still recommend the M&P carry comp, but the Echelon is super dope. I don't know about super dope, but it's cool. I don't know if it's cool, but it's good enough. It's better than good enough. It's decent. I'd argue the 80s were even better, but fair point. Yeah, but the thing is, like, you know, it was moving up, right? 80 and then 9. Okay, so here's where we differ, right? I'm thinking about like video games, guns, movies, stuff like that. Like, I don't know, my interests, the 90s were just like the absolute best time. But I think life in general, like if you're just a normal human being walking around living life in the United States, then yeah, the 80s was better. But the 90s, we still kind of had. It's great to, you know, walk around and be a normal human being walking around America. And you could go to freaking Pizza Hut and get a PlayStation 1 demo disc. Come on. Didn't get that in the 80s, did ya? Also, when was the HK USP made, huh? Random, but thoughts on Siley Optics and I don't even know how to pronounce that. I've never seen that before in my life. Zulisi Optics. Siley seems fine. They've offered to send me stuff, and I've kind of blown them off. I feel kind of bad. It depends. Siley Optics for target shooting, right? For any kind of serious use, Hollow Sun. If you hate Hollow Sun, Trijicon. If you hate Trijicon, Aimpoint. That's where I stand. Plus, in the 90s or early aughts, I feel like people, even on the internet, tend to be more open to different viewpoints. Now everyone is an echo chamber. Yeah, I mean, algorithms, right? That's rough. But yeah, in the 90s and 2000s, back when it's like, you know, forums, right? Like people recommending, like, yeah, check out Cowboy Bebop. It's like, I'll mail you my VHS where I pirated it. Yeah, people were definitely, I mean, obviously there were still trolls and crap talkers, but it was not as visceral. It was not as insulting or unforgiving, right? It was like, let's have a conversation about this. And now, like, Reddit's the ultimate echo chamber, right? Because it's like you're on a subreddit and the moderators are, and it's like, I see this on the video game side of things where, you know, someone will post about, it's like, hey, look at this thing in this video game that's like, that I like because it's not woke. And they're like, boom, nope, done. You're out of here. So literally people on the other side of the aisle are not allowed to have an opinion. It's like, even you look at local subreddits. So it's like me, the Phoenix subreddit, moderators literally deleting every single person with a conservative viewpoint or libertarian viewpoint or centrist viewpoint that may slightly lean to the right. Like, I don't know, wanting something, literally anything to be done about our border, right? So because of that, they're stuck in an echo chamber and we can't have conversations. And then when somebody who has a different viewpoint from them invades their space, it is go time. And normally I would say it's both sides, not just the left side of things, but the left side is completely taken over and co-opted nearly every single space. And that's the thing, is even if you're not like an uber conservative, got to respect Elon Musk buying X and being like, okay, free speech zone, because all of a sudden the pendulum or the scales, right? It went from this to this, and I think this is a good place to be. But the thing is, you can't force it. Otherwise, you're violating the First Amendment. So it's a tricky thing, and it just so happens that a lot of people on one side of the aisle own like everything. Own the new public square, right? Basically people. So there was the public square as we know it. Then the public square was reinvented and privatized, and now it's like, well, no, it's a private company. It's like, okay, well, that really complicates things. I digress. Then again, I was pretty young back then and mostly played MMOs on a private server. Yeah, that's a fair point. But yeah, I mean, like trolls and stuff were making fun of movies. Like I remember like Kevin Smith talking about that, right? People crap talking his movies and forums. But it's not like people were like they are today in echo chambers. Would you consider putting an EGW red dot mount on your Desert Eagle and throw a hollow sun on it for a video? I think the mount goes for 50. I'll Google it after this. Because like, is there a specific like mount for a Desert Eagle? Does it go like in the rear sight dovetail or something? Because obviously there's the top rail. I don't know how it works. Sad times for sure. Our country's generations have certainly changed, and not for the better. A good time for pew pew owners though, with all the available options these days. Yep. I mean, the available options are absolutely incredible. I feel like guns have lost their drip. I know like Joe Rogan was talking about this with cars in one of his recent podcasts where he's like, dude, cars just look like crap now. Like think about cars in the, 50s, 60s, 70s. They were like the best looking cars ever. Now cars look like crap. I feel that's why I got so excited about the M&P carry comp. It's like, oh my, this actually looks awesome. It's like, are we seeing a resurgence in cool looking things? Yeah, things look bad, but we have more options than ever before. Almost too many options, but it's good for, innovation, competition in the free market. We're getting even more and better options now. I don't know, I kind of lost my train of thought, but yeah, I think you get the point. It's a great time. Oh, but you have to be aware of quality control, with mass production. I'm not saying guns in the past were perfect, but there was a certain craftsmanship to them. There was a pride of workmanship that is now gone. Now it's all just mass produced. It is what it is. To buy a gun in Thailand, you basically do a credit check like buying a car. Wow. Bull Armory grip is by far my favorite. Even the Tomahawk grip is great. Oh, I completely agree. Like I said in my, the EDC Pro review, put this grip texture on every gun on the planet, please. Absolutely love it. But yeah, Bull Armory does the best texturing, hands down. Some of my favorite things about Bull. The 90s was an amazing time. Sure was. 90s had the best rock bands. Yeah, like a certain kind of rock, right? Like obviously, like who's going to beat Led Zepp, or AC/DC? But yeah, I know what you're talking about. So would you recommend the polymer or metal carry comp? I recommend. So the metal carry comp, I like the grip texture better. It's more aggressive. That being said, the polymer carry comp, so the polymer will flex a little bit. It absorbs recoil. I mean, you can't see. It's not like Gumby moving around, but it will absorb recoil a little bit. Whereas normally you want a metal gun that is steel because the weight makes it steadier to hold out there, and it will reduce muzzle rise because there's just more weight out there. It's how physics works. An aluminum frame, which is what the Smith & Wesson metal carry comp is, you are gaining you have the lightweight of polymer without the recoil absorption, and you're getting the metal of the steel without the weight. So it's the worst of both worlds. Long story short, polymer carry comp. Just be aware that it is like a Glock 19 size grip. It can be a small grip if you have large hands. So if you have big hands, I would just concede and go for the metal one because it's going to fit your hand better. But if you wear like large size gloves or smaller, then the polymer carry comp will be just fine for you. Do you think Staccato, as the household name of the 2011 platform, will ever need to address drop safety concerns? Obviously, Series 70 has never been drop safe, but this new perception has gained momentum. No, I think they're fine. I think they're taking a page out of Sig's book where like maybe they will, I don't know. So here's where they're at, right? They could put a titanium firing pin in the gun and solve the problem mostly depending on the gun, but you can put a titanium firing pin in there. That way there's not enough weight to carry the firing pin forward with inertia when you drop it. But then they would be admitting that they were aware of a problem, and that could open them up to legal issues. I honestly think their best move is to pretend like it's not happening legally. Is it morally the right thing to do? Honestly, for $4,300, I think the Staccato XC should have a titanium firing pin. That's my personal opinion. But I think legally speaking, they probably just need to pretend like it's not happening. Best era of all kinds of music. The 90s? Or you ask, no, there's no question mark there. I don't know about that. LMAO, demo disc, and AOL internet time code. Oh my God, yeah. Yep, good old dial-up internet. And chatting on AIM. Good times, demo discs. Wowza. FF7 squad in the back. Yeah, we got, oh my God, this is mirrored. This is a challenge. So this is an original Tifa Lockhart figure from 1997. Literally like an OG, serialized and everything. And then we have the 2 new ones for Rebirth that were Japan only. Imported both of those. And then OG copy, a greatest hits copy, not a black label copy, because black label copy had a glitch in it, but of FF7 on PS1. I really like Final Fantasy VII. What can you say about the new Wukong game? So I have not played it myself, but it looks like it's a good game, not a great game. But I definitely support it for not bending the knee to Sweet Baby Ink extortion pressure. Did you like Yakuza 6? I didn't like the plot. Haruka and Kiryu deserved better. Yes, I did like Yakuza 6. And I'm going to tell you what. I felt the way you felt too. I really did. Then I played through the entire franchise again with my wife, who, yes, is also a gamer and has the impeccable taste. The second time through, I really liked it. And I realized that it's reality, right? Like not everything is unicorns and rainbows. Sometimes so you can be the best father in the world and your daughter can do something really stupid, right? And it's how do you respond to it in that moment? Not saying, Kiryu is the best father in the world, but I really appreciated it for what it was the second time through, when I wasn't so emotional about the choices that they made for the characters. But people were so upset about Yakuza 6 that in Japan, they'll do like a character popularity poll in a magazine. Haruka was like last place. Like everyone hated her for Yakuza 6. But then you have to realize that she was a girl who was abandoned at a young age, who was picked up by a guy who didn't know the first thing about being a parent, who then was a crappy parent and ran away and ditched her and did all of this stuff. That actually, if you step back, these are real people. It's completely believable what happened. And I think that the story they told and the emotions that they conveyed were really important. But I was emotional like you and didn't like it my first time through. But playing through the entire franchise again, I actually liked Yakuza 6 way more the second time. Education and critical thinking skills seems to be what is needed. Overall in general, absolutely. And that's the thing is people, they get echo chamber education and then they want to protect their beliefs. So they eschew critical thinking skills, or they'll only selectively apply critical thinking skills, right? And I know I'm like up on my high horse here. Like, why can't everybody just like sit on the fence? No, it's just recognizing that it's like, I'll look at myself and I'll be like, hey, am I wrong? And I just wish other people did that too. And it's like, especially with stuff like gun control, right? I see that my internet is dipping again. So if you guys like, I'm sure it'll be like for a little bit, but as long as you guys can still hear me, let me know. If you guys stop being able to hear me, I'll pause because I want to make sure you can still hear me. That's the important part. I used to get hyped up to Rage Against the Machine before an exam in high school. I put one of their tracks to one of my videos and I got a ton of hate for using the track. Yeah, Rage Against the Machine's not really popular anymore. They're not really the Rebels. Audio is still good. We can hear you good. Now YouTube is like, get off. Oh my God. Get out of my room, mom. But yeah, they're no longer the rebels that they used to be. They're like, let's do everything that the government tells us to do now. I have a Siley Cat Pro on my P365. Seems fine so far. I've only shot 50 rounds with it on though. Yeah, that's kind of too early to tell. But Siley seems solid to me. Just for me, if I'm going to run something that my life could depend on, it needs a track record. And it's one of the reasons I was a holdout for so long on Hollow Sun, is they just needed to develop a track record, which they now have. XDM 3.8 inch, never hear it brought up on channels I trust. Always been a favorite since before algorithm days. So I love the XD because Ada Wong used it in Resident Evil 4. So the XD is a fine, it's reliable, it is durable, it is dependable. Unfortunately, Springfield shot themselves in the foot by adding a grip zone to their guns that no one could take seriously. And the grip safety on the back is a potential opportunity to have your gun not go off when you need it most if you don't have a perfect grip on the gun. I think that's why people don't really talk about the XD series anymore. But there's nothing wrong with the XD. It just kind of became a joke. The grip zone really did not do them any favors. Regarding the cars, no one has any cash to mod cars anymore or take risk in making any model other than SUV. I honestly got into guns because you can't really do much with cars without being quite well off. That's also a really good point. Like, is one of the reasons I bought a 4Runner this year is because they're about to change it and make it super lame. And I was like, okay, I'm going to buy this while I can so I can make it last for like 300,000 miles and have a real car that was built like it was built like 10 years ago. But yeah, modding cars used to be super awesome and fun, but now it's like, well, if you're not a Saudi prince, then you're just going to be broke all the time. No way, you're still live, homie. Went to dinner and came back. Yeah, welcome back, Smoke Bang. Because everyone are into tactical dime a dozen striker fired polymer pistols. Yeah, well, as far as guns like looking lame, yeah, probably. But I will say, M&P carry comp looks pretty dope. It's possible. Also, hello, HKVP70, bring it back. That was maximum drip. What do you think about SIG and Springfield releasing 1911s with an optic cut from the factory? I think it's good. I'd like to see more people do it. Dan Wesson started doing it before SIG and Springfield, but it's not great. You can tell they don't really know what they're doing with optic cuts. Live in a 10-round state. Thinking of, again, that's the filter going up. Thinking about spending plus or minus 1K, getting either the Canic Rival S or the Mac DS9. Can't make up my mind. Both feel good in my hands. Help? So let me ask you this. I mean, if you're in a 10-round state, I would just get a 1911. You know, like why have a fat grip if you're not going to have the capacity? But what I want you to consider is, or what I don't want you to say it, but what I'm assuming is maybe you want to get one of those because perhaps obtaining different magazines later on is a possibility. In which case, can't really go wrong either way. It's the Canic Rival S is super dope. I think you'd be really, really happy with it. The Mac DS9. Okay, between those two, I just want to give you a short answer. I would go Canic Rival S. I think you'd be happier with it overall than the Mac DS9 without modifying. Out of the box, I think you'd like the Canic Rival S better. Have you shot the Mac 9 DS anymore since your review of it a little bit ago? You know what? I put another like 150 rounds through it, and then I was just kind of done with it. Honestly, I almost got an XD because of RE4. I've almost gotten a lot of guns because of Resident Evil games. I actually had an XD for a while. I had an XD. Now, granted, my dad had an XD when they first released the XD and 45 ACP, and it's like you'd open up a gun magazine, and it would be like, this holds 1 million rounds of 45, and I was like, oh, I gotta own that because I'm a 45 kid. But yeah, I have not owned one since. I had an XDS when it came out. Like, you guys remember life before the P365? Like, it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's a Walther PPS that will shoot itself to death eventually, or a SIG P938 that maybe works, maybe doesn't. And then, you know, the Springfield XDS, Glock 43, and then the P365 just changed the industry forever. Grip zone. Damn, that's corny. Yeah, it's super corny. I'm assuming you've seen it, but for those of you who are watching this who haven't seen it, literally, like, Google it. On the grip, they have this terrible grip on there, and then they have grip zone like engraved. It's terrible. I don't know what they were thinking. I did see Overton Windex with the bigger Wolf X and beat it up like crazy. Took a long time before the glass cracked. Yep. And yeah, I knew what you meant with the Wolf X Pro. But again, I like it when stuff has seen actual, like, real world use, right? So it's on a cop's gun that's banging it into crap every single day for 5 years, or it's on a battlefield, right, with explosions going off. If there's anything good about wars popping off around the world, we're getting to see what a sight mark can hold up to. I love the Springfield XD grip zone. Even got a tat to match my pistol. I hope it's in your hand, because that would be hilarious. Still carry my Canik subcompact. It's been flawless, but I've soured on the brand since all the MC9 issues. I'm hoping the new American factory might improve. I wouldn't count on something being American made being an improvement, but yeah, the MC9 soured it for me just because of my personal experience and dealing with them as a company. That's what soured it for me. But Canik overall makes good pistols. Shadow Systems XR920p or any more Shadow pistol reviews soon. So I am on the crap list for Shadow Systems, and Shadow Systems is also one of the companies that makes you sign a non-disparage when accepting a firearm. So remember that anytime you see a review of Shadow Systems on somebody's channel that was sent to them. So it would have to be something that I got for myself. And the channel budget is, as far as big purchases like firearms go, pretty much done for the year. So I have a huge backlog of videos I've been wanting to do. So it's actually a great opportunity for me to get caught up on interesting videos that aren't necessarily like, here is gun review. But yeah, I came this close to getting one, and I decided not to. So maybe sometime in the near future, next few months, it's possible. If I'm going to spend $2K on a 2011, do I go with a platypus or a bull armory? So this is a question that I get so much, and it's so hard to answer. So I'm going to give you things to consider, right? Bull armory is more built for serious use, right? So like the grip texture and stuff like that is more built for absolute serious use. And you know, slide serrations, everything, it has been built for serious use. It has a polymer grip module, and that helps absorb a little bit of recoil, a little bit. And you're in the Bull Armory magazine ecosystem, and you have the option to get ported versions. And then but it does use some metal injection molded parts. Not a deal breaker for me. Some people are sensitive about metal injection molded parts, and I totally understand. It'd be cooler if it was tool steel. The platypus uses all tool steel forged parts, but you're stuck with an all aluminum frame and grip. It's gonna be a little bit sharper on the recoil. Just make sure you get the bull barrel to help even it out. And it is made in America. Bull Armory is made in Israel, and you can get funky colors on the platypus, and you're in the Glock ecosystem. Think about those two things. Decide what is best for you. Want the EPS carry for the Canik sub? I mean, that'd be a great fit. Have you tested any other recoil spring weights in your 2011s? Yes. Bull Armories are perfectly sprung from the factory. They don't need anything. Staccato XC. Back when I got it, it was coming with a 7-pound recoil spring, and I went up to an 8-pound, and that was perfect. Other than that, the Prodigy comes really well sprung. The Mac 9DS needed a lighter spring. I never ended up putting one in there, but it needed a lighter spring. It was oversprung. And the TSOS, the like B9R, whatever, perfectly sprung from the factory. But gonna hold off on the MC9 for some time. Heard if issues with the new Terran. Yeah, I mean, so you said Canik sub. I thought you meant the Canik subcompact. That's different from their micro carry. For specific reasons, I'm sure you're aware that I did a video on the MC9 that I do not recommend it. Anyone should buy the Bull Axe over a Shadow System, in my opinion. Yes, it is going to work out of the box, right? and it's going to have better grip texture as well. So yeah, and the triggers aren't phenomenal on either one, so that's a wash. I think that's good advice. Really appreciate the transparency on your channel. Don't ever change. It's literally who I am. So I'm kind of stuck doing this, whether it's to the detriment or benefit of the channel. Shadow Company sounds kind of whack if that's the case. That's why I keep watching, because of your transparency. The thing is, you say that, but there are that like they're not alone, right? So companies, again, like SHOT Show was eye-opening for me, because I tell everybody, hi, I'm an honest channel. Being on an honest channel is actually really good for you. Are you confident in your product? Except obviously I was being a complete boss and social butterfly, rolling nat 20s on charisma all day long. But that being said, it definitely was eye-opening to see the companies that are like, yeah, we only want safe videos. We are entitled to positive videos only. And none of them are gonna surprise you, right? It's gonna be like Glock, SIG, Smith & Wesson, Springfield. Shadow Systems is one of the smaller ones that is kind of like that. So I mean, it is what it is. I am just hoping that I think honesty and authenticity, because it's like, listen, people make fun of me all day for all the nerdy stuff in the background. And the thing is, I hid this stuff in my life for so long, like in high school and stuff like that. Because I mean, it wasn't cool to be watching anime when I was in high school. It is now, man. That would have been great. But I was also a late adopter. Like I'd really only watched like Dragon Ball Z and stuff like that. So I wasn't watching the more like crazy niche stuff like Code Geass, like, oh, what a nerd. But I didn't start doing that until college. My buddy got me into it. But like gaming, like obviously I was playing, like if you Modern Warfare, you're fine. But Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, yeah, like maybe don't mention that. So I hid this stuff for a long time, and then I became an adult and I stopped giving a crap. And then I'm like, I'm just going to be surrounded by the stuff that makes me happy. How does that sound? Yeah, I think authenticity is, and being yourself and being honest is the new meta for this space, because there are just so many fakes, so many shows, so many personas. You see what you get when it comes to me. Like maybe like sometimes I'll get like a little nervous. I might be like, hello and welcome to this video sometimes, because I'm a little nervous, but for the most part, you meet me in person, you're kind of getting what you see here. Except you're getting the filtered version of me on here. I'm a little spicier in person. I have a 12-pound in my Mac and it runs a lot better. That is good information to have. Thank you. Is a 15-pound spring too light for a 40 cal compact? Depends on the gun. 40 cal compact is it's a broad thing. That's like saying is I don't know, like an 18-inch wheel too small for my car. I'm like, okay, what car are you driving? Or too big for my car. How many hours are you on? We're at 6 hours and 4 minutes. We have set a new record. Congratulations to everybody. My Bull G2 Tac Pro 5-inch slide to frame fit is as good as my Athena. Slide is butter smoother than my XC. Yeah, so that's something I've noticed about Staccato is now they are starting to get, I think they're pumping out so much product that they're having some quality control issues, and not like this gun is broken or is malfunctioning. I think it's like a fitment thing, because my Staccato XC is fit like a freaking infinity. The thing is insane. But I have seen Staccatos made in the last year that I'm like, ooh, this is a Staccato? Like, oh my God, maybe I shouldn't be recommending them anymore. But yeah, the Bulls seem to be very consistent. And I mean, obviously Atlas is good to go too, but I'm glad to hear that your Bull is kicking butt. Yeah, I feel like you're the only one who talked about the Canik Mete MC9 issue. So that's how it feels. It's because my video was the only one to, like, I don't know if like going viral counts, if it's like, I don't even know what it's up to now. I know it's over 100,000. I don't know how much further it is. I'm not like obsessively like, ooh, how are my videos doing? It's just moving on to the next one. But mine was the one that kind of went viral, and that's why you probably saw it. But there are poor people without any kind of audience that spent their hard-earned money on an MC9, and they're like in their garage trying to figure this out, and they're posting like a vertical video on their phone of this, and I just feel bad for them having the same problems I am trying to get Century Arms and Canik to solve it. It is just a nightmare, and like I said, it soured me on the whole brand, that whole experience. They were not thrilled to see me at SHOT. That booth got real awkward when I was there. Planning on trying an 11-pound spring in the Stealth Arms Platy this week. Let me know how it goes. Comment on my platypus video. Let me know how it goes. I'm actually curious. With the Platy Bowl question, you basically have to weigh the pros and cons, availability, wait time, customization options, proprietary mags versus Glock mags to decide what's best for you. The all important things to consider. Yeah, I don't even mention like waiting time and availability, because they're kind of both bad about it. Bull Armory's like, oh, I don't know. They could restock tomorrow. They could restock in 6 months. Versus you know what you're getting with the platypus, but you're like, oh, wow, I'll see you in 6 months, dear friend. But yeah, can't go wrong either way. Too honest about the Glock 49 at SHOT. Oh yeah, was it the 49 or the 47? I don't even remember what it was. I remember so yeah, I've talked about this a few times in this live. That almost destroyed the channel. Like I got so mass reported for that. And then the second I posted Johnny Q's video of the same exact thing happening, and everybody realized all at once, hundreds of people realizing they were wrong, deleting comments, deleting the Reddit thread, deleting all of this stuff, and pretending like it never happened. They just came in, trashed my channel, completely threw me under the bus to anti-gun YouTube because I showed a Glock malfunctioning at SHOT Show, And it literally took until 2 weeks ago for my channel to recover. Too honest, that like, it's one of those things. Gee, I wonder why there aren't so many honest channels in this space. Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe it's because, like, not only are you rewarded for shilling by the companies themselves, the worst thing that's going to happen to you in the comment is like, oh, Coleon Noir is a shill. Okay, well, joke's on you. Dude gets to make a shit ton of money shooting guns for a living. Think he cares what you think about him being a shill? No. I digress. I'm digressing a lot in this live. An authentic gun company and personalities would be great to see. Gideon Optics comes to mind when I think of authentic personalities in this space. So I met a Gideon Optics rep at SHOT Show. Nicest dude ever. Gave me that optic that I had on the Mac 9DS. And I had problems with it. And it is what it is. But I would say that they are open to critique and getting better. But I have a subscriber who is also active in the industry and space, who basically is gathering a bunch of data on companies that aren't being completely true with the stats on their optics. And it's not just Gideon Optics, but like there's so many companies that are lying about the actual stats on their optics. And so many of them are just, they don't want to improve. They know what they're doing wrong. And I know Gideon was one of the ones that just like ghosted him when he started asking about it, which I don't blame them. But yeah, I had a problem with the Gideon optic, but it seems like a lot of people have been having good luck, and it seems to be run by very nice people. I don't want to crap on them. I mean, they make a budget optic. I don't think that that's any kind of surprise. When the next video coming out next week. So this live is basically my video for this week. I have an advertiser or a sponsor that has a date that the video needs to go live next week. Otherwise, I would have posted this week. But I figured I'd just do a live for you guys this week. And this way you get 6 hours and 10 minutes of me versus like 12 minutes. 15-pound spring for, I mean, this is nothing compared to the time that I would spend on a video. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize that. If you want to know how long someone spent on a video, look at how many minutes long it is. That's how many hours they spent on it. So it's like 12-minute video. In a best case scenario, they spent 12 hours on it. 18-minute video, 18 hours. Now, granted, it's an oversimplification. There's some people that put a lot of work into an 8-minute video, and it's like 80 hours. But just rule of thumb is for every minute of finished video, it took an hour. But obviously, like for me, I have like a drive to the range, get there, like loading mags. Like it's not just me like shooting video of someone else doing everything. I'm doing everything all by myself, and I have an amazing wife who will hold the camera sometimes. I think Ben Steger's sending one of his staccatos back to factory. Yeah, staccato P, because the slide stopped working. Would love to see you review the new staccato C. I would also love to review the new staccato C. I just don't know anyone who has one to ask for a loaner, because I'm certainly not going to drop the dough to get one at this moment. Yeah, I don't know why it was such a big deal with the G49 at SHOT Show. Yeah, that's the question, man. That's the question. Damn, Brett, go to sleep. It's been 6 hours. Get out of my room, Mom. I'm talking to my friends on the internet. Any plans to put videos on Rumble? Half my channel is on Rumble. So it used to be you could auto scrape your whole channel to Rumble, and as you uploaded, it would just automatically upload to Rumble. And YouTube was like, and they stopped doing that. And that's when I stopped uploading to Rumble, because I was literally getting zero traction. There's no audience over there. It is a complete waste of time. When I say if you're on Rumble, I mean no offense. I'm just saying you're one of like 100 people who actually go around and watch gun videos on Rumble, and not just Dan Bongino and Steven Crowder and trying to think, Russell Brand. But yeah, I have all my videos stored on external drives. So like worst case scenario, I can just manually upload everything and spend like a week of my life only doing that. To everyone asking about spring weight, your best option is to order a bunch of springs that are cheap and tune according to your ammo, shooting style, grip, etc. And that's something that a lot of people don't talk about, is your grip technique can actually determine what spring weight you need. Would you ever shoot a USPSA style match? I did shoot USPSA for a little while, years ago. And yes, I would do it again. Yeah, most folks have an editor to their video, though that's why I always like all your videos and editing. Yeah, I do everything. everything. The only help I get is my amazing wife will hold the camera out at the range for some tricky shots or like, moving and shooting and stuff like that. I'm so grateful for her. It's also a great opportunity to spend time with her while I'm working on it. So she's amazing and awesome, was raised in a gun household and is a shooter as well. So very blessed. Hashtag blessed. Yeah, editing is super time consuming. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but it's fun, and I get to meet all of you guys. So, have you read the JJK What Jujutsu Kaisen? No, I have not. I just haven't had the time. I'm behind. And plus, with stuff that's possible, with I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. With stuff that's that popular, I always want to wait and make sure it's not just a recency thing. I want to make sure it's actually legit and awesome before I dedicate my time to it. You know what I mean? It's like, I think about some of like Dragon Ball, right? Like you're not going to waste your time reading Dragon Ball. It's like one of the best things ever. Not going to waste your time reading Berserk because it's amazing. You're not going to waste your time. Well, I don't know. I have to like look at my shelf. Not going to waste your time reading Gantz if you're an edgelord because it's going to be the best thing you ever read. Shout out to the supportive wives. Absolutely. Also, why'd you stop shooting USPSA? I just got burned out on competition. I talked about this earlier in the live. I shot skeet, sporting clays, and trap at a very high level competitively for a very, very long time. And I got completely burned out on it and wanted to try a different type of competition, hoping that would solve the burnout. And it didn't. So I kind of shot it for as long as I could and then kind of gave up. I was also like young and learning and shooting like single stack 45 at the time. So, but I should probably get back into it. I've been away from competition for long enough. I could probably get back in. Indoctrinating my wife with guns for the past year, slowly but surely. Yep. Be gentle. Be gentle. Ben had an issue with slide lock. He has an XC and it's the same slide lock. He mentioned hating sending guns back, but he should just swap them. And if that's the problem, buy a new one, cheap part. Yeah. Yeah, I watched it. I watched this video today. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. Staccato's pumping out a lot of product. And, my XC from, what was that, 2020 or 2021 is, fit together like a damn Infinity, like an Atlas or something. Like it's amazing. And then I've seen some today where I'm like, I don't know. The XCs do seem to get some, and XL seem to get some extra love over the Ps though. We appreciate you taking the time to edit, man, and the quality is always there. Thanks. I honestly, I could sit down and edit for twice as long as I do and make it look super like modern and dope. But I'm just, I'm doing the best I can with the, the time that I have and the money that I'm making on YouTube. As the channel grows, so will the quality. I think we've seen that, right? Like go back and watch my old videos and watch as the channel grows, as I start to make some more money on here, I can start to dedicate more time to it and things get polished up a little bit. So yeah, very happy with like my like Bull Armory TAC Pro video, my EDC Pro video, my Radiant Ramjet Afterburner video. Those are videos I'm like starting to watch them and not be cringed out by them. I'm starting to actually be like, okay, that's a really good video. And I'm being hypercritical. The fact that I can look at it and say that means that I'm definitely making progress. And I'm really excited to just keep improving. It's exciting stuff. Still going. Thanks for the stream, Brett. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm probably going to hop off here pretty soon. I love talking with you guys so much, but I'm getting hungry. I don't know if you guys watch Too Fast, Too Furious, but we hungry. The issue with Ben's gun is more about that a gun with that price tag shouldn't need any parts to be changed outside of like spring maintenance. That's true. And I really think that that's a problem with Staccato just pumping out so many guns. Like something's got to give. Have you ever hold on. I don't know if I'm getting dyslexic as we move past 6 hours, or have you ever get your issues addressed with the Canik MC9? Oh, have you ever got your issues addressed with your Canik MC9 and B, gotten any flack from other gun tubers for criticizing their motivation to like a gun? I gave Canik 3 chances to fix the MC9. They never could. They either couldn't or wouldn't. One way or another, they never got it fixed. I'm out of here. And B, gotten any flack from other gun tubers for criticizing their motivation to like a gun? I don't think I understand what that means exactly. But I have not gotten any flack from, well, that's not true. there was one gun tuber that kind of had, I mean, gun tuber, I think he has like 1,000 or so subs. But good guy. Just I think he got kind of wrapped up in the hating me on Reddit kind of thing, and he gave me some flack for a while, but we're cool now. But mostly it's like I don't know. I don't know if I just like don't fit into the club or what, but I don't really hear from other gun tubers. The only gun tuber with a significant following. Like I love all the other gun tubers with 1,000 to 3,000 subs. Like you guys are all awesome. I love talking to you. But as far as like, ooh, this guy's a big following. Beretta 9mm USA was the first one to reach out and kind of offer advice and support. And then recently talked to Humble Marksman, and that was kind of cool. Because I think we have similar philosophies in making videos. So yeah, they were only supportive. So Brett, give me some yo tots. No man, my tots are they're sweet potato tots, and they are all mine. Yo, thank you for your hard work, bro. I'm relatively new to your content, and I'm yet to be disappointed. Good stuff, my guy. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because my life is just a constant worry of disappointing you guys. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm genuinely trying to build this channel into being something that really, I don't know, makes a difference in this space. I think that's what I'm working towards. And building an audience is step one. So I'm definitely grateful for you guys. Thank you for the awesome stream Q&A. Thank you so much for your support, Claire. It was good to chat with you in the live, because I know we've just been kind of chatting back and forth in comments for a while, but it was good to have you here. You are a wise and good soul. Humble Marksman collab would be awesome. Completely agree. I think that at the very least, I could probably convince him to do a live with me. Maybe not for 6 hours though. Looking forward to that collab with Humble Marksman. Yeah, let him know. Like, go over to his channel and say, hey, would you collab with Nightwood Guns? 10K through my XC and not a single issue. Had a few stovepipes at the beginning, but with 115 and a 7-pound spring, it's not surprising. I swapped to a 10-pound and flawless for the quicker slide return. Yeah, so I settled on the 8-pound, kind of a good middle ground of shooting flat and returning faster than the 7-pound. Also for reliability as it gets dirty, right? But yeah, I don't quite have 10K through my XC, but what am I up to now? I'd have to look at my journal. But I think I have like over 6,000 rounds. Am I close to 8,000 now? I don't remember. But the only malfunction I had was magazine related on a bad Gen 2 magazine. And it was the last round in the mag would go in straight up, and Staccato replaced the mag and it went away. So the Staccato XC has been flawless for me. Love the channel, bro. Keep it up. Hope all goes well for you. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you being here, being a part of the conversation. And I hope all goes well for you too. Enjoy your life. You really been streaming for 6 hours? Yup. You get order a holster from Superstition Concealment? No, not yet. Not yet. I still need to check them out. Do you have any ported staccatos? How do they compare to an XC? Getting my P ported by Monsoon Tactical. I'm hoping to get it close to an XC in flatness. If you get the Lucky Sevens package, it will be. Any thoughts on Focus Trip? He seems to be big on calling out shills and prioritizing honesty. I don't know him, I'm assuming, off the top of my head, but I will search once I sign off of this live. Like, I'm sure I've run across their stuff. I know, God, who's the other one? There's another guy, got over 100,000 subs, who's also like anti-shill. What is his name? Is it Spin? Like Spin Firearms, like SPN. He's also pretty decent. Although, like, he doesn't show a lot of footage shooting guns on his channel. What do you think about the new Staccato C? I think it's super dope. I think it's really cool. I would probably give it a little bit to iron out any problems, though. Your Radiant Ramjet video is what really sold me on it. Shoots like a dream on my G19 with the compressor. Yeah, what weight compressor do you have in there? Like 13 or 15? But yeah, the Radiant Ramjet's awesome. Thoughts on the V9 by Fowler? I think it's super awesome. Don't have any personal experience with it, but I mean, I've heard only amazing things. Watch Spin Firearms a lot too. Yeah, Spin seems like a really, really good guy. It's just one of those things where it's like I don't know, part of me expects when someone says like, oh, this gun is really reliable or something, that like they're showing them put a lot of rounds through it. And he's kind of just tabletop, but I don't blame him. He has a lot busier life than I have. So if my life was as busy as his, I don't think I would be out at the range as often. Hop and Brass Fact. Yeah. I mean, keep in mind, like, ask yourself what kind of industry relationships they have, right? Because at some point, you're in the you're in it, you're in the family, right? And you don't want to disappoint the family member just when you're friends with people in the industry. So something to consider, but good people at the very least, excellent people actually. Ben Steger is on the rise. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like, so first of all, Ben Steger is an incredible shooter and a great instructor. I mean, we're talking world class in both categories. And he definitely tells the truth because there are no strings attached. And he has the ability to test this stuff out at a higher round count than literally anybody else. It is amazing. But I think he's going to plateau just because, you know, he shoots his videos sitting from a desk and, you know, his YouTube channel is a one-trick pony so far. So I think he's probably going to plateau. But people should be, you know, listening to him. He's a great asset. It's great that he's sharing that stuff for free on the internet. Spin is great. He was also very honest with MC9 and expressed the same problem you had as well. Yeah, I think that was the first time I became aware of Spin, was with the MC9, and I really appreciate that. I just want to see him shoot more because shooting is fun. Would you get a Staccato C or CS if you had to choose one? I'd personally get the C. I just like bigger guns in general. I have the new Staccato C worth about 700 rounds on it. It's been flawless. Good to hear. Spin is basically the YouTube G26 expert. I mean, he's if give him another year and he will just turn into a Glock 26. You know what? Spin is another guy that I could collab with. I think it'd be really cool to get him on a live. I started watching because he likes the smaller firearms, and I normally prefer smaller ones as well. Yeah, absolutely. I used to love Coleon Noir, but after watching you for a bit now, I can't respect the level of shill he is. I think that you just have to realize that you're watching a channel where he makes guns look cool, right? It's like, it is what it is. I think he likes showing off cool guns and likes getting paid for it. And that's awesome. I mean, heck, I would take that. That would be amazing. If someone was like, hey, Brett, abandon your honest channel with, you know, 115,000 subscribers, you know, where you're making this much, make, you know, over 6 figures a year, and all you do is show how cool guns are when you shoot them, I'd be like, yeah, you'd have to be dumb to turn that down. I have no hate for Coleon Noir. Just if you are looking to spend your hard-earned money on a gun, his videos aren't the ones to watch. Do you do any competition shooting? I used to. Yeah, I used to. Maybe again in the future. Watching Coleon Noir is like watching a car YouTuber reading spec sheets for you. And he has an awesome videographer and editor that makes it look pretty. But yeah, that's pretty much him. Coleon says it himself. I like all guns. That says it all. That's the thing, is you know what you're getting into. But I have no hate for him at all. In fact, I don't think I really have any hate for anybody in this space, unless there's somebody in this space who is like, I want universal background checks, and isn't willing to have a conversation or a debate about it, isn't open-minded to that. That's the only person where I'm like, okay, you're just damaging the movement at this point. I also think that there's stuff like the dude at SHOT Show that, God, what did he do? It was like some folding shotgun or something. And in the middle of a SHOT Show floor, just like pulls it out and says, get on the ground, you know, with the shot, like stuff like that. I'm like, dude, maybe don't. Ben is definitely a no BS kind of guy. Yeah. And I mean, his shooting speaks for itself. And like I said, he can articulate things as an instructor and simplify complex ideas and concepts in a, like, I don't know. He's a great instructor. He really is. Coleon never says anything bad about any of the guns he reviews. Yeah, and like I said, I have no hate for him for not doing that. I did watch Coleon reviews when I was new, but now I just tune in more for the podcast ones. Yeah, and that's what, like I said, I have no hate for him. I if anything, I have admiration. He has done more for the Second Amendment in this country than every single one of his detractors has combined. I wouldn't trust his reviews, but his videos are certainly works of art, man. He is a talented videographer. I can tell you that. Coleon is cool, but he is kind of douchey. I wonder what he's like in real life, because I wonder how much of it is the persona. I saw him in real life at Scottsdale Gun Club back when he had that collab with, what was it, Tier with the VP9, but I didn't talk to him. Sorry if this has been asked, but have you tried the Antimatter Industries wing for the TLR7 sub for the macro? I don't like weapon mounted light thumb ledges or thumb rests. I think that gas pedals or thumb rests are used as index points for repeatable grips on competition guns. I think that using it to hold down recoil, I know it's one of those things where the challenge that I have is do a drill with it and without it on a timer. See what the target looks like, see what the time looks like. I don't think having a weapon mounted light thumb ledge is going to matter. And personally, again, medium sized hands, it's a stretch for me to get out on that antimatter wing if I even wanted to use it, which I wouldn't. Yeah, I think most channels have something to like. Coleon was one of the first that got me into all this rabbit hole. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. He has done more for this community than every single one of his detractors combined. Everyone who calls him a shill combined, Coleon Noir has done more for the Second Amendment than they have. I like that the Humble Marksman, you should come up with a drill together. Yeah, that no Homo sapien, but we should totally come up with a drill together. Have to admit, I've wanted the 4 Rogan episodes with Colin. I've watched the 4 Rogan episodes with Colin a few times each. Yeah. And that's the thing is he really has done a great job. He really has, all things considered. It's just like I said, know what you're getting into when you're going to watch a video. If you're like, I'm going to spend my hard-earned money and I want to know if this gun is good, if it has any problems, I want to maybe, see some nitpicks about it to see if maybe those are things that might bother me, get a set of eyes on it. So, because, sometimes you get a gun and you have it for like a couple of days, you're like, this is the best gun ever. And then you notice something on it. You're like, I kind of don't like the way this is. His channel just isn't the place to go. I really like the 3.5 inch barrel because my thumb can actually get past the slide stop. That's actually a good point. So if you're a smaller handed person, which you have like teeny tiny microscopic hands, that would be a benefit, would be having that shorter barrel so you could actually reach out there. Even just to like actuate a weapon light, right? With Ben's vids, I now no longer use the thumb ledges. I haven't even seen his videos on thumb ledges. So does he share a similar opinion to me? Because I honestly don't even know. Honest Outlaw and yourself are my 2 favorites. That is awesome to hear. Thank you. To be stood up next to Honest Outlaw is a great honor. Honest Outlaw, who was featured in the Smith & Wesson Carry Comp newsletter email. Phone's about to die. Hopping off. I'll keep an eye out for the new video next week. As always, appreciate it. Thanks, Smoke Bang. Man, you were gone and then you were back and I was still here, but it was good seeing you. Thanks for coming around. All right, guys, I'm going to wind this down. Claire, I think Ben just said do whatever grip you want as long as you're consistent. And I think that's one of the benefits of having a gas pedal on a competition gun is it's an index point. So it's the same every time. But yeah, I'm actually going to look up his video. I'm curious. By the way, whenever I'm on a live and I'm like, I'm going to look this up afterwards, I usually remember about half of them. So... but the one thing I darn tootin' I'm going to remember is Gunsmith Cats Omnibus. Keep coming with the great content from Robo Glock 17. I appreciate it. From Big Red Shelby, you were the man. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yo, thank you, man. We appreciate your hard work. Well, I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the support of the channel. What do you think of Nick Johnson, a.k.a. PewView? Is he that good? I think that... filter's turning on. Yes, I think he's a phenomenal shot. I really do. I also, I like the way he sets up his targets. It looks like it's a lot of fun to shoot those targets impressively. I'd like to see him do like the tier 1 concealed 3.7s drill. That would be cool. But yes, no, he is a phenomenal shot. All like snarky joking aside, he is a phenomenal shot. There's no doubt about that. Dude can shoot. Honestly, he would have made a good old school exhibition shooter. That is what he really would have excelled at. But I mean, come on, this is better, right? Like what, nearly a million subs, employing people who are also good pro-gun patriotic Americans. I have a lot of respect for him and his channel. He's put together a really good thing over there. Was this really a 6-hour live stream? Damn impressive. Sure was. What do you think about Skip's guns? They trash him on Reddit. I think that he's living his best life, bolting cool parts onto guns. And like, why would I hate on that? That being said, I'm not sure that I would like send my gun out to him, but I'm also not really someone who sends my guns out for customization anyways. So I don't know if I'm the best person to ask, but he seems like a nice dude, and I'm honestly just glad to have him in the hobby. It's good to have more people with voices on the internet that are on our side. But yeah, I know they like to trash him on Reddit, but I don't know. It is what it is. It's not like I've met him and I'm friends with him or something. Just I'm very neutral. Just it's one of those things where I'm just sitting here being a gossip girl as you guys ask me things. It's like I'm like, okay, I have to remember that I'm a creator now, and there can be consequences to what I say versus being a viewer where I can just say whatever I want. Um, but yeah, I mean, so far, I don't think any of you have mentioned anyone that I'm like, I don't like them, or they could be doing this better. They're all good. They're all good people. They're all doing their own thing. Thank you so much for the time. Go eat. Yes, appreciate it. Appreciate the reply, man. You keep that filter on. Yeah, I'm always going to be honest, but I mean, there are so many things that I could say on here that it's like, one, I would be speaking too quickly just to be funny, and then someone would take me seriously. It's like even just my little jab at Honest Outlaw. I'm like, oh god, I hope not too many people take that seriously. Like I'm literally joking. Just I'm being a troll. Wonderful stream, great job, Claire. It was great having you here. Thanks for taking time out of your day to answer our question. God bless. God bless to you as well. True Comic with Spider-Man avatar. Do you think gun builds like the platypus are the future of guns? I would certainly like them to be. That would be ideal. I think that'd be really cool. All right. Anything else? No long questions. All right, guys. It was great seeing you in this live. It was so much fun hanging out with you guys. Those of you who supported the channel today, I'm eternally grateful and humbled for your support. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it, enjoying the channel, enjoying the content, and I just want to keep bringing you content that is worthy of your valuable time that you take out of your day to watch my videos. So I don't know. I'm gonna go out there and just scrounge something. Later. I have not, and have a good night. You have a good night as well, Aaron. Bye, everyone. It's great seeing you, and I'll see you in the next video. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Nightwood out. See you guys.